Please welcome creator of the Game Awards, Jeff Keighley.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the E3 Coliseum here at E3. We have an amazing lineup for you today of special guests and panels. We're going to look at some big games. We're going to have some special guests, as I mentioned. Jack Black will be here later today. Jablinski Games live, so you won't want to miss that at 5 o'clock. And then Tim Schafer will be here as well with Jack for a demo of Psychonauts 2 to wrap up the day. Before then, we've got lots of great panels, so thank you for joining us. Coliseum is all about bringing game creators closer to you guys, the fans, to talk about their games and what they're doing. And we're going to kick off this morning with a company that has a game that's getting a lot of buzz here at E3, CD Projekt Red. You guys are into Cyberpunk? Well, that's part of what CD Projekt does, but this is such an incredible company, and it's my honor to welcome to the stage the joint CEO of CD Projekt Red, Marcin Nowinski. Marcin? See you, man.
Nice to see you, man.
Everything. I'm jealous with this jacket. This is a official jacket.
Look, even we have a punk symbol in the logo. You know?
Exactly. It's punky CD Projekt. Well, first of all, congratulations. Last year you guys had a big E3. This year, it's incredible. You have a demo at the booth, but I think we have to start with what is the biggest buzz of E3, which is Keanu Reeves in Cyberpunk. I put a poll up on my Twitter. And the thing with that is, it was amazing to have him on stage and, have him in the game. But I think one thing that we were talking about backstage, I think people should realize, is that it's not just a cameo, right? I mean, he's a big part of this game.
Yeah, actually, so I think when he entered the stage and people started cheering, and it was an amazing moment, but really the whole intention with Keanu in the game was to have a very meaningful character that fits into the lore. And so I think for us, really, if we look at all the actors out there, if we think Cyberpunk, it's Keanu. So we had a lot of, back and forth, and we decided to approach him. It was about a year ago.
Wow.
So there was a meeting arranged, and we showed him the script, and immediately he got into the role, and he really liked it. And I think it's really worth to mention because what you mentioned is a cameo. Maybe it's just a short side quest kind of person. No, he's the number 2 characters in terms of lines of spoken text. So actually,
across the entire game.
Yeah,
wow.
Across the entire game, and I think we have something around 15-ish days of voice recording in the studio. So
wow.
It's huge. It's huge.
Okay.
So you see a lot of Keanu, and you will hear even more of Keanu.
That's a lot of one-liners.
Yeah. Thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you.
But there's so much to talk about with CD Projekt and the company, and obviously that's a buzzy moment that Keanu's in the game. But we're all here because we love your games, we love what the company represents, and Cyberpunk, what that is, and of course Witcher. And I mean, I want to sort of turn back the clock a little bit so people understand a bit more about you and the studio and sort of the history of CD Projekt and building the company into what it is today. When you guys were first starting out, I mean, what was the vision of the company you wanted to build, and how much different is it now from where you started?
I love the question because, going back in time, I started in '94. A lot of gray hair, as you can see. And I started right out of high school with a high school friend. So when you ask me what was the vision of the company, was to be in the games, get new games, and make some money if possible. If not, that's fine too. So that was the vision of the company, pretty much. And I started with my high school friend Michał. So we're insanely playing games during our high school times, mostly skipping classes. So whenever the teachers were looking at our absences, we were both missing at the same time because we were going somewhere together to play games. And then right after high school, there was the whole, CD-ROM revolution, hence the name CD Projekt afterwards, so you know where it's coming from. It's kind of simple.
FMV games.
Yeah. And we were the first in Poland to import games on CD-ROMs. And it was a huge revolution, I think, for For a lot of you, it probably will not mean a lot, but moving from the floppy disk, yeah, you can see them online or in museums, to CD-ROMs, it was what 450 times more data. So suddenly, you had the option to have VO, music, and then amazing 3D graphics and digitalized graphics. Huge revolution. So that was the foundation of the company. We started as a distribution company in Poland, and distribution meaning me and Michał importing 2 units per title and then selling it over weekends at the local games market. And then started growing. We started localizing games to Polish, doing PR marketing. But I think what is worth to mention here is that it was never a business. It was kind of lifestyle. So we're actually pretty bad with counting money and accounting. And yeah, when our accountant told us what kind of errors we have in our files, we stressed with Michał for like 2 weeks or more. So actually, we started with games, and then we were adding all the elements on tops. And pretty much, initially, the motivation was to get the games for us that we want to play. So I think we had very good pulse of the market, what people want to play, because we were checking it all ourselves.
And doing it in Poland, in Warsaw, I mean, that's I think one of the most fascinating things. And there's a pretty cool community of developers there now. But I mean, when you were starting out, I mean, this was this was
yeah,
new.
it was. I mean, just right now, there's a lot of great gaming companies in Poland. That it's an amazing environment, and I think we had at least partly a role in pioneering all that. But I still remember back in the day with Michał, probably 5 years, so around 5 years into running the company, 2000-ish, and went to the bank. We wanted to get a credit, and a credit line, if you will, and we prepared all these papers. I was doing that. It was a nightmare. It took me a good few weeks, and then we talked to this lady. Said, "Yeah, you have a lot of good revenues, solid profits, all looks well, and we'll grant you the credit. There's, however, one problem, boys. We need some collateral. So how about your parents' flats, houses, and cars?" We're like, "Holy moly!" Probably we are not going to do that. Yeah, so we didn't get that credit. Actually,
Mom and Dad weren't that supportive.
A few years later, right now it's much easier to do business. Back then, gaming was like, I think this lady must have been looking at us like, "What's that? I totally don't get it." And it's some kind of funny, silly thing for kids or whatnot. So it has totally changed. It's an important part of Polish economy right now, and actually we are proud. And I think the defining moments when President Obama came to Poland for the first time, he got a collector's edition of Witcher 2, and yeah, I think from like a worldwide perspective, it might not be a big thing, but internally for the country, suddenly I know it's a thing I'm constantly repeating, but whenever I was asked, what was Poland famous for, the first thing that were coming to my mind was sausage and vodka. And I've been repeating it on and on, but that was really in my head. I was always traveling a lot, and people were asking, "So, what is the strength of Polish economy?" I was like, okay. There were 2 things. Maybe I was not very vocal about it, and right now I think I can honestly say that these are computer games.
Yeah. No, I would agree. I mean, and credit to you and the company and how you've built CDPR over all these years. Do you see the company as always existing kind of only in Poland? I mean, I know you have a small office here in LA, but I mean, do you imagine like skipping forward in the future? Do you see like a development studio in the States or other parts of Europe? Or
I think never say never. We are in terms of the where we make games, the development. It's all Poland. So the main headquarters is in the capital in Warsaw, and we have a pretty big studio in Kraków, in the southern part of Poland, and in the southwest Poland, in Wrocław. So I think for us, maybe it will change, but as of now and for the foreseeable future, we really want not to waste time on communication between the entities. And I think even like we're talking back in the day, like the time difference with LA or a lot of different parts in the world. We also have an office in Shanghai. It just makes things slower. So for business, for marketing, for PR, I think we can handle that. But if you want to take certain development decisions or creative decisions. You know, if we have to wait this time and then it's the whole production process, I think it just makes us slower, and I wouldn't want that, at least for now. Maybe we just don't know how to manage it. I was asking myself how other people do that, so maybe we don't know something.
No, but I think there's something unique about you being in Poland, being so focused on that. I was wondering, do you have any sense of, or do you even know, like, being in Poland, how do you think that changes the kind of games you make, or do you think it influences sort of, your
yeah, for sure.
development
I
in
think,
any way? Philosophically, I mean, it's a deeper question.
philosophically, I think, and this question was asked around the development of The Witcher many times, and obviously Witcher is based on Andrzej Sapkowski's books and his creations with a lot of Slavic mythology. I think for Witcher we're using the blueprints of the castles. We're visiting local armories in the area, so it's very authentic. But then I think it also has quite a lot of the Polish sensibility. So if we move to Cyberpunk 2077, it's obviously different. It's California, but I think you'll hopefully feel a little bit of the Polish soul in CP as well.
Yeah. Talking about sort of the evolution of the company, obviously lots of Witchers, but the Cyberpunk project is something that has been germinating for many years inside of there. Can you maybe talk a bit about, like your philosophy of how you decide which games you make and how you make them? And it's, you obviously have a unique cadence to how you guys build the company. You've built a very large, public company that is really defined by just a couple games. And, conventional wisdom, especially in the West, is like, well, you can't really work that way, right? You have to have this constant throughput of all these things and, quickly turn out sequels and whatnot. And you guys, I mean, you have Witcher coming to Switch, which is cool, and I mean, you're certainly doing other things and Gwent and whatnot, but tell me a bit about the sort of philosophy of, how the company has evolved into how you develop and what you pick to develop.
Yeah, when you say say big and public, it sounds scary, like boo.
But to your credit, I mean, it's what's the market cap of CDPR?
I don't remember.
Okay. Billions of dollars, right?
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah, so that's like
It so happened. It's not my fault.
But it's so impressive, I think, and especially in Poland that you've been able to build a company with that kind of capitalization, which it still has creativity at the heart of it, and you can take the time to build these games.
Yes, I think let's start from the end.
Yeah.
Like because our philosophy always was that first of all it's personal. So I co-founded the company with Michał. Michał is still one of the key shareholders. We are in touch. He's not at the company active anymore, but in terms of the board, we are a group of friends working together for 15, 20 years. Also, we control a significant part of the company, so we have full control of our fate. And I think this is fundamental to what we're doing, because there's nobody telling us what to do. These are always our choices, and I think that's why we can take very brave decisions, both creatively and on the business front. Yeah. And it's not that I'm so smart right now because that's how I am. It's because we learned it the hard way. So obviously we've built the company step by step, bit by bit. And if you look, for example, at Witcher 1, we needed financing towards the end of the project, and we had to do sort of a publishing arrangement. I mean, we kept all the intellectual property rights and full creative control, but we had Atari as a publisher, and things we were struggling with, like the box and what goes into the box. So the initial launch edition in the West and in the US was just a DVD box with an O-ring, slip-on. Yeah. And the Eastern European one, when we had full control, were like 4 DVD boxes with soundtrack, with a huge game compendium. So we're learning sort of incrementally that if we want to really deliver what we want to deliver, we have to have the full freedom across the whole sort of production process. So from the inception of the idea and deciding whether we want to go ahead with it or not, to the moment that the gamer holds the game in his or her hands, or right now on a hard drive, because a lot of us is downloading game. So I think this is fundamental. We do everything ourselves. So if we suck somewhere, it's on us. It's nobody else to blame. But if it's a success, it's the success of the people and of the teams. And we are, actually, I am immensely proud of it. And I think the whole team. So there's really nobody telling us what to do. And how do we choose what we want? We just talk, and we see if there is a lot of passion around it, and that was exactly Cyberpunk. So we brought ideas of different things, and Cyberpunk was one of them, and the amount of excitement was incredible, and there's a lot of people playing the pen and paper, and we decided, yeah, that's the way to go. And obviously today, like, you know, with Cyberpunk being more hot, and even before us going out with the game, if you look like Blade Runner, if you look at Altered Carbon from Netflix, you could see, yeah, that was kind of obvious. It was totally not obvious, and we didn't know what the reception is. I mean, will be. I still remember it was actually already 7 years ago when we showed the reveal, the CGI, the first one, sort of a vision of the world, if you will, our internal goal in terms of number of views was, if we get to 1 million within a week or so, it will be really amazing. And we got 10 million views. So it was like our thinking versus the reality.
Right.
We thought 1 is great, was 10. So there was already appetite. I think we really touched a hidden gem, so to speak.
So Cyberpunk, as you said, you had that, you know, vision piece, and then obviously there was a long wait to sort of find out more about it, and you were obviously, you know, you were working on Witcher stuff. How is the company like structured today? Like, is, you know, the majority of the company on Cyberpunk right now?
Yeah, so just structurally, maybe just to put it in order. So we are getting close to 1,000 talented individuals.
Wow.
Mostly in Poland. We have smaller marketing and PR offices around the world. And around this 700 is development, 400 something is Cyberpunk. So roughly, so the vast majority of our teams are working on Cyberpunk. We also have Gwent. We also have GOG.com, our digital distribution platform, and then we have a very strong internal publishing arm. So whatever you see out there, the arts, the boxes, the collector's edition, it's all our own internal production. I mean, we don't physically produce the pieces ourselves, but we organize the production. So
but there's sort of like, you know, is it fair to say kind of like the Witcher 3 team moved on to Cyberpunk? And there's sort of one big team that does one game at a time?
Yes. And actually, our dream for the future is to be able to have 2 teams working simultaneously at the product, and at 2 big games at a time. And why I'm saying it's a dream, because we thought it's way easier. And on Witcher 3, actually, the announcement of Cyberpunk 7 years ago, we thought, okay, so we'll have Witcher, and then we'll set up a team for Cyberpunk. No problemo. It will go smoothly.
And then slowly they
but then when you embark on the adventure of actually finishing the game with a huge open world, you realize you need all the resources. So we actually then had only a small sort of pre-production team on Cyberpunk, and everybody else moved to Witcher 3. So right now we are more realistic. Everybody is on CP, and Gwent is separate.
Okay. I wanted to ask you kind of more of a vision question about, you know, where you see games going. You're doing, you know, these epic open world, you know, incredibly rich, deep, you know, story experiences. But, you know, we're in a world where there's obviously a lot happening with multiplayer. You know, cloud is sort of coming into the picture. Do you think the style of games that CDPR makes is going to sort of change or evolve in a more of kind of a multiplayer direction or a cloud direction? Or do you know, I'm curious, like, obviously Cyberpunk is what it is, but as you think in the future, like, do you think it's going to start to shift the kind of games you make?
I think actually people, and that's what Keanu said on stage, that he was drawn to a fascinating story, and I think that's the beauty of the games we are doing. I think people always love great stories, and we are great storytellers. So I don't think this is going to change anytime soon.
Right.
And the development of technology, it will just allow us to deliver it to more gamers all around the world. Yes, someone who cannot afford a console or you know, a high-spec PC, maybe will be able to stream the game somehow on iPad or something else. Yes, just with a hand controller. So I think this is super exciting. In terms of the online experience, I mean, we have some R&D. We definitely would like to learn, and obviously Gwent, our Witcher card game, it's a huge learning lesson for us in terms of how to operate a live game and how to get constant updates. Having said that, I think we are fully focused and committed to storytelling and these epic experiences. So yes, expanding, definitely we're looking to that, but here and now it's big story games like Cyberpunk or Witcher.
But nothing wrong with that. But people, I think, you know, want more story, and I think, you know, when you think of Cyberpunk, how that game evolves, you know, coming out April, and it's going to be great. But it's like, do you think of like expansions and, you know, all that content, and do you have a roadmap or plan on sort of how you add more story in sort of new ways?
Of course. We're a well-organized company. We have a roadmap.
Exactly.
I didn't say anything else.
Exactly.
No. But it's always this like, hey, so what's going to be in the 5th expansion?
Right.
Let me tell you.
No.
No.
No, but I'm curious about the cadence of
I mean, yeah, we have a solid plan, but as I mentioned with The Witcher 3, what we've learned is that we have to put all we have and then some to finish the game and get it in front of you guys. And then obviously, you know, we would love to have more, but also I think it's interesting from sort of marketing PR standpoint, and we do not want gamers to lose focus. Let's talk about the great thing that's coming and not the thing after it. And I think there will be so many things to do and so many different ways to explore CP. Like, because on top of the open world and the interactive story, we have the full character customization. So you know, you can really be who you want to be in the game. And then we have the freedom of gameplay. So the fluid class system, and so the way to tackle quests will be very different than The Witcher, and I think there will be a lot of sort of repetitive takes on certain quests. Okay. But yeah, we definitely would like to tell more stories in Cyberpunk world soon.
Now, one of the big reveals that Keanu did at the press conference was release date. You know, I think everyone's excited to have a target date there, or the date it's coming out. And you've been, you know, publicly a couple weeks ago, you talked a lot about, you know, the idea of sort of crunch and development and the challenges of big teams, you know, building these games and the sheer effort that needs to go into building this thing. This is a long project for you guys to sort of build this. Feels like you're kind of finally getting towards the end. Can you maybe talk a bit about sort of, you know, your philosophy of kind of development and, you know, the effort that it takes to get a game this big ready for next April, and knowing that, you know, targeting that and planning that out and making sure that people are still, you know, not crunching to get there?
The more games we release, I think the better we are with the planning. But again, the beauty and the tough part of games development is that all the pieces are constantly moving and being updated and upgraded. So, you know, you have new technology. It's not like the cameras. Like, you maybe have a new version once in a while, but it's still the same thing. Here, we have new platforms, new technologies, and there are constantly coming new things. So actually, especially in terms of the final stages, we never can anticipate, you know, how many bugs we'll have. I think we can plan that we'll have way more than we've planned, but that's as far as we can go. But I think we are managing quite well, and the team is bigger, so we can share the load better as well.
Yeah. So you think, you know, of CDPR 5 years from now, is your goal, as you said, to have, you know, 2 teams? I mean, I think it's, you know, obviously fans want more Witcher, right? And right now it's kind of like, hey, we're working on Cyberpunk. And do you think it's more like you're going to alternate franchises, or do you have a sense of how that's going to evolve, or it's too early to know?
Yeah, I think, you know, we have a plan, but I think what's
he's not going to share it here.
Yeah. Okay, let me go home then.
No, no. No, but I think what's interesting, I
No,
think, is that the fans.
Yeah, no, just I wanna tell you a little bit how we approach it because
Yeah.
obviously we have a plan and we know what we want to do, but then we look at things and actually we're really looking how gamers receive what we release, how they like it, and then we actually tweak the plans. So yes, we would laugh at certain points to tell more stories about The Witcher, but when and how, I cannot tell you now. So it is the CP now, and then once we finish the game and hopefully you guys like it, then we see, okay, so that's where we are, that's what we've learned, and right now we are taking it further. Because one thing which I hope is visible, we are not a games factory. We treat games as an art, and we want to push the bar higher with every single game release. So it's not about getting Witcher 3.5 out there, would be fairly easy. Of course, it's still very difficult, but I know using the same engine, telling the same stories, the technology is established, and making a quick dollar. That's not about it. That's why we are working on CP right now. And I think this will open a lot of new possibilities for us, and we'll learn a lot in due course, and then we'll able to take this learning and hopefully, work on more great stuff. So ultimately, it's about delivering new amazing gaming experiences with stories and pushing the gaming and the gameplay further. I think it's a very vague statement, but this is really our philosophy. And actually, like, I'm quite often laughing that if we would film our board meetings, it could be perceived as a freak show, because people expect it to be like, serious guys sitting in suits and
Here's the master
making
plan.
some calculations in Excel. There is a master plan, and sometimes we turn things upside down and we throw things away, and we really play with it. For us, it's fun, and we really want to do kick-ass stuff, and at a certain moment, if won't be able to do it, this will become really boring. So expect the unexpected.
Although we can expect Cyberpunk April next year, right?
Yeah.
And that's, tell us a bit about, to wrap up, picking that date, putting it out there. That's a very public statement of thinking you're going to hit that date. So what is the kind of state of development now? The game is, can you kind of play through it and the team's feeling pretty good about it?
Yes. We feel very good about it. And obviously the polishing part, this is always the most challenging, and it's hard to see, but it's based on the new Red Engine, our own proprietary technology that we've again reworked to a huge extent. So you will see quite some amazing bells and whistles graphically. That's also important, but we always treat it as a part of the storytelling. So we're quite confident right now, and we'll be working hard to deliver it on time for you guys.
And in terms of the scale of that, you talked about Keanu, how many lines, is there any sense of compared to Witcher, how many, how much dialogue there is, or the scale of sort of the experience and how much there is in there?
So actually, we had discussion asked a lot, and as the game is not
Finished,
it's not finished. It's really hard to give you a number.
Yeah.
And also, I think first of all it will be huge, so no shortcuts here for sure. And then the exploration is not only vertical but horizontal with the mega cities. So actually, we'll have to have things really close to be able to make any calculations, and then it will highly depend on the gameplay style. So it will be probably different when you'll be just butchering through with the strong solo and just shooting your way through the game, and it will be different when you'll be hacking as a netrunner. So very different experience.
From a dialogue perspective, do you have a sense of how much story is
there?
there?
Yeah, it's huge. I think Witcher-ish kind of story. So oh, numbers.
No numbers. Not going to hold you down. But no, I got to say, this game is clearly one of the most anticipated out there, and I think what's great is it looks so fresh and captures the imagination, but it comes from a studio that's coming off Witcher 3, which won game of the year. For you guys to follow up with this it gets us all excited, I think, about where games are going. So thank you so much for coming by. Thanks to you and everyone at CDPR for pushing our industry forward continually, and we look forward to playing it next April. Guys, give it up. Marshall, CD Projekt Red. Thank you very much. Thanks, man.
And now, global gaming citizens, please welcome Jeff Keighley and Leo Olebe.
Hi, everyone. What's up, Leo?
Hey, Jeff.
How we
how's it
doing?
going?
Where are we sitting? Do
I
we
think
know?
you're sitting here.
Okay.
And I'm sitting here. and
Fantastic. All right, is that how
our
we're doing? I
citizens
guess
are
that's how we're doing. All right. Well, hello, everyone. And Leo, great to have you with us. We are here to talk about something that's really important to both of us, which is global gaming citizens, something
right.
you and I cooked up last year that we launched at the Game Awards. And Leo gives a better pitch than I do probably on this. But the idea is, you know, we've both been in the game industry for a long time, and we want to recognize people that are contributing to this community in a positive way. And Leo and I sat down and we said, hey, let's look at people around the world who are doing good things for games and recognize them. And we told 3 stories at the Game Awards last year, which still, if you watch the show, I'm sure you remember them. They were incredible stories. And today, we're going to tell you more about the program. We're going to introduce 2 new citizens for the first time here, and you'll hear their stories. But Leo, do you want to talk a bit about the program? I know we have a little setup video too, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll watch the setup video.
in a minute. But I think you and I are both just incredibly passionate about using games to make a difference. And we know that the global gaming community is getting bigger and bigger and bigger every day. There are more and more gamers. Gaming is almost like ubiquitous, right? Like everybody's a gamer at this point. And we have a really unique opportunity to shape kind of, is our future in gaming going to be positive and incredible and inclusive and inviting to people, or is it going to be one where people are constantly running around, you know, getting punched in the face or hearing these horrible words from folks, et cetera? So I think, you know, the inspiration was exactly as you said, like, let's use games to just do something positive, and let's celebrate people who are doing it right now, so they can be the inspiration for others to say, you know what, there's something we can do here. And I think that's really exciting.
No, and I feel an obligation with the things that I do that, you know, some people are watching them, and it's great to celebrate games, it's great to have world premieres and awards, but it's like, because everyone's tuning in, I want to represent our industry to the world in the right way. And there's so many amazing people that are doing great things.
Yep.
And Global Gaming Citizens, you saw last year with citizens that we recognize, these are people that, you know, are just doing things for the right reasons and represent, I think, the future, as you said, of what we want our industry to become, which is more inclusive, more diverse, more global. That's one thing I found with the Game Awards is, like, people, you know, around the world love games.
I mean, you had like, what, 30 million people around the world.
Yeah, no, and it's like
watching
amazing
the show.
when, you know, the global aspect. I think that's something that's really blowing me away. You know, coming from a background of being a television person and thinking, you know, kind of domestically with everything, now to see the global impact, and that's why it is Global Gaming Citizens. And you'll meet, you know, we should let's run a video now, I think, to show people a bit about the program, right?
Let's do it.
Awesome. This is Global Gaming Citizens.
Welcome to the Game Awards, everybody.
When I started the show in 2014, the real vision for the Game Awards was to bring everyone together to celebrate what games mean to us. So over the years, we've given out a lot of awards for game developers, content creators, streamers, but one thing that I always thought was kind of missing was an ability to recognize individuals that have contributed to the community in a powerful way and deserve to have their stories told.
Now, tonight, the Game Awards and Facebook Gaming are recognizing global gaming citizens, people who are enriching the lives of others around the world through video games.
I call it a recognition, and it's specifically not an award. Global Gaming Citizens is a recognition of people using the power of games to drive positive change in their community.
Last year, we had hundreds and hundreds of entries.
We worked with some people from the games industry to figure out, like, what are the most powerful stories that we could tell. And then for the very first time, working with Jeff, we brought their stories to the Game Awards.
The first was Steven Spawn, COO of Able Gamers.
And then there's Sadia Bashir, who worked at Pixel Art Games Academy in Pakistan. And then Lual Mayan, who's also developing games as well, and he's a Ugandan refugee. There's always kind of like a right time and place for everything, and it really feels like now is the right time, now is the right place. There are more and more conversations about driving out toxicity from the games community.
If you see someone doing something even incredibly small that you think as a gamer represents a global gaming citizen, something that you'd like to see happen more in the gaming industry or deserves to be recognized, submit it.
The more people we can recognize, the better we are. And this isn't a one-time thing, this isn't a two-time thing, this isn't even a 10-time thing, this is an all-the-time thing.
Whatever matters to you as a gamer, we want to hear about it because that might be a story we want to tell.
There's no one thing that makes an incredible global gaming citizen, except for the fact that they are true believers in doing something incredible for their community.
Boy, those guys are smart.
Yeah, they are. They're amazing, aren't they?
It's not just the Jeff and Leo show. Don't worry. We got some
Yes.
special guests coming out. So, as you heard in that video, we recognized a bunch of citizens last year at the Game Awards, and we're very honored that one of the citizens is going to join us now for a conversation. Do you want to set up who our special guest is, Leo?
Yeah, so Global Gaming Citizen joining us today is actually Sadia Bashir from Pixel Art Games Academy, and she's doing incredible work that she's going to tell us about in Pakistan.
So please welcome one of the first Global Gaming Citizens, Sadia Bashir. Sadia.
Hi. Hello.
Hello. Welcome to E3.
Thank you.
Is this your first E3?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, Global Gaming Citizens rolling into E3. I love it. So, Sadia, we got to, I think we're going to show your story in a second here, but to set it up, could you maybe tell us a little bit about kind of your mission and what, how you believe games are going to better the world?
So, first of all, let me tell you, if I tell my 10-year younger self that I would be sitting at an E3 stage 10 years later, I think she wouldn't believe it. So,
We'll believe it.
I used to love video games when I was a little child, like always, But how, I can make games was not really something that I would ever believe like I can. And even when I started making games, it was so much fun. It was amazing things really entertaining and everything. But there wasn't any place where I could go and see hey, I want to learn how to make games, so let's start from there. So everybody around me was doing hit and trial. We were looking here and there. So now, 10 years later, the world is transformed. You have internet, you have tutorials, you have so much platforms, so many places to learn games. But the thing I really felt was missing is a community which can support and learn from each other, and also not just from each other, but also get connected to the international audience and see what world is doing and how we can improve ourselves. So that's when I started Pixel Art Games Academy. It's a training institute. It doesn't really look an amazing thing to when you say, okay, I'm running an academy, but where I'm running and why I'm running it and how I'm doing it is little something unique. So this is Pakistan's first games academy, and when I started it, I felt like it's going to be really hard, which was hard because you don't find a lot of resources, you don't find good people to train, you don't find good experienced people around. So I got connected from a lot of international game developers, people who helped me and who even taught my students through via Skype, which was it's a technology era, so nothing is impossible. So if we can't go to other countries, but we can always have some opportunities created. And I just did not just create opportunities just for myself. I've been to GDC, I've been to a lot of other conferences. My aim is to connect more people, and also not just for myself, but for all the people that I have back in my home, and all my students, all the people who look up to me to learn more. Because I'm not expert of anything. So I'm not expert of everything, so I need a lot of people. I need a lot of people to connect it, and that's what I'm doing through Pixel Art. I do conferences, I do seminars. I also do a lot of awareness among in our Pakistani audience, which doesn't know that there's a lot of people who don't know in Pakistan that video game industry can be one of the fields that they can get into. They don't know how to get into this field. What are the programs? What are the subfields? What are the disciplines they can get into? So this all thing is just all over Pakistan. I go to a lot of cities to do the seminars, also workshops, and a lot of other events. Even we do game developers meetup to different cities to actually get the community together. And so far we are able to do a lot of great things in different cities, and also our annual games conference that we do every year in Pakistan, and we get speakers from all around the world to speak via Skype. So it's just from Australia, from Europe, from US, from China, from everywhere. We get a lot of people, and that's really amazing. And now I really want some people to actually come to Pakistan and see and meet our game industry in Pakistan. So see, because there's a lot of potential. There's untapped and unexplored potential over there, because we are not as connected and we don't have as much as facilities as you guys have here or in any other part of the world to be in the game industry or to get recognized or get be visible in this industry.
That's fantastic. I think you said a lot of amazing things. I'm just blown away. I didn't know that yours was the first games academy in Pakistan. So congratulations, that's phenomenal. But I also think you make a great point about there's so many more global gamers in the world today, and everybody's looking for an audience. They're looking for more people to play their games and learn and share their experiences. It's great to see you doing this work. What inspires you to keep going? It's obviously it's clearly not easy, but it's something you're very passionate about.
I think it's something I don't know what else to do. Like that's something I really wanted to do. So it's hard. It's every year. I know there's a lot of challenges I face every year. So I don't see anything myself doing anything else. So that's something that's like my mission is. That's something that my goal is, and I'm very stubborn about that. So whatever I want to do that, I want to do that.
That's great.
No, as you said, I think the opportunity for games, what I've found over the past 5 years, especially with Game Awards, is that there really is like global appeal to games. And I think I was kind of myopic when I was growing up, thinking that kind of, there were different games people played in different parts of the world, right? And there were language barriers, but also cultural barriers. And now I found that a lot of, games are universally loved by everyone, and there's this passion for, for games. So before we go too far, we want to actually run Sadia's story. You've heard a bit about her, but now we're going to travel to Pakistan to see a little bit more of Sadia's story. So check this out.
When I was growing up, I didn't see any women doing a lot of bigger things in my life. There's not much expectation from girls, or even the girls' education is not like the top priority. I'm from a very humble background. It was difficult for me to pursue this, to make money, to be able to afford the private school so that I can go and study computer science. Getting education, it's not about just getting degree, it's actually getting exposure to the world. You can't be if you can't see. There's a lot of women who can do a lot better in their lives, but they may have not seen those kind of women around. That's what we are trying to do, is give them an inspiration. Pixel Art Games Academy is a training academy for video game development. Our main focus is actually empowering game developers and creative artists to be able to make their own game ideas. I know that there's a lot of potential in the women in Pakistan, and they don't even know that they can work in this industry. They don't even know that they can actually use their talent in this industry. I want people to see what kind of ideas, what kind of creative people we have in Pakistan. This is my biggest dream.
Sadia Bashir, one of our first global gaming citizens. But today, we are honored to introduce you to two new global gaming citizens. This is the first time we're going to introduce them to anyone. And Leo, this is important, I think, that we want the program. We'll have new citizens that we'll introduce at the Game Awards this year as well in December. But this is an ongoing initiative that we want to keep recognizing these folks.
Absolutely. We have the opportunity to see so much great work out there, you know, and let's meet someone today. So should we bring out Vanessa?
Well, should we? Or maybe let's run the story and then we'll get. We already spoiler.
Sorry.
It's like, all right. So who knows? Anyways,
oops, my bad.
Yes. Anyways,
Let's take a look.
We have videos that we prepared on both of these citizens. So yes, please welcome the next global gaming citizen. Check out this video.
Vanessa. I always knew that, very cliche, but I always knew that I was different. My mom always knew that something was up. We just didn't really have the resources and background to be able to know what it was. I was diagnosed with Asperger's, and around the same time, my mom had lost her job. She raised my sister and me on her own. You know, there was this underlying thing where, everyone's telling me that I can't connect with people, so I'm not even gonna try. But when my mom lost her job, I remember this one point. She was in her office. I just remember her getting this look on her face, looking at this stack of bills on the counter, and I remember just staring at her. So I was looking at the blinds, and I was looking at a painting and its use of color and trying to analyze everything. I knew that something was wrong, and I knew I had to go over there and do something to comfort her, but that just didn't come through for me. That day I realized that it was really important to be able to connect with people, and that, who cares if if it was impossible, I should at least try. As much as I hated it, my mom would have me go up to people in the grocery store or in the 99-cent store, and she would watch my conversations, and then I'd come and report back, sort of like you know, what I learned and what I thought was going on versus what she thought was going on. And while that was my inner world and it was really cool learning this new language of social interaction, I still had a lot of anxiety and low self-esteem about who I was, and I hid that diagnosis of Asperger's for 6 years. I didn't want anyone to know. All that changed when I went to college. I found some just amazing friends that, you know, later became my co-founders that really just changed my outlook. For the first time, I could look back at myself and I could have compassion for 10-year-old Vanessa, who had no idea what she was doing. I could look at her and say, you were just trying to figure out who you were. And so that's, I mean, I guess that's why what I'm doing now through Social Cypher. Social Cypher is a story-driven video game that gives kids with autism a safe and accessible place to apply social skills. We create experiences and characters all based on interviews with families across the country. Being able to show other kids that may have been in my situation, you know, are low income like I was, or that are females with autism like that, or just anyone who has felt different. There's nothing wrong with you. You are amazing and awesome, and you are just seeing the world in a way that no one else can. And you just need to figure out a way to communicate that.
She's here with us. Please welcome Vanessa Gill. Vanessa, welcome. Great to have you with us.
Awesome to be here.
And you're not the only person joining us, because we have another citizen that we're going to bring out as well, and then we'll talk to everyone together. Please welcome the next inductee into the Global Gaming Citizens Program.
Growing up in a changing landscape like the Bay Area it's hard to describe. This place is changing, but am I gonna be able to change with it? I was halfway through high school. I felt kind of lost. I knew I wanted to do something with video gaming, I just didn't know where to start.
We do this every Saturday. This is it, every Saturday. So GameHeads is a social venture that teaches game design, development, and DevOps to low-income students of color. And in a few, our students are gonna come in. They're gonna be loud, they're gonna be rambunctious, they're gonna have a lot of energy. Some of them are gonna be a little lethargic and they need some energy, so we're gonna give them that. All right, guys, so listen up, listen up. Whenever I go to like video game companies, they always want to do the same thing. They wanna like bring a bus here and have you guys come onto the bus and then go to their companies and see how great it is to work there. And I'm always like, no, we don't do that. We don't wanna do that. No, they're not learning anything. They're just seeing where you work. I'm like, what they want is they want what you know, right? That's it. They just want what you know. We teach everything: game design, level design, narrative design, coding. All of our classes are taught by game developers.
Well, I do it because as someone in the industry, I'm mostly tired of feeling like a unicorn. You know, I have not worked with a lot of women of color, and the numbers are just not moving. So for me, one, I want to see the numbers change, and mostly, I just want to play some really great ideas.
We want our students to challenge the traditional ways of looking at video games and put their own sort of stamp into it, their own culture, their family, their communities, their schools.
It's pretty clear the industry needs these kids. I didn't expect the outcomes we have. Our students are getting into top colleges in the United States. There are colleges coming to us asking us for kids.
I didn't think 4 years later I would kind of be where I am. I'm in college and there's opportunities popping up left and right for me and my friends around me. It's kind of an amazing feeling, actually.
It's a really exciting time for people who are interested in video games that have a different look and a different feel, and I'm hoping people start making room for our students because they're coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Damon Packwood. Game Heads. Oh, Damon.
What's up, man? Welcome.
Well, this is so cool and inspiring stories.
Absolutely.
Emblematic of kind of what the program should represent. I wanted to ask all you guys, I mean, and starting maybe with Vanessa and Damon, what drives you to do what you're doing? You obviously love games, but you're doing something that, you know, I think all of us look at and say, we should support this. We want to see more of this. Tell us about kind of what's motivated you to do it and why you do what you guys are doing.
Oh man, so many things. I guess I'll go first. For me, really what motivates it is, I mean, we have so many failures, you guys. We have so many failures, so many times where things feel dark and I feel like I don't know what I'm doing, but whenever I get out and I test a kid, or I test, we have the very first tester of our game, who's also our main character. Her name is Ava, and I just see myself in her so much. And I think just being able to see them react to the game and relate to the characters and say, oh my gosh, that's me. Seeing them being able to relate to characters and realizing that I'm giving something to them that I didn't have when I was younger just makes me so excited to keep going. When I was younger, I didn't have people to look up to that were like me. I felt that there was something wrong with me all that time for all those 6 years. And if I had just had someone that had, you know, had some similar traits to me and could tell me, hey, there's nothing wrong with you. You are amazing just the way you are, things would have totally changed. So I think it's my duty, and I'm just so honored to have this mission to be able to give that to other kids. So I think that drives me.
No, and it's to see that impact. I'm sure, Damon, same for you with, you know, working with these kids. I'm sure it's motivating every day probably to see the impact you're having. But tell us a bit about, I mean, what drives you to, you know, to keep pushing on this?
I mean, honestly, because it's just fun. I mean, it's cool. It's exciting. Like, you know, if a student does well, you know, I hook them up with a top-notch game developer from Riot Games. If they get good grades, I give them a keyboard and, you know, a mouse from like Logitech or something like that. You know, so I always have this rule. It's just don't be boring. You know, just have fun and be exciting and create learning opportunities. I think at this point in my career, I just want to see something change, something tangible, and I think we managed to create a program where we're seeing some actual, real, tangible change, and that's really fun.
All you guys are giving back in such incredible ways. I think when you think all these stories, you are, you know, not only helping the industry, you're helping kind of the next generation. You're paying it forward, I think, and that's one thing that I think unites all three of you, which, at least to me, Leo, is so magical that you know, you're in many ways introducing new citizens of a next generation that will hopefully continue to pay it forward with all that you guys are doing too.
Absolutely. It's entirely inspirational because, of course, we're all better off when more people, more diverse backgrounds, have better access, have the opportunity to inspire others, because we don't know where all the incredible ideas are going to come from.
Mm-hmm.
They can come from anybody in this room and anybody on this stage.
Yeah. We're part of this, you know, community of gamers around the world who I think all want this industry to sort of grow and prosper in the right ways. So I think for everyone watching this or here in the audience at E3, do you guys have any advice on how people here can help, how they can sort of, you know, help what you're doing, but also I think, you know, affect positive change? I think a lot of people, a lot of gamers, you know, want to do more, but they sometimes don't know sort of, you know, how to do it. So do you guys have any thoughts on sort of what an average sort of gamer should be doing to kind of improve the community?
I think the developers from mainstream game development industries should also connect with the emerging industries, because there's a lot of creative ideas and unexplored talent over there, and also like a lot of communities I know myself struggles to get improve and get access to good resources for learning. And I think this is something that can really change. Like a person sitting in Pakistan, if they have an access to the learning that they have here, can actually go really beyond their potential, because they have so much potential, but there's a lack of a lot of opportunities there. So I think one thing that I would really like if somebody wants to connect with me and to be able to speak with my students or give any piece of advice or learning that they can, that would be really nice. And Pixel Art Games Academy is my company's name, and I'm here. You can have a talk with me after the panel, and I think that's a really great thing that I want. And also, if somebody wants to come to Pakistan, I have my full support. And you're more than welcome, and just like come and join us.
Open invitation.
Our conference name is Games Emerge Conference, and we do it every year. And I would love to have people to come over and speak in Pakistan.
Great. Vanessa, Damon, anything?
Yeah. So I think the reason that we wanted to do a more traditional video game for Social Cipher and our newest game, Ava, was because when it comes to the autism community, if we're creating a game with an autistic character for the autism community, of course, that's great for representation, but it's more that we're preaching to the choir. They know that they need this representation. They know they need to be accepted by society. But what we really need is for the generalized gaming community to be able to play this game from a different person's perspective. Yeah. I mean, video games uniquely convey this experience of being human, and it is just this infinite amount of different ways or different types of humans you can be. And so being open to playing through a character that has a different perspective or different experiences is just super beneficial to create empathy and build that and give you your first sort of experience into realizing what it's like to live in another person's shoes. So I think being open to that is one huge thing. Personally, just for a company and our games and everything, for us, we are always happy to take testers. We test with families and young adults and professionals across the country on the spectrum constantly, just because we want this to be the most accurate portrayal and the best possible game it can be. So that's one. If you know people on the spectrum, if you're interested in playing, we're always taking testers. And then the other thing is we actually have a Kickstarter going on right now. So if you want to contribute, if you want to become part of our dev team, part of our Discord channel, I welcome you to check out our Kickstarter too.
That's awesome. I think the biggest challenge for us is that we get requests from other cities, and even just California in general. We just can't get out, So we're uniquely positioned in the Bay Area to be able to do the program, but once you start seeping out of the Bay Area, it gets a little bit challenging. So one thing I always tell people is, look, I think we got something really special going on, and we want to grow it and we want to support. So, one thing I always say that the biggest story that the gaming press isn't reporting on is the amount of video game developers that are attached to the program that donate their time for free. Join us. We've got a 200-plus network of game developers all over the world. Awesome. Join us and tell your colleagues to do so as well, and then support the program and help us grow, man. Like that's what we're looking for.
Amazing. Awesome. Well, 3 incredible stories. And again, when I think Leo and I first started this, we didn't know what we were going to find, but every time I know when we see the applicants, and these are just representative sample of some of the amazing folks that are part of this program. So, Leo, I want to thank you and Facebook for all your support of this.
You bet. You bet.
Well,
likewise, thank you. I mean, it's been awesome partnering with you and coming up with these ideas and meeting these people and just trying to build a platform to do incredible things. And so, having 30 million people around the world watching this stuff and launching it at the Game Awards is incredible. And it's a great way to emphasize that these stories are so important.
Yeah, no, as I said, awesome. I want the Game Awards moving forward to tell more of these stories, and the fact that you guys were willing to kind of step in and help us, find these folks, tell these stories, and share them with the world means everything to me. So thank you, and thank you guys for all that you do. We'll be hearing much more from you, I think, in the months ahead, and of course, at the awards in December, we'll have more stories, and hopefully all you guys with us to celebrate games.
Awesome.
So, all right, well, it's an open invitation. Thanks, everyone. The Global Gaming Citizens, please.
And now, we'll write on the future of games. Please welcome your moderator, Jeff Keighley.
You guys sick of me yet? Back again. All right. You'll get a break for a little bit. But this is a really special conversation for me because when I first started as a journalist in the gaming industry, I was all of, I think, 13 years old or something like that, living up in Toronto, Canada. And the first game I ever wrote an article about for a magazine, it was called Strategy Plus Magazine, I think in 1993, was a game called Sim Farm. And it came from the man you're about to meet. And I got to spend time with him when I was a teenager, and I always said to people that it was, when I was going through high school and college, it was always so fascinating to get a chance to step into the mind of the great Will Wright, creator of course, SimCity, but so many other great games over the years. So without further ado, it's my honor to reunite with one of the video game's most legendary designers, one of its brightest minds, and I'm honored to have him here with us. Please welcome Will Wright. Mr. Wright. Yes. Good to see you, my friend.
It's been a long time.
It's been far too long. But we're glad to have you back at E3. I was going to say, you probably haven't been to E3 in quite some time, right?
Yeah, it's been years, actually.
Well,
my memory of E3 is like you're sitting inside the show floor in a little room doing interview after interview, and you're like in a bunker in Bosnia with the rumbling. And,
yes.
So I go hoarse after about 2 days, and so good memories.
Because you were probably last time you were here was probably Spore stuff, or what were you here
Probably,
for?
yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Well, again, you've been to all the early E3s, but it's great to have you back here, and I'm just fascinated to hear kind of where you're at in your journey of kind of creating and building games. Because, again, like there was a long stretch where you were doing a lot of games consistently, Maxis, EA.
Yeah.
And then, went off to Stupid Fun Club, lots of other great things.
Yeah.
But now you've sort of been drawn back to games after a bit of a break, right?
Yeah, it's for me, this is more recreation now. I'm working with a small team of people that I've known for a long time. So it's like just a very enjoyable situation, less pressure. But also I'm kind of working on something that's just out there, I don't worry about, the marketing people and all that stuff.
When you look at the industry now and where games are, how much do you follow, Ninja streaming on Twitch and what's happening with esports? And I mean, it's like, is this...
well, we have 3 boys at home,
yes.
Like 9, 13, and 19.
Yes.
So I kind of watch what they play, what they're attracted to. And, a lot of it's just mainstay, like Minecraft, for the 9-year-old, 13-year-olds in a Kerbal Space Program.
Okay.
So I follow those kind of things. And I'm still stuck on World of Tanks, I'm old school. But, then, my new project, I'm kind of trying to just do something that interests me. And, in terms of where the industry's going and what's happening, I don't follow it that closely. And it kind of surprises me that people think that I know where the games are going, the future of games,
Yeah.
So I was going to ask you why you think that I know about the future of games.
Well, part of it is I think it's, for so many years, you were, pushing games, I think, in a unique, different direction, right? And I think of, what you were doing was certainly simulations and all the sim games, and then The Sims Online. I mean, you were, pushing, and Spore even, right? I think we're moving in, different directions with, emergent behavior, right?
Yeah.
And AI and whatnot. And it's all stuff that, everyone's thinking about. But it's interesting that I think, certain aspects of the industry are moving more online. Other aspects are, trying to find, the games are becoming more persistent universes. And I think back to, what you're doing, Sims Online.
Yeah.
And that was very much sort of, going to be kind of this everlasting game and experience. So I think I always saw you as someone that always had ideas that were sort of outside the box and were also kind of centered around the player.
Yeah. I think my career is kind of aimed to be more and more toward the player-centric design.
Exactly, which I think is, a lot of the industry is moving more in that direction, right? A greater sense of agency. And you're always, in many ways, the king of sort of letting players, build a city and destroy it as they want, or build a house, The Sims. So I think you were ahead of the curve with that, and I'm just curious that, as the industry evolves, and in some ways, the tools and the technology enable developers to create even more agency, I think, right? With some of the, some of the opportunities now, I think. If it sort of makes you, I don't know, more intrigued to go back and make those kind of games because they might be easier to make now?
Well, you know, as of maybe 20 years ago, I really never felt terribly constrained by technology.
Okay,
You know,
really?
when I started out, it was like, you know,
Yeah.
every little byte counted. You were building memory maps, and you had 64K to fit the whole game and data into. But at some point, it just became, you know, okay, the only limitation really is my imagination. You know, the technology, the horsepower
Really?
we have available.
So with
is
something like
high.
Spore, you were literally, it's like, there was no limit. The
Well,
team,
the animation system on Spore was like a huge technical challenge. We had
Yeah.
to kind of make sure we could nail that first.
Yeah.
But the rest of that was just brute force, really. You know, throwing really good engineers at it.
So I'm curious for you on like a personal level. It felt like you kind of took a break.
Yeah.
What I mean, and you know, I always saw that as like, I was disappointed in a way that someone as inspiring as you sort of decided that it's like, hey, you know, I need a break. And I don't know if that was more of a personal thing versus a burnout versus just sort of, you know, not, you know, you're a creative guy, and I imagine you have so many ideas of things that you would like to build.
Well,
And
that
some-
was the thing. You know, I was actually building things that weren't games. You
Right.
know, and so you know, I did a TV
We lost you.
series. You know, with current TV.
Yep.
Did some robot stuff. But actually, it was the robots that got me into games in the first place. You
Yeah.
know, when I was younger, I was building these robots out of spare parts and things, and I bought my first Apple II computer to connect to the robots, and that's when I
Yep.
taught myself to program. And then I got sucked into the game industry from there.
But did you, so when you decided to kind of stop making games, was it just the other things became more interesting to you at the time?
Well, when we were in the Stupid Fun Club, we were trying a lot of other different projects.
Yeah.
You know, some toy design, television production, product design, things like that.
Yeah.
And learned a lot from that. You know, but for me, it was more of a learning experience, really.
Yeah. And coming out of, you know, Spore and EA and all that, I mean, I'm sure that was also trying in some ways, you know, sort of going through a big project like that in a big company.
Yeah, Spore, you know, and in fact, you know, comparing Spore to the team I've got now,
Yeah.
it's, you know, 120, 130 people versus 10,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And 10 was kind of like where I was, you know, in the early part of my career, and I really enjoyed, you know, working teams that size.
Yeah. Tell us a bit about kind of the new company and the new project.
Well, the new company is called Gallium. Officially, it's Gallium Artistic Services.
Okay.
Gallium is really cool, by the way. It's a metal that
Yeah.
actually will melt in your hand.
I've
at
seen
body
the
temperature.
YouTube videos are amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's really cool.
Yeah.
It's not toxic like mercury, so you won't kill
You didn't
yourself.
bring any with you?
No, actually, you have some at home. But,
Okay.
but the project we're working on is called Proxy.
Mm-hmm.
And like you're talking about getting more and more centered on the player, that's what got me very interested in kind of how do you get into the player's mind and make that the landscape of a game. So it actually kind of starts with memories. There was an old science fiction movie I loved called Forbidden Planet.
Of course. yeah.
And you know, they discover this alien civilization that's long gone, but they have these huge, powerful machines. And apparently, you know, one of the humans puts this thing on his head, and it seems to make him smarter. What he doesn't realize is it's actually amplifying his id as well, his subconscious. And that becomes the plot of the movie. You know, his id is causing chaos on the planet without him knowing it. But I love this idea that, you know, 80% of our intelligence, 80% of who we are is kind of invisible to us. You know, we have a vague sense of it, but the way we think, how we make associations, how we behave, you know, is something that is still kind of murky, you know, like the bottom part of an iceberg. And so I began getting interested in kind of, you know, how could I map that? How could I, you know, through entertainment, through some type of game, start building maps of your subconscious? And
how do you do that?
Well, I kind of came down to the idea that it really comes down to memories.
Okay.
You know, if you think about like the 2 or 3 dozen most important memories in your life, and how they shaped you, you know, they really kind of changed the way you thought, or the way you make associations, the way you think about people or places or activities. So that really is kind of the starting point for Proxy, is you put memories from your life into it, very simply. And we have different ways to do that. You can tell it a story. You can actually build little things like in a snow globe, make a little kind of diorama. But these now go onto a landscape that you get to kind of craft. And so these memories, you know, the ones that are more similar, you tend to group together. You get rewarded for that. There's a whole resource allocation game.
Okay.
But eventually you end up with this little world of your memories and connections, and they have dynamics between them. That's kind of
how do the memories connect to each other?
through associations.
Okay.
You know, so you might have a memory of canoeing on this lake, you know,
Yes.
when you were a kid, but then later you have a memory of buying a canoe with your wife over here, or you know, or it might be through emotions. You know, so every memory has 6 kind of categories to it. It has people, places, things, activities, emotions, and time.
Okay.
And it's just open keywords. You know, time could be summer, or it could be July 30th, or it could be, you know, late night.
Okay, so catalog memories from your life.
Right. But then underneath the hood, we have AI that's trying to look at the conceptual meaning of these associations.
Okay.
You know, so, you know, fish is closer to turtle than it is to skyscraper.
Yes.
You know, and without going into a lot of detail here, then the computer starts building other maps.
Yes.
You know, this is your map of your memories, but the computer starts building maps of the way you think, like your phobia map or your social map.
Okay.
And it also starts looking at how the way you think and the associations you have about the world differ from most other people. What are the things about you that make you the most unique? And then it can actually drill in and start asking you questions and giving you little mini games, trying to find out why you think spiders are fun instead of scary, or whatever it is that makes you unique.
Interesting. So the gamification of it is sort of the computer coming back at you, trying to help you understand
these
yourself
are stages. You know, you
yeah.
start with the memories, and then the computer starts building these other maps and starting asking you questions. But eventually, we build an avatar of your subconscious, your id, which we call the proxy.
Okay.
And now this, you know, id can interact with other ids, other friends' ids, or you know, they can be also fictional or historical. So you can see how your id would, you know, interact with Karl Marx or
Okay.
Homer Simpson or something.
And is that like a scenario where is it interactive? Like how will the ids interact?
Well, it's going to be through this kind of graphic language thing, but we're going to build social gaming around that as well.
Okay.
Plus, you know, your memory landscape is actually a little planet of your memories that is your private, you know, in fact, that's inside the proxy's head. You know, his brain really is your little memory planet. But you can have external worlds that you share with friends or family. We have shared memories. Now it looks at, you know, you remember this, you know, event that way, I remember it this way.
Yeah.
And we build social gaming around that. But really, you know, I just am fascinated how we can use gaming and entertainment to learn more about ourselves. You know, almost like an X-ray machine or something.
Yeah, because I imagine the AI. Are you thinking it will pose questions to you, and hopefully you will realize things about yourself or change things about yourself potentially?
Well, I think it's going to ask questions to understand you,
Yeah.
and then find ways to present it back to you in ways that you hadn't thought of before.
I see. Interesting. Look at yourself from sort of a different perspective. And,
Yeah, and start realizing just like little things that you kind of maybe knew in the back of your mind. You know, when I first was playing with this, I put in like 3 dozen memories from my life, and I started all of a sudden getting these maps and seeing these associations that I never really understood that I had, but looked totally, you know, real and positive to me.
What did you learn about yourself?
Well, I mean, just little things like I have an association between my father and Sunday. And long story, but my father would take me golfing every Sunday. You know, he was really into golf, and I was a kid, and he was with all of his friends. He was the only one that brought his kid along. But I had a strong association on Sundays with him, you know, before he passed away. And a lot of things like that. Also, the way you, the emotions you associate with certain people. So there's a map of the people you know, and now you can see, you know, what kind of activities you know, associate with that person, what kind of feelings, places. And so when you start triangulating these things and building these kind of multidimensional maps, it feels like you're seeing something that's almost spooky. You know, other people look at my maps and it doesn't make any sense to them, but to me, it's almost eerie. It's like this, you know, self-reflection.
Okay. So that self-reflection, and then you have this proxy that you said can interact with historic figures or friends on a social map. So how does that game sort of evolve over time once you kind of have built your proxy? Like what will that proxy look like 2 months later?
I think that, you know, that's part of the social gaming, the proxy part. You know, I think that the world, your memory world, is something that gets richer and richer, and there's a lot of resource allocation, you know, motivational structures, achievements, that kind of thing. But you know, I think for me, I've always loved building things. You know, SimCity really was kind of my attempt at building, you know, recreating a train set, you know, model train set. And you know, this, you know, the idea that the landscape now represents me and the way I think. Now these open a lot of other possibilities that we can put other games on top of that landscape, you know, built around you.
I was gonna say, because once you have this sort of, you know, proxy of you.
Yeah, it's just a deeply personal thing, you know.
Yeah.
But as you can tell, I don't really have the elevator pitch nailed.
No, but you just think in the world of, you know, deep fakes and neural learning and all this stuff, it's like, is there an idea that now there's sort of like there is, you know, a will-write brain sort of in a way?
Well, also, I mean, I think a lot of people have been surprised by how quickly AI has suddenly progressed.
Yeah.
You know, for 20 years, it was like, it's right about there, right about there, right about there. And starting about maybe 5 years ago, it really started hitting, you know, the steep part of the curve.
Yeah.
And so we can do a huge amount now with machine learning all of a sudden that opens new possibilities, you know.
Yeah, I was just saying, so how do you think machine learning ties into an idea like this? Is it sort of like that, you know, the memories and the data that are going into this, eventually it's going to get, you know, it's going to get to a point where...
Well, once we have enough people and
Yeah.
enough of these memories put in, and now we can start looking for patterns, you know,
Uh-huh.
across these people. And the idea that we understand how you think, we can actually, you know, start orienting the game more toward what you like or dislike. And that to me has always been a fascinating kind of possibility because, you know, movies, books, you know, linear media, it's always going to be the same. We're going to go see the same Jurassic Park, right? But games, everybody has a unique experience. But the other thing about games is games are more malleable than linear media. So games have the possibility to kind of evolve to fit you.
Yeah.
And I kind of love this idea that as I play a game, it starts learning more and more about me, and then it actually starts modifying its rule structures, its parameters, to kind of fit me better, you know, kind of to become, it's a little scary because it might become like self-addictive, you know.
Yeah.
But I think games have that possibility.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, there have been games back in the day where it's like, you know, this difficulty will auto-scale based on, you know,
right,
it's, like
yeah,
it's a challenge. but
DDA
it's-
systems, yeah.
Exactly, but it's not too challenging that, like, you'll get an extra health pack. or
Yeah,
something,
yeah,
and
that
it's
was like the very earliest
early
like,
sense
little
of-
bit of that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and now, as you said, getting to the point where literally it will kind of know you and be able to, you know, characters might say things when they talk to you in a
Yeah,
certain
I
way,
mean,
and it's-
you know, we've got these funny little, you know, Siri, you know, things that we talk to right
Yep.
now, which, you know, when I was a kid, my favorite movie was always 2001: A Space Odyssey, and I saw it when I was 7 years old. And the space thing was cool and all that, and I actually believed it. I actually thought we'd be on the moon with these giant lunar bases by then. But the thing that really stuck with me, though, was HAL. You know, the idea that these guys were talking to a machine, it just fascinated me, that one day, you know, machines might talk. And then it happened. It was like, okay, that was kind of disappointing, you know. But, you know, the idea that the machine can understand me, though, and become a tool in that sense still fascinates me.
So something like this proxy, once it's built and you have it, is it the kind of thing that you could think could also like hook into other games and sort of like start to influence, you know, when I'm playing Cyberpunk, it knows my proxy, so it's going to change the dialogue and the characters because it's going to kind of know
If you think
better.
of your proxy as the underlying data set, yes.
Yeah.
You know, really, you know, we're building this multidimensional data set about you know, how we think that you see the world.
Exactly.
Now, from that, yeah, we can build a lot of other things. You know, even the landscape that you're building these memories on, you know, could easily become the landscape for other apps or games that you play on top of it.
Right, which would be fascinating. I mean, it's like, it's
Yeah.
dangerous, but it's also, you know, potentially intriguing that sort of, you know, if people trust to sort of share everything.
Well,
with
that's
nothing.
one of the kind of tricky parts about this whole thing
Yeah.
is that there are probably a lot of things that, you know, you're very personal, you don't want to reveal. And so we have to be very careful about the trust issue.
Yeah.
That this is your private world, nobody can see it. Only things they see are the external worlds where you choose to put the memories out into those worlds. So we need to make that very clear to the player. But, you know, it's also a generational thing. I think my generation kind of had this firm idea of what privacy was. I think the generation that kind of came up after me has a much looser idea. You know, they put everything on Facebook and all that. So privacy is kind of a nebulous concept, I think, for the next generation.
But you say, because I'm sure they're positive memories, but also sad memories, terrifying memories.
Oh,
and-
yeah,
and
yeah.
Deeply personal memories.
Yeah.
You sort of express in some way.
And, you know, there's a sentiment analysis that goes on. So, you know, parts of your planet that have the sad memories have different weather. They have storms and stuff, rain. So we try to, you know, visualize it in a way to where I've always liked using spatial interfaces, you know, to understand things, even things that are not spatial to begin with.
And I'm sure with some of these memories, there are people that have sort of subconscious memories that influence them in ways that they don't realize. So it's things like you ask people the 3 memories that matter the most to them.
Right.
Maybe these surface memories that actually don't, you know, aren't the ones that are really controlling them. But
Right.
they need almost to process that. So can you talk a bit about sort of how you'll start keep contributing memories, or the computer will keep
Well, I
pushing it
think
further?
that, you know, that's where the social side comes in,
Yeah.
because you might, you know, be forgetting these memories, but your family, your mother, your friends might remember them, and they
Yes.
might put that in the shared world, and you know, okay, I'm going to bring that into my world. That was, you know, a memory that contained me.
So you have something that's a deep regret in your life that maybe someone else would connect. I mean, it's fascinating to see how that could all play out as people.
Yeah,
start
and
to
we
contribute to
haven't
this.
worked out all the details of this yet, you know, so a lot of questions I can't really answer, you know, specifically, but you know, it's basically the direction I kind of want to go right now, and I'm just doing it because I enjoy it, you know.
So, yeah, I mean, as you said, it's such an interesting idea, but how is it manifest itself? We know you're working on this, it's coming to mobile, but I mean, is it something where you're going to kind of like early access it and people will start playing with it, or where are you at in
Yeah,
bringing this to
well,
life?
actually, we're looking at it coming out this fall, so we've been working on it for quite a while.
Wow.
We've just been, haven't revealed it yet.
Okay.
But I think we have had testers testing different stages of it up to this point.
Okay.
We've just been keeping it kind of closed door.
But still, people are entering their memories now and starting to build a little
yeah.
bit of a social net.
We're,
of all those
we're
things.
analyzing the data sets and stuff like that. So.
Wow. It's fascinating to see how this is going to come to life. And so, so later this year, you think people will be able to get this on their phone and start to kind of like be a part of it and contribute to it?
And like I said, there'll be different stages to it. The memory creator, then the world creator, then the proxy. But it's also just kind of fun working on a small team on something where you can just go wherever you want creatively. It's not like build the next World of Warcraft or build this. Or this is the category that's selling this year.
No, I love that you're starting it small, but as I said, I think where this can go once you have these memories and how they can sort of be imported.
Yeah.
Much like you import your friends list into, Steam or Epic Game Store or something. Now, if you could import your memories, and that could somehow start to slightly shade or
and you have all these
flavor
services that really are like photo sharing, like Facebook posts and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But it's not really photos that people want to share; it's memories. And a lot of these memories are things that happened a long time ago. You have no photos of.
Definitely.
And so, how do we make kind of a format to where you can now think of, okay, that's a memory. This is the format for a memory.
No, and I think you're right. And then how that can sort of influence, as you said, affect people, even bring people together in some ways, right?
Yeah, and the idea that that's who you are. There have been a lot of science fiction stories about that. One of my favorite Star Trek episodes was Next Generation. I forgot the name of the episode, but Captain Picard is zapped by some alien probe on the bridge, and he falls unconscious. He wakes up on this alien planet, and he ends up living a whole life there. He's trying to tell everybody he's a starship captain, but they say, no, you had a flu, you were delusional. And after a few years, he finally accepts that and lives out his entire life on this planet. And later, he finds out that, there's a rocket being sent up from the planet, and they realize the planet's doomed, their sun's about to go nova or something. And then he wakes up on the bridge, and he's only been out for 20 minutes. Yet he has memories of an entire lifetime. And I love that episode. And there have been a lot of other things, a lot of other stories like that, that basically if you wipe somebody's memories, implant new ones, they're a different person. That's who you are.
It's a fascinating field, and as you said, I think how this can apply to games has much more of a, much more a macro story beyond just even, I think, proxy about, if you're able to build this.
I think games is kind of a limiting term also.
Yeah.
In fact, I think a lot of the things I've done really aren't games. They're more toys.
That's true.
Things like SimCity. There's not really a win-lose in SimCity.
Yep.
And every player kind of comes to it with their own goal.
Right, interactive simulation toy. It's like something that's,
But when somebody sits down to play SimCity, some people will say, what's the biggest city I can build?
Right.
Or I want the least crime or the happiest residents, whatever it is. But the player actually comes up with a goal structure. Like I hand you a basketball, here's a ball.
Right.
And you can just play with the ball, or you can actually make rules and, play basketball or baseball or whatever.
Right, and same with this. There's no win state. It's sort of like it's an
right.
ever-evolving
So it's more a
world.
toy that, I think every user can hopefully kind of take in the direction they want to.
Fascinating. Well, we're so excited that you're kind of back in building this and coming so soon, and I can't wait to see where it's going to go. But
I can't either.
I think we all have questions about how this is actually going to work, but it sounds really fascinating.
So do I.
So, we will check it out later this fall. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for the great Will Wright. Thanks, Will. That was fantastic. Thank you.
And now, building the future of sports and mobile games. Please welcome your moderator, Liz Loza.
Ooh, hello E3. How's Wednesday? Joining me for an exciting conversation about gaming, sports, where they intersect, and the growth of 5G are Chad Ochocinco. Come on, Chad. And his cousin, they both just got back from a family reunion, Boy Boy. I did it for you. All right, Jen. All right, so Chad, if I may call you Chad.
Yeah, Chad, Ocho.
Ocho, what? Okay. Let's start with you. I think you should be credited with being not just one of the first professional athletes, but one of the first elite professional athletes.
I like that.
Yeah.
That was nice.
6 Pro Bowls, something. Who brought gaming to the masses, right? Like you really engaged bringing the sports community, the gaming community together, but why'd you do it? What was so exciting about gaming for you?
I mean, for me, that was my peace of mind. That was something that I needed to get away from the strenuous stress that came with the game of football at the time. And so most people find value in relationships and that being their peace. And for me, it was always gaming, because no matter what, something about being in that space just relaxed me and just made me feel at ease. Even when I'm losing, it just
Losing in games or losing on the field?
Losing in games.
Okay.
Yeah, losing in games. It's just that's that peace, and that's the only thing that really mattered to me at that time.
Well, you talked about relationships, but that's also part of what you were doing with your following.
Yeah.
You're building a
Yeah.
relationship with them through gaming.
Right.
So how is that special?
It's really special for the fact that if it wasn't for gaming, I wouldn't have been able to meet some great people, especially in the gaming community now. And what I've been able to do is not only meet them, but like if it wasn't for gaming and technology in general, I would never be able to be on a panel like this or meet Boy Boy or just be a part of the FIFA gaming community as big as I am now. And it's been really dope.
So it obviously comes from a really authentic place.
I've been doing this for a very long time. I think I started on Atari with Qbert.
I'm not that old.
That goes so far. That goes so far back, and for me, gaming is extremely huge. And if it wasn't for football, I think I'd be much better at it because football took up too much of my time.
Do you think that you've improved as a gamer since you retired from the NFL?
Yeah, I'm the best FIFA player in the world.
What about some
Wait,
of the other games?
Did you laugh? Because if you want to lose, let me know.
Oh.
That goes for you guys up there too.
All right, so you talk about, obviously you're an incredible competitor,
Yeah.
right? You like to compete and celebrate in a real way. It's very contagious. So how do you funnel that passion, whether you're doing it on the football field, on the soccer pitch, on the game? Is there, do you have an approach? Do you prepare a certain way?
No, I just put in countless hours.
Oh, yeah?
Countless hours. Like a
Doing
lot
what?
of hours just playing.
Reps.
Just playing continuously over and over, trying to understand the mechanics of every game and abuse it as much as possible.
Okay. All right. Well, I want to talk to you a little bit, Boy. Don't feel so left out over there.
No, I'm good. I'm enjoying listening. I'm learning a lot.
You are a self-proclaimed OG of the League Pros from back in the day, so obviously you've been in this game for a while. Give me the origin story.
So yeah, I started playing games when I was a kid. My dad bought me a Super Nintendo. Started messing around with Mario and Mega Man stuff when I was just a baby. And then when I got older, I started playing online games. I love the idea of connecting with people around the world and competing and just being able to, prove that I'm one of the best at whatever game I was playing. And it started with different, massive multiplayer online games. And then, when I was in high school, when I was a junior, I found this game called League of Legends. And I had no idea what it was about. I never played Dota or anything like that. I downloaded it off just like some forum post or something like that. And then I started playing it, got really good at the game, started beating people, and I just love that thrill. It really drives me. I actually started playing chess competitively when I was a youngster. I played it all throughout my life. So I'd go to tournaments and stuff, like state championships, all that. And so playing online games like kind of was my next evolution of that competitive passion and drive, and League of Legends was the perfect outlet for me to really follow that through and see what I could do. And yeah, I was just playing League on the side, you know, in high school, studying after homework and, you know, before I had to go to bed. And I would just go in there on the online world, on the Rift, and, you know, beat people from all around the world. And it was just such a great feeling to...
You're just humbly saying that, just beat people from all around the world.
I mean, yeah. I mean, no shame. I was am one of the best, and it's a great feeling to just be able to prove that in a virtual, you know, environment and against people that are giving it their all. And yeah, it's one of the greatest passions, and super grateful to have that.
So what I find so interesting is that we are sitting next to one of the best wide receivers of his time, maybe still, and one of the best gamers, and you're both talking about competition, right? And the reps necessary to take and how the passion, talk more about that thrill and how there's obvious crossover between athletics, sports, and the virtual gaming world.
Well, to be good at anything that you do, even for those that are out here, you know you have to understand you have to put in countless hours of work. It's no different than me playing football and wanting to be, before you said I was elite, but before I was elite, what did I have to do? I had to put in the work and consistently understand what's my niche and what's going to make me special before I even got to that stage of being just that, which is elite. And the same thing for me, it comes into gaming and me wanting to understand every dynamic and every mechanic of whatever game it is that I'm playing. For me, that game just happened to be FIFA. And so me trying to abuse as much as possible without cheating and understanding it and just being the best. The game is, and another thing that I don't want to throw this out there. A lot of people say that gaming it's not a sport. This is actually a sport. So when you take football, the game of football it's a mental game. You take away the physicality of it, it's a mental game because that's all it is. Everybody's fast, everybody's strong. So how do you beat the person across from you? The same as gaming, it's a mental game. It's a chess match.
Well, so you just, I mean, often football is referred to as contact chess, and you just said you started playing chess. And so can you talk a little bit about how strategy plays in to what you guys do?
Yeah, I think Chad hit the nail on the head. Especially for online games and esports and competitive gaming and stuff like that, it's all about, you know, the brain, the mind. Yes, there are hand-eye coordination. You know, you have to be quick with the mouse, quick with the keyboard. There's mechanics, stuff like that. But at the end of the day, it does all at every level kind of boil down to, you know, strategy and planning and execution and all that stuff. So yeah, there's a lot that goes into being a great, you know, athlete and also a great, you know, esports competitive gamer. So I think there are definitely parallels to be made. And, you know, with what Chad was saying, like, when I was trying to become one of the best League players, I tried to learn everything I could about the game. I studied it from every angle, learned every mechanic, every champion, every item, every build, thought about, you know, stuff that other people weren't thinking about, trying to come up with new strategies and just break the meta and go to that next level so I could get an edge on the other people that were competing to be the best. And, you know, it does work, and it's a big part of, you know, how you can find that next level of success.
When you think about it, when you think about the NFL, it's the best of the best around the world. Everybody's good week to week. Even though some teams get a bad rap, it's still the NFL. You know, and so like take for instance, say the Browns had an 0-16 season, but if you match them up against anybody else, they would probably lose outside of the NFL criteria on what makes your NFL player. The same thing for me goes with gaming when I'm playing. When you play with the elite players, everybody's good. So there's really no room for error. So how do you minimize error and counter whatever his weaknesses are? And there's only one way to do that, through repetition and just doing it over and over.
And knowing your opponent, it sounds like.
But it's hard to know your opponent when you've never played him before.
I see.
So what do you do?
All right, well, you were talking about that a little bit in League of Legends, like you can study people's playing style and maybe prepare for that.
Yeah, you can. You can study replays. You can study people's personal streams, see basically everything they're doing, everything they're thinking about, all their mouse movements and stuff like that. And actually, recently, like 2 weeks ago, Riot introduced something called ProView, which basically lets you watch the professional LCS matches, the highest level of competition, and you can literally see what they're doing on their computer from their perspective during every professional match. So that's a huge resource for, you know, up-and-comers or just anyone trying to get better at the game and learn to just literally see what this person is doing on a micro level, and then they can learn from that and try to incorporate it into their own play, which is pretty fascinating because that just introduces a whole next layer of, you know, improvement and learning and coachability and stuff like that, which I think there's a lot of awesome things that are going to come from
So
that.
you're both studying the playbook, you're both researching, you're both grinding tape, you're both taking reps, and while you're doing all this, the space is exploding and crossing over. So I want to know, what have both of you noticed in terms of a shift or a change? Like, what are the new things that you're noticing? I mean, you mentioned this thing that Riot is doing. What are some other ways the gaming space has changed since you have grown up in it?
Yeah, so I mean, when I was a kid in high school and I was playing League or playing games online, it was definitely considered kind of like, you know, a waste of time. Like, did you finish all your other stuff? Why? Okay, that's good, but why are you playing games? Like, you should be, you know, doing more extracurriculars. You should be studying. You should be taking extra classes, stuff like that. And now, not to say that, you know, every time spent playing games is considered, you know, productive, because obviously it's not. But a lot more people understand the fact that the gaming space has exploded. Esports is legit. Like, there's hundreds of millions of people around the world playing these games, competing, watching these games. The scene has exploded to a point where it's never, you know, completely unprecedented. There's, you know, countless NFL, NBA teams coming in and participating in franchise leagues in the LCS or Overwatch League or Call of Duty, whatever it has, whatever it is, and, you know, lots of sports games too. And they're cementing the future of esports and gaming, and for future generations of kids to think, hey, like, my favorite, you know, esports athletes, like, these guys are legit. This is a real thing. This is something that I could maybe, you know, have a dream to participate and compete in one day. When you're a youngster and you're watching, you know, Chad in the NFL, like, you think, wow, I wish I could do that. But obviously, the chance is low. Mm-hmm. The same thing goes for esports, right? People watch, you know, the greats like Faker, Bjergsen up on stage in the LCS competing, and they're like inspired by these gamers nowadays, which never existed before. People get, you know, you got made fun of, you got laughed at for playing video games when I was a kid. Mm-hmm. I was put down for doing so, and now it's exploded to the point where it's actually legit. You can actually be a cool, you know, productive person and just accomplish so many things just by playing video games.
So to you, the space being legitimized has been really, really fascinating. Chad, what about for you? Is there anything cool that you've noticed?
I mean, the fact that gaming has become cool
is
enough in its sense. For me, back when I was playing, gaming was done by a few people, but if you go back to my younger days, even I'm 51, so I'm really old now, but it's like my grandma, why get out the house, go do something. It was more about being at the house, and everybody's not going to make it to the NFL. Everybody's not going to be an NBA player. Mm-hmm. So the fact that you can find your niche and find something that you're good at in using gaming, okay, you don't have to be LeBron, but maybe you can be the best 2K player. You know, maybe you don't have to be Chad, or you don't have to be Odell or Antonio Brown. Maybe you can be the best Madden player in the world. Mm-hmm. You can find your lane and just become great at it. And it gives those that might not make it another lane, another opportunity to do something they like and make a little bit of money to buy McDonald's.
What about expressing creativity within the space? Because I think for you, you did a really good job in the NFL of finding your own voice. They took your money away quite a few times.
It was frowned upon.
Yes, but you still kept your voice, right? And do you have more of that freedom in, say, the gaming space?
Yeah, most definitely.
I mean, I've watched your YouTube channel. There's a lot of freedom going on there.
For me, I was able to have that freedom because I was good at what I did. Mm-hmm. And that same space when it comes to gaming, it's there for you to do as usual, but you have to be good at what you do. Mm-hmm. You can't have this freedom and then actually not be very good or not be enjoyable for those fans that are watching.
Right. Joey?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, we all kind of enjoy the freedoms we have. The nice thing about like streaming and esports and stuff like that is, yeah, there are rules. There are people that keep us in line. But at the end of the day, like you said, you saw my videos. Like, I can kind of decide how I want to present myself and talk to my audience and all that stuff. So I think that is something that is very nice and definitely don't take for granted. But we try to use that platform to, at least I do, to have a positive influence on the people that watch and all that.
I love it. We're studying positive influences, legitimizing the space for next generations, but all of that is only done with the growth of technology. And so to help us explore the technology a little bit deeper and what it means for gaming, I want to welcome two more people to the stage. First, Christian Grinalda, who's a director at Verizon 5G. Have a seat. And Rachel Hoagland, who is head of gaming and esports at the NFL. Thanks so much for joining us, guys. All right, so Christian, I mean, listen, you're wearing it on your shirt. We are all talking about 5G. It is everything. But like, what does it mean? Help me out.
So I think, how many have heard about this 5G thing, right? It's kind of this amorphous, hey, it's this amazing technology. What is it and what does it mean for me? And so a couple things. One, it's already here. So Verizon last year launched what we call 5G Home. And most people don't understand that it's not just the phones in your pocket that get connected by the 5G network, it's also your home, your apartment, right? And so here in Los Angeles, in Houston, in Indianapolis, and in Sacramento, last year we were already turning on the world's first 5G commercial product, which is delivering broadband to more people so they can go and access amazing connectivity. So that's the first thing. It's not just the phone in your pocket. Then you take it further, and, well, what does it mean for the phone? So this year, we were the first in the world to go and launch the first 5G mobile network. So we've got phones that are now live in Chicago and Minneapolis, and we've also announced that there's 30 cities that are going to be live in the United States by the end of the year. So a lot of times people ask, well, when is it going to get here? Well, it's already here, and you should start really thinking about what 5G is for you today.
Cool. So it sounds to me like there's a lot that 5G can do to enhance esports and gaming. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Sure. I think a lot of people think, okay, I can go and stream my Twitch stream faster and it's going to be higher fidelity and I'm going to be able to interact and see that high quality in 4K, right? Streaming, absolutely. Almost table stakes, right? When you think about the capabilities of 5G, it's a fundamentally different network, right? It's got latency. We talk about latency, and that's the speed of the reaction time. And so we were talking earlier about, hey, before I go into that online game, I'm going to go and check my ping time, right? And if I've got 200 milliseconds or higher, maybe I'll just sit back. In a 5G world, it's just a given that on mobile, in your home, the ping time is great, and that latency allows everyone to go and compete at the highest level and no one to ever sit back and say, maybe I won't go into that room. And so when you think about that and the ability to go and stream at a high bandwidth, what does that mean for developers? We were talking about competition, right? I think when you look at the folks here at E3, these are the best in the world at building the next generation games. And if you look at the gaming industry overall, you want to keep pushing the envelope. You want to keep making the next Twitch, the next interactivity, the next feature. And so we think that game developers are really, really the ones that can go and start using these tools to go and build these new experiences that weren't available before because you didn't have the capabilities of 5G.
All right. Well, is there a reel that we can watch that maybe demonstrates some of this?
Yeah. So we're super excited about all these capabilities, and what we wanted to go and do was partner with an amazing brand like the NFL. And bring to life the opportunity to go and use these 5G tools for developers to actually participate in what we call the Verizon 5G NFL Mobile Gaming Challenge. And so we want to go and start to have people develop on the network with the NFL and Verizon first so that we can start building those experiences today. So let's take a look at that. So what that means is, starting today, developers who have an amazing game idea can go to verizon5glabs.com/NFL and submit their idea for the future of what a mobile game can be in a 5G world. And so what does that mean for you? Well, we're going to give $400,000 to 2 winners to go and develop those games and bring them to life. In addition, we're going to give them access to the Verizon 5G.
Chad's going to start making games now.
A couple more necklaces for Chad, maybe we'll see. Get the coding skills going too. We're going to go and make sure that you have access to the 5G ultra wideband network. We're going to give you access to the 5G labs so that you can go and work with us, experts in gaming, experts from the NFL to bring these technologies to life. And really, the most exciting part for us is I think we're going to be able to show off what those games look like in the Super Bowl next year down in Miami.
And right, where's the Super Bowl being held? Chad's hometown, so you know you're going to be part of it. All right, so Rachel, this is for you. I mean, obviously the NFL is really leaning into gaming. How come?
I think it's a couple reasons. You know, first of all, more and more people are playing games across multiple devices than ever before. And it's really important as we look to build audience to think through how we can reach a younger generation of fans. And gaming is something that they're incredibly engaged with, and it allows us to put our brand in front of them in a place where they already are.
And you have witnessed this because you've been in this gaming space for many more years than we need to say, but you have been conquering this space really at the forefront, like Chad and Joey in this space in a way that a lot of people haven't. So you've witnessed its growth, and from your POV, how do you think it's changed? What's the exciting piece about how it's changed? Not just like how it's grown, but like what makes it so exciting and vibrant now?
You know, I share a lot of the similar thoughts that Chad and Voyboy said earlier about the accessibility and the lift of the stigma. But I think the biggest piece is that games have become incredibly social, right? And they've become destinations for folks to exchange content ideas and social interaction in a way that historically they never have. I think the other big piece that, where games have changed a lot is that gamers have created, publishers have given them a platform to actually co-create games with them in a way that historically we've not seen, right? User-generated content is something that's fueling a lot of how games have evolved and become more social.
Yeah.
Those two things. In addition to, you know, the technology advancements, we fully expect those that have increased the accessibility. Gaming's more widely accepted, but the social piece and the content creation piece I see are the two biggest drivers.
And both of
how
those
games have changed.
seem to really enhance engagement, which is what we are all looking for, the opportunity to connect and engage. And so with the technology, we're boosting the space, and within the space, players like Chad and Joey are making it really possible and engaging with others. So before we close this whole thing out, I'm going to ask you one by one. Chad, you're going to go first. What do you think the future holds for gaming? Not just now, but where else can we go?
I mean, with the way technology is so advanced now, not knowing what's to come is what's exciting for me. I have no idea what's going to happen next, and I always get the finished product because I'm not on the inside like these two. So being that I'm on the outside looking in, I just can't wait to see what's next, and always make me a part of it. My number's still the same.
Voyboy?
Yeah, I mean, just from when I was a youngster to now, we've seen how far gaming and esports and, you know, the network and community around games has grown to levels that we could never imagine would exist back in the day. And I just think from where we are now, with how optimistic the future looks, how much technology is advancing, how far the games are developing, the esports scenes, you know, these long-lasting franchises coming in and saying, we are here for the long run, we're here for the next, you know, few decades, and we are here to support these games and the communities around them. I just feel like that's such a baseline platform where, you know, gaming and esports and Twitch and YouTube and just the content and the communities and the fan bases around them have so much potential to grow. And honestly, I'm just excited to be a part of it and, you know, see where we can go next. But it's exciting.
Christian?
Look, I think it's about the players, it's about the gamers, it's about the developers, and it's about people. And technology is only great if you can go and help bring people together. And who knew 5 years ago that we'd be sitting here with an NFL All-Star and a gaming All-Star talking about the future together. And we think that 5G and ultra-wideband starts to create this sort of blend between console, PC, mobile, connecting all that together. And what we want to do is help give those tools to the community, to the people to go and use it, because we know gamers are going to go and push the envelope more than any other industry out there.
Nice. Rachel, wrap us up.
Yeah,
here.
so to build on all of those things, I look at all that and I just see endless possibilities, right? That we're on this forefront of great infrastructure and technological advancement, and that just gives us a blank canvas for creators and publishers and gamers to take gaming into the future. So, I would say the possibilities are endless, and we should be really excited about where gaming is headed.
So it's not just that the sky is the limit, but like the cloud isn't even a limit?
That's
Does that
right.
work?
The cloud is not even a limit.
All right, so thank you guys all for being here. Thank you for joining us for this discussion. I'm really excited for all of you developers who've been itching to get your hands on some 5G. If you want more information on the Verizon 5G NFL Mobile Gaming Challenge, you can visit Verizon's booth, and that's number 5312 in the West Hall. Again, number 5312 in the West Hall. And the website is verizon5glabs.com/NFL, verizon5glabs.com/NFL. Thank you, guys.
See you at the Super Bowl.
Woo!
And now, bringing your favorite shows to life, developing Netflix originals into video games. Please welcome your moderator, Lucy O'Brien.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. This is crazy. I'm so happy to be here as Netflix talks us through its plans to develop original shows and movies into video games. It's wild. You're about to hear from a mixture of creatives and game developers on this detailed process of creating gaming experiences that are still infused with the same authenticity, nostalgia, and love that fans adore from the original series. Throughout the panel, if you have any questions that you'd like answered, please feel free to submit your questions to Netflix's NX channels on Twitter or Instagram at NX on Netflix, and we will be pulling those questions at the very end of the panel. But let us get started with the introduction of our panelists. First off, Chris Lee, Netflix's Director of Interactive Games.
Yeah,
we have Dave Pottinger, President, Bonus XP. Joel Victor, writer on Stranger Things. And finally, Stephanie Wise, Director of Digital and Interactive Media at the Henson Company. Guys, welcome. It is such a pleasure to have you here. First of all, before we get into the serious stuff, what has been your highlight of E3 so far?
Oh, I can go first. I'm probably not alone in saying seeing Keanu Reeves in Cyberpunk 2077. Cannot wait to play that game.
You picked the best one. Now go.
I'm a big Zelda fan, but I'm going to go the other way and say Link's Awakening. I'm very excited for that one.
Nice.
Final Fantasy VII. Really like that.
I'm looking forward to the Lego Star Wars.
Oh yeah, that was cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah,
It's
awesome.
amazing.
Good picks, guys. You did well. Now, Chris, this is a question for you. This is Netflix's first appearance at E3. So what can we expect from Netflix in the gaming world? Big, broad one for you.
Yeah, well, actually, before I answer, if it's okay, I just want to say thank you to my fellow panelists. I know you guys are super busy. Thank you for making time to support us. And also thank you to Jeff Keighley and the E3 overlords. He's literally like the Wizard of Oz, pulling all the levers, and he let us in. So this is a cool opportunity for us to be at E3, and so we really appreciate that. So the question, so we've been working on original content for Netflix for a long time, and we've seen how passionate the fans are getting about these series and films, and it's incredible. And so what we're looking for are opportunities to extend the universe of these shows and these films into other mediums. And to me, it was really obvious to try to do that into video games. So the idea is we would take our original series and films and then find a game developer from the industry who's just as passionate about that content and work closely together with them to bring these things in an authentic way to gamers. Yeah, so that's the idea.
How did it all get started?
So actually, it's an interesting story. We shortly after season 1 of Stranger Things, we realized this is a phenomenon. And it was our first attempt at doing consumer products and merchandise. We had never done anything like that before. So part of the process was bringing in the Duffer Brothers and Sean Levy and brought them into a room, and we showed them some Funko Pops, comic books, these cool T-shirts we were really excited about. And at the very end of the meeting, I kind of looked across the table, hoping that everyone was really impressed with what we were doing. I was actually on the marketing team at the time. I've spent most of my career in gaming, but I was on the marketing team at Netflix. And I asked just, is there anything we're not doing that would be cool? And they only said one thing. They looked at me and we would love a video game. And it was like music to my ears. It was like they couldn't have said anything more like interesting. And so, and no joke, about a month before that, Dave Pottinger, who is sitting here, had sent me an email, and he was, no exaggeration, he was like, I will do anything to make a Stranger Things video game. So coincidentally, and so I called him back, and then the rest is history.
I think you're leaving out all the begging.
Subtle, I like it. Let's start diving into some of the games themselves. First off, we have Stranger Things 3, the game, which comes out in 21 days, July 4th, the same day as Season 3. We will get into the nitty-gritty on that a little bit later. Also, as part of yesterday's Nintendo Direct, Netflix announced the Dark Crystal Age of Resistance Tactics. So let's take a look at this clip for some more info on the Dark Crystal.
Ogre slept too long, far too long. Sing me your story. What has become of... Oh! Dra, no! What have they done? Avarice unchecked for an age. Evil takes root. Darkness spreads. But from this dark, light, brighter than the 3 suns, they spark to life. Heroes of Thra, strong and brave. Strength and bravery alone will not save Thra. No! Unlock your true potential. Unite as one! Only together can you defeat what is to come. Heroes of Thra. They're going to need all the help they can get.
The Dark Crystal is one of my favorite fantasy movies of all time. I saw it when I was a little kid several times in the theater, and it's remained one of those things that has really kind of formed how I think about fantasy. And the chance to work on it is really a dream come true. Definitely one of those bucket list items to have a chance to be involved, even peripherally, with a franchise that's got as much history and kind of fan love as the Dark Crystal.
Well, the Dark Crystal came out when I was about 6 years old, so it couldn't be a more formative age to see a movie that epic and dark and adult, and yeah, it was kind of a mind-blowing experience.
One of the most interesting things about the Dark Crystal is how much lore and how much information there is about the world. Honestly, even more than we knew about when we started the project. We certainly did all the obvious things. We bought all the books and rewatched the movie both individually and then as a group and made notes. But it's been fantastic to work with the Henson Company and all the people there that love the Dark Crystal and have all this information to share about the world. And it'll be really great to see the fan reaction when Age of Resistance comes out and they realize how much there is there. And our hope is that we can take that a little bit farther and show off some other aspects of the world of Thra to the fans when the game comes out.
So we decided to adapt Age of Resistance as a tactical RPG because we want you as the player to be able to go in with these characters that you have built up over the course of the game. You work with them, how you deploy them, get you a strong attachment to these characters, and let the players control how those interactions play out. And tactics games are great at delivering that because as you go through the course of the game, you're upgrading, but every level is asking you these interesting, new, discrete questions that the previous maps, the previous fights just hadn't asked you, and say, you must use your attachment and understanding of how these characters work to solve this new challenge.
So my favorite moment so far of working on the game was when I saw the Chamberlain in a level. I was so excited. And I realized, wow, yeah, we get to work with these characters. This is awesome.
For us, this project is really kind of the combination of several loves. Our love of tactical strategy games, going all the way back to things like Final Fantasy Tactics, and kind of bringing that forward to a modern audience and showing them how awesome that kind of game can be. And now that by itself would be a fantastic project. And on top of that, we get to add on this awesome story-based world that we've all loved from when we were little. And the chance to combine those two things and then expand upon them and show people some of the elements of the Dark Crystal world that they may not know about, that's pretty freaking fantastic.
Every child of the 80s is crying right now. Seriously. Dave, tell us a little bit more about how you are translating these massive hit series and films into video games.
I think that documentary really starts the answer there. It's about doing things that we love. We started Bonus to make games that we love, and to be honest, we didn't really think we were going to do a lot of third-party IP stuff, but it turns out we're good at it, and I think it's because we picked the projects that we love as much as the things that we would make. I think it requires somebody to work with the content creators, be it Paul or Stephanie or other people, at Netflix and Henson Company or the Duffer Brothers. It's important to embrace it and love it as much as something that you've made, and really, we have artists that are modeling and they're watching the movie just on a loop every single day to get every detail right. Our designers have watched the Stranger Things show countless times, to pick up on little details. Our main collectible in the game is a gnome that's based off of a half sentence that Flo tells Hopper in the first 5 minutes of the first episode of season 1. And there's like 10 people that get that, but those 10 people love the hell out of it, and we love giving that to them. So it's important, I think, to find the way that you can connect on various levels. I think it's also important for us to work with good partners that want us to make the games. And Netflix, Henson Company, the Duffer Brothers, Sean Levy, they've all been fantastic about letting us come and play in their world. And I think that that's often unsaid in terms of making a great partnership with a licensed IP, but the people who have created it have to want the game to be made, and they've helped us out tremendously.
Stephanie, Dark Crystal, what's it been like seeing that translated into a video game format?
It's really been great. To have a legacy property like the Dark Crystal at the Jim Henson Company, and then being able to have a new show coming out and then having it turn into a video game, which just extends the fiction, has been fantastic. And everybody, we're all huge fans of the property at the Henson Company, and then just seeing it have a video game and getting into more places than just on the film and the TV is fantastic. So we're very excited about it.
And Paul, Stranger Things?
Also very exciting. I've been writing on the show since the beginning, and a couple years ago I was nominated to be the liaison between the writer's room and Netflix with some of these other properties and stories. So I've gotten to read and feedback on comic books and novels, and now this video game. And the video game is extra exciting for a couple of reasons. One is that we're all gamers ourselves in the writer's room, and the Duffer Brothers especially, but when we talk about influences on the story in the writer's room, we're not just talking about Ghostbusters or Aliens, we're talking about Dark Souls and Resident Evil and Silent Hill and The Last of Us. And also the characters in our show are gamers. They go to the arcade, like Will desperately wants an Atari for Christmas in season 1, and I think a lot of the fans of the show are gamers as well. So it feels really exciting to see these 3 generations, from the arcade generation to my and the Duffers, like 8 and 16-bit generation to the kids today, all get to get their hands on a Stranger Things video game. It's awesome.
I would just add, so it also makes it like you have to be super credible and authentic when you go and talk to these folks, whether it's Stephanie or Paul or the Duffer Brothers. They're actually gamers, so there's no like faking it and like just using jargon to try to get around a thing. Like it's like legitimate, so it keeps us on our toes for sure.
Do you know what the Duffer Brothers are playing right now?
Oh gosh, the Game Awards, and we were backstage, and we were talking about that, and I was feeling a little like, God, I need to play more games. These guys have played everything. But actually, they were talking about a VR game. What was the one?
Astrobot.
Astrobot. But also Red Dead
Astrobot
Redemption
is
had
awesome.
come up. Like there was.
Yeah, I know Ross just beat Sekiro. Am I saying
Oh, yeah?
that right?
Uh-huh, yeah.
And he's playing like Infinity Sin 2 now, which seems really intense. But yeah, they're hardcore.
Yeah, well, if he beat Sekiro, then definitely.
Yeah.
Dave, what is the biggest challenge working on these 2 games for Netflix?
I think it's a different challenge on each game. Stranger Things, we did in a mobile game originally. This is the second game, even though it's called 3. And we probably underestimated the amount of work and extra things that we took on making it the official game for season 3. It turns out that it's really hard to land all these versions of the game on one day on the most secret project that has ever been conceived on the planet. We have paper covering our office windows. Nobody's allowed into our office. It's like 5 NDAs to have a contractor work on the project. And that level of secrecy we weren't really used to. We're used to getting the game to beta and then having anybody that we can come and play it. And of course, that's not possible on this project. So We actually, I think, did something smart. Originally, we actually took some scope away from the game, and we decided we were going to build a fake demo. We're going to use all the real art assets, nothing spoilery. And we built this demo that we're going to find this necklace that Bob had given Joyce. And it was a chance for us to demonstrate the gameplay mechanics and how the game played, but not give away anything for Season 3. And we'd actually planned to debut that demo here at E3. And then, of course, we got the opportunity with Nintendo to show that off at GDC, which was awesome, except then we didn't have anything to do now. So the team actually just this morning finished the second fake demo for the game. That'll actually be coming out, and people can play that while they're waiting for it. And yeah, it's kind of fun to tell that story, but it turns out it's a lot of extra work to do. The team's done a great job kind of rolling with the churn there, but I think just for us, the stress of not being the one to spoil the party and leak the game. The game's come along, it's been iterated, and we're actually really happy with that. I think when July 5th comes around and we've released the game, and we're going to be pretty happy. Not as happy as the Duffer Brothers and the folks actually associated with the show, but I think we're really proud of that. The challenge with Dark Crystal, I think, is living up to 30-plus years of fandom and the expectations that comes with. And it's a different level of stress, but I think being true fans of the IP, and a funny story there, our concept artist, Andy Cottenham, he lives in Canada and works remotely. We haven't gotten him out of Canada for 5 years, except to come down and visit the Henson Company and go to the Creature Workshop. And I didn't have to ask twice. And that excitement and that passion for working with something that people have loved for that long, I think it makes it easy, but it's a lot to live up to.
I understand you've also prepared for us some gameplay footage of some expanded content. So let's take a look.
So this is from Stranger Things. This is the town of Hawkins, represented in all the new graphics glory. We've got Mike and Lucas trucking down the street there. One of the big things that's important to us and to Netflix with both of these games is to do what we call Season Plus Plus. We're giving people the content of the show, but we're also giving them just as much, if not more, content in the game beyond the show. We don't want people to play the game and feel like there isn't anything new to discover. This is a labor of love, something for the fans to come in and really experience what the world of Hawkins is like. And this is a side quest that's in the game. We've had to do a few cuts here and there to avoid spoilering. Here now we switched to co-op mode, so it's a split-screen experience. It's a local couch co-op game. You can just drop in, drop out very easily. In this particular side quest, the owner of the flower shop has somehow, we can't really explain how here yet, but gotten locked inside the bathroom, and we need to go get her out. But she's had this tense relationship with her sister, and so these notes for how to find the key are hidden throughout the level. And as you go through this, one of the things that we've been trying to do is marry this concept of the extra content with something that feels appropriate for the show. Here we've switched characters to Dustin to do this hacking mini game that opens that door. And there's a little bit of co-op there. They have to stand on those two plates to open that door. And now we're back into the creepy Stranger Things vibe. They've gone into this dark room. You see Dustin's awesome hairspray attack, my personal favorite attack in the whole game. If you've seen the Season 3 trailer when he sprays Lucas and the gang because they scare him from behind. That's one of the fun parts of taking something so serious as Stranger Things and turning it into a game, is that we get to latch onto some of those little moments of levity and turn them into big mechanics. So.
There's some dark moments in there too, though.
But it's fun to, like the gnome thing earlier and the hairspray, to get to go take the IP and make a game and have a little bit of a different take on how things work. So they found the notes now to remind the person in the bathroom that she hid the key someplace else back where she was making out with a foreign exchange student last year. And so now they're in a different area of the town, or the shop, and they're going to go let her out here. And she's going to actually reward them with what we call a trinket. That's part of our big gear system in the game. We have this huge cast of 12 characters that you can switch between at any point in the game. And we have this gear-based, crafting-based trinket system that you can use to buff up the party. So here's our party screen with the secret silhouettes of all the characters that you haven't unlocked yet. And then they've just equipped that trinket, which gives a bonus to the whole party. And now they're going to go use that bonus to engage in our ubiquitous thugs that are inexplicably roaming around Hawkins and enjoy getting beat up by teenagers. So we've seen Mike's special ability there is a taunt. He can yell some awesome 80s phrase, and everybody comes to attack him, and they get a little bit of a combat debuff, so the co-op character can come in and do some extra damage. I think Dustin's robot attack was in there too.
I feel like we should start a band called Ubiquitous Thugs. I really like that. So, Paul, you touched on it before that you have been liaising sort of with these guys on this game. Can you tell me what that actually looks like on a practical level?
Sure, yeah. First of all, I know that Netflix works closely to make sure that your company got all the assets they needed, everything from scripts to like maps and blueprints and 3D photos of all the locations so that it felt really accurate and authentic. And then on behalf of the writer's room and the Duffers, I took a look at story ideas as they were coming in for side quests. I looked at scripts to make sure that characters were, the dialogue felt authentic and everything was in line tonally with the show. I think we worked really hard to make sure that the game company has total creative freedom to tell these plus stories while keeping it in line with the universe and the mythology and the characters on the show.
It's been a great relationship. One of the first tasks that we had was to gamify the script of the season, which we also did with the Dark Crystal project as well. And then we did that and put together, it was 8 or 9 pages, I think, of quests. And then we reviewed that with Paul, and he gave us some pointers, and it would be better if you tweak this. And he's been working with us really the whole project, and just a couple weeks ago did a script review for us on all of our final dialogue, and to make 11 feel truly like 11. There were a couple of places where we had a few too many prepositions in her sentences and things like that. She talks in a very particular manner, and it's been really very much a collaborative effort, I think, all the way throughout.
And Stephanie, what about you? How have you been collaborating?
Well, it's been really great working with both Netflix and Bonus XP. We've had them go to the Jim Henson Creature Shop so that the team could actually see the puppets and the maquettes and everything, so that they could take pictures and see the models and get in tune. We've had Lisa Henson come in and meet with the team and kind of let them know, well, these are how the Gelflings actually would look, and these are types of things that you need to make sure that you are bringing to the game that makes sure that it stays true to both the series and the film. So we are working in tandem. We've given them a lot of assets, and we're still giving them more as we are working with Netflix to finalize the show. So we are, anything that they've requested, we're trying to get them so that we make sure that the game looks and feels like the show and the film.
And Chris, how is Netflix specifically involved?
Yeah, well, just building on Stephanie's answer there too. I mean, getting us Agra for the marketing shoot, for that, that we helped put that trailer together. I mean, it's such a collaborative effort. But yeah, no, we also would accompany the game developers onto set at times. So they filmed Dark Crystal in London, and we brought the game developers out there to see, like, at scale, this massive production. And it's kind of a moment in time, because once it's gone forever. So just having that opportunity and that access, from our partners is definitely helping to keep that game on an authentic track, right from the start. But yeah, we're trying to create this magic between the game studio and the content creators. We spend a lot of time up front sitting down with the content creators, talking about, we would like to make a game, what type of genres kind of make sense for this universe, what are the elements that we need to draw out, and how do we want to position it so it feels right. There was an afternoon where I invited Paul over, and I was like, hey, what about horror games for Stranger Things? Is that too scary? Is that too far? And so we sat there for hours playing horror games just to kind of feel like, would Stranger Things fit in that world?
Oh,
I know, my job's really hard.
They
get some perks. No, and then, after that, we, kind of on the other side of it, we sit down with the game development studio, and we partner with people we think are really talented and who can do amazing work. So our goal isn't to then box them in to say, the game's got to look like this. It's to say, we're working with you because of what you can do. Looking at the source material, how do we bring this to life in the right way? And then it's there's a lot of little things, and you got to get them right. So there's never a moment where you just step back and then let it go. But it's just being there to help reinforce that authenticity, looking at things. Myself and my team come from the games industry, so we also think of it as no task is too small. If there's a bug, we'll say we can enter in bugs into your bug tracker. There was a case recently where I think fans kind of hate it when the characters from a film or a series don't look like themselves when they get translated into games.
It's been a bit of a theme of this year's E3.
There's a thing about that. So there was, there is a case recently where, with 11, we really just wanted to get her right. We knew we had to, and so we went 16 rounds of back and forth, and it was good though. It wasn't fix this. It was let's make sure we get her right. And in the end, I think we were all really happy with where it landed.
I think we're up to 17 because they're redoing her this morning, actually.
Dave, it was touched on in the earlier video, but can you speak more to why you chose to adapt the Dark Crystal Age of Resistance as a tactical strategy game?
Yeah, it felt right immediately. The original idea came from our senior concept artist, Andy Cottenham. And if there's anybody who lives and breathes and bleeds Dark Crystal, it's him. And it's the world of Thra is so rich, and there's so many pieces, even stuff that the most ardent fans don't yet know about. So many creatures that we can use, and it was a great marriage between what the franchise and what the world had in order to be shown, and the type of gameplay that, back in the old days, we were known for. We have a good chunk of the people that worked on Age of Empires for Microsoft back in the day. And we built that franchise, and so strategy is kind of in our blood, whether we want it to be or not. Every game that we make is got a lot of depth into it. And it's a great marriage between those two things.
You've also got Bruce Shelley, who, if I could just mention, is a god among game designers. And I think, that's really in his wheelhouse for strategy.
Yeah, Bruce he's in the Hall of Fame. He's our chief designer. He works back with Sid Meier on Civilization and Railroad Tycoon. He taught me the industry when I joined Ensemble Studios. For some reason, Microsoft sent us out on the road together to talk about the game, and Bruce told me not to swear as much. Maybe that didn't take. He mentors a lot of our team now, and it felt like a great return to what we know how to do, and I think in turn then service the IP really well. Make a game that is rich and deep in terms of gameplay, to match what the franchise has.
Stephanie, you're a longtime Dark Crystal fan. What are you most excited about with this game?
For me, I was 10 when the Dark Crystal came out, and the one line that kind of stands out is when Kira breaks out her wings and Jen says, "Oh, you have wings?" And she says, "Yes, I'm a girl," and then she flies. So, that is one of the things I'm looking forward to in the tactic game, being able to utilize those wings for missions and other kind of combat. And just to kind of tag on to what Dave was saying about the world of Thra, it is so vast and rich, and there's so many creatures that, were in so many of the different creation myths books and the World of Dark Crystal books that you kind of only touched upon in the film and in the Age of Resistance show, that now we're able to showcase them in the game and really get to find out more about them and what they do. And the same thing with the Gelflings. You know, you're able to see there's a lot of different clans, 7 different clans of Gelflings, and you're going to be introduced to them and learn more about them in the game. So we're really looking forward to that as well.
There's so much action this
Yes.
season. I don't think that's a spoiler, hopefully. There's just so much action throughout the season that I think seeing that translate into the game is like a very natural transition.
Yeah, it was a very easy game script to write.
And Paul, what about you with Stranger Things? You're very close to the project. What are you most excited about?
I mean, I'm definitely excited to play all these playable characters from the show and explore Hawkins inside the game. But speaking personally, couch co-op is like that's my whole video game childhood. It wasn't even the couch. It was like sitting in front of the couch with my friends, passing the controller back and forth, or each with a controller when we were fancy. But that's, and it feels like such a perfect fit for the show, to get to be with your friends and play through this game together.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Dave, I'm sure fans are wondering just what characters from Stranger Things they will be able to play in the game. Is there anything you can share on that?
I think we have two new characters we can talk about today. I'm going to show that.
Yeah, roll the thing.
That's Max. She has we wanted to play to her athleticism from season 2 and presumably in season 3. So she's got this cool karate kick, and then she has this really awesome secondary ability, a special power called Medic, that she tosses out hearts, which heal the party. The game has a nice way for you to trigger that when you're playing the other characters. So there's a lot of cool combos you can get out of that. And when you play with Max as a second character, you don't have to worry about taking as much damage. And then every character has a special trinket, and hers is Hot Foot, so she adds fire damage to her kick. Perhaps not exactly canon for the show, but it makes the game a lot more fun. So again, that's another way where we can take what's in the show and extend it in a fun way. It helps that the old school graphic style. We can take a few more liberties than something that would be realistically rendered, say like the Dark Crystal, and just it helps to kind of lighten the nature of the game.
All right, and let's check out the second character.
Everybody wants to know about 11, and a funny side story there. Chris mentioned visiting the set earlier when we went out to the Stranger Things set. We got all this great reference material from Netflix and the production of the show. They're all headshots and all the cool shots of the characters. Nobody takes pictures of the floor, and our game is a lot of looking at the floor. So we went out to the set to take pictures, and we actually ran into Millie, and she chastised us pretty hard for how she was portrayed in the first game.
What did she say?
She was, that she wasn't, if you played the first game, you had to finish the whole first game and you unlocked 11 as a special character. At the time, 11 was in whereabouts unknown at the end of season 1, between season 1 and season 2. So we had to not spoil season 2, so that's how we had to do it that way. But, the questions that we get about the game, they all start with what are 11's powers and abilities. So.
But the surprising thing was that she had played the entire game, which was pretty cool. And she was also very grateful, and she had a lot of fun with it. So that I was surprised to know that the cast and the team were really into it as well. So it's always nice.
Yeah, when we were working on that first game, we had given the cast and the production crew an alpha build, and we could track every time that they played it. One of the cast members, I won't say who, fired it up 71 times. So Paul mentioned earlier that it's the show is about gamers by gamers, and it is really nice to see that the cast takes that into account too. But Eleven's power in the game, she does a kind of psychic push, and then she has a big AoE damage bomb that actually is the most expensive power in the game. There's a trinket you can get to reduce that, but then you can get a trinket to spice up her damage, and she is certainly the most powerful character in the game. Everybody wants to play Eleven.
Okay, before we move on to Q&A, Chris, what is next for Netflix in the gaming arena?
Oh yeah, so we saved a special announcement for the end of the panel. I'm super excited to share with everybody live for the first time ever. We are launching a new Stranger Things game on mobile platforms coming in 2020. Excited to be partnering with Next Games out of Helsinki, Finland. Who have crafted this RPG puzzle hybrid game that has location-based technology, meaning that no matter where you're at in the world, you can fight and battle against the Upside Down, even in your own backyard. Also cool, they've developed this amazing 80s retro Saturday morning cartoon art style that we've absolutely fallen in love with. I can't wait to share more with you guys, but I think that's all I'm allowed to say about that. So we're very excited. Stay tuned for more on that one. But also, too, later in 2019, we've actually been really busy over the past year making new friends, and we have a number of projects coming out. You guys may have seen in Fortnite Season 9, we had a Scoops Ahoy from Stranger Things show up in the mall there. So there's a bit more behind that in a few weeks. And then, yeah, we've got a few other projects. So
everyone's like, ooh.
Yeah, very excited.
No, that's fantastic. Let us open it up to Q&A. So from Netflix's NX social channels, please welcome Max Mills from the NX team.
Hello, hello,
you're
hello.
coming from this side, okay.
So we've had the questions firing through while you guys have all been talking. I think this first one's probably for Chris, Paul, and Stephanie. Will these video games based on TV shows and films be expansions on these stories or just based on adaptations of the current plot?
So I think our goal, the vision, is for it to be both. So you would have some of the very cool, epic moments that you would see on screen translate into the video game in a cool way that you play and maybe explore. But at the same time, the video game medium just allows for interactivity. So I think that's like the potential there is what's exciting.
I think one of the things that gamers want is not just to play through what they've already watched, to be able to expand that and, okay, well, when this was going on in the show, what was this character doing over here? And then being able to see and play and kind of figure out, oh, well, this is a whole new exploration that I didn't even know about that was happening in this part of the world here. So, back in the early 90s, I think the way that games were done was you have a movie or a TV show and you're playing a specific episode or you're playing the storyline. And people wanted more. They wanted to do more. And I think that's pretty much the way that games that are based off of movies and shows are doing now. And I think that's what we are doing, where you're able to kind of have elements from the show and different story elements there, but then moving past that and being able to see what else that can be discovered.
Paul, anything to add?
I mean, everything that we just said, and also like sometimes it's an opportunity to fill in some backstory for characters, to learn more about where they came from, and tell, there's a Stranger Things comic book that retells the story of season 1 from Will's perspective in the Upside Down. Like doing some of those things in video games feels like an opportunity.
Stephanie, this next question actually kind of ties into translating from one format to another. How did you tackle translating the distinctive kind of practical puppetry style of Dark Crystal to a video game?
Well, for the Henson Company, the look and feel of the puppets is really intrinsic to the show, and we wanted to make sure that the developer Bonus XP, they're staying true to our look and making sure that when people are playing their game, they're like, oh, okay, it's not just, you know, any kind of animation or CGI, but that it has the nuances that are very particular to the puppetry. But I'm going to let Dave continue because...
one of the interesting things that I mentioned earlier, that our artists are watching the show. I don't know how they multitask like that, but you know, they're watching while they're working. But we actually changed the way that we built models to build models that were in line with how the puppets were constructed, so that when we rig and animate them, we're naturally animating them the same way that the actual puppeteers would do.
Awesome. Chris and Dave, I guess, how are these games going to play and where will they be available to play?
Oh, sorry, what was that? Can you repeat that?
How are these games going to play and where will they be available to play?
So in terms of like where, for us, it's really about the audience. You guys, most gamers have a console or a PC or a device that they're playing their games on. And so we want to meet you where you're at. And you know, a lot of the games that we're doing are multi-platform, but it's sort of case by case where it's, you know, we want to make sure that the game that we're developing and the IP, it makes sense on that platform. So like the game that Next Games is working on for us, it is optimized for the mobile experience. So I feel like maybe the answer is kind of everywhere, and it kind of depends on the game. And then how will they play? I mean, they're going to be a lot of fun.
I think the answer I would give to that question is we wanted to make games that made people who are enjoying the show happy, similar to how Chris started. For us, that meant moving to console as the primary platform. You know, all 3 consoles, same day for the release on all those. And then, you know, PC, Mac, we want you to play those with the gamepad, ideally. But of course, it's playable with a mouse and keyboard too. And yeah, each platform has its own particular eccentricities for how people want to play. I think for us in this round of games, the big shift was moving to something that felt authentic as a game, and that was console.
Part of the idea is that if you've maybe not watched Stranger Things because you've lived under a rock for the last few years, or maybe you weren't alive in the 80s and so you're not as familiar with Dark Crystal, we're actually hoping to bring people into these franchises through the games. So we want the games themselves to be standalone, fun, exciting experiences that you want to finish or go back to. And then, like on the other side of it, if you are a fan, if you come from it that way, there's that feeling of authenticity. So ultimately, you know, we hope that we're serving like multiple audiences on that.
Awesome. And this is to Chris as well. Will the 2 announced games so far with Dark Crystal and Stranger Things 3 be digital only, or will they have physical release?
Ooh, that's a good question. We're focused on digital delivery of the games. However, we are also exploring a physical format for the games as well. Nothing to officially announce, but I would think that is a highly probable outcome.
It's a great E3 answer.
Yeah, very vague. This was a big one that came through. When is Striking Vipers X being released?
Is it weird to say I would actually really want to play that game?
Not weird at
all. God, we love Black Mirror, and it freaks me out every time I watch it. And what an amazing episode! I kept thinking to myself, did they really make that game? But we don't have a Striking Vipers game in the works, so I don't want to mix the messages here.
And this one's kind of to everyone. What's your favorite upcoming PS4 game and why? And off the back of that, what first got you interested in gaming? So, Stephanie, you want to pick it up?
I'm sorry.
Do you want to pick it up? What's your favorite upcoming PS4 game, or just game in general, and why? And what first got you interested in gaming and interactive?
I don't really know what. That's a hard question because I don't really know which is going to be my favorite yet.
Just say Cyberpunk.
First, fine, Cyberpunk. Yes, Keanu Reeves.
Yeah.
And then what?
What first got you interested in gaming?
What got me interested in gaming? You know, I started doing educational games back in the late 90s, and it was a lot of fun, and it was a different medium to kind of extend learning, and then I got into doing games that were just entertainment, not edutainment, and that was more fun. And so that's kind of been my experience in going from different publishers and working on games that were feature films and kind of extending that experience and having fun doing that. So that's kind of how I got into it.
How about you, Dave?
Certainly Cyberpunk, both Zeldas, to be honest, but maybe a little bit more preference for Link's Awakening. In terms of what got me started, my parents will love this. They made me learn how to program when I was in 4th grade, and told my teacher I couldn't get an A unless I did all this extra credit, and I freaking hated it. It was awful, and I refused to do it, and then when I got to college, I realized that I really wanted to, and Wing Commander 2, absolutely, bar none, was the game that I want to do stuff like this. And I changed my major to computer engineering and started a game company on a credit card somebody was dumb enough to give me. That company didn't work out very well, but it was a great demo for getting a job in the industry.
Awesome. And Chris, this last question is for you, and I'll read it verbatim. Question, if Cowboy Bebop is huge, will you promise to make a game right now on stage? Thank you for saying yes.
We'll work on it.
I mean, so the truth of the matter is, it's like this matchmaking process where we take the IP and we have to find the right developer to do it justice. Apparently, Dave is volunteering.
My studio will volunteer for me, whether I do it or not.
And so, there's part of the evaluation. It's kind of like setting two people up. You're like, well, this is what this is like, and what are you guys into? And so I want to see it happen personally, and I promise to work to try to make that happen. Is that fair?
So we'll take that as a yes.
That's perfect. That's all we have time for today. Guys, thank you so much for coming on this panel. It's been really fascinating. And enjoy the rest of your E3. Thank you.
And now, Vader Immortal, Discover the Dark Side. Please welcome your moderator, Brian Bishop.
Hey everybody, thank you for coming out to Vader Immortal Discover the Dark Side. In 2016, when ILM X Lab announced that it was going to be making a VR series based around Darth Vader, as a Star Wars fan, I got really, really excited and I had a lot of questions, right? What would it look like? How would it feel like to go through the experience? What would it be like to be in a room with Darth Vader? Last month, it actually came out to Episode 1 on the Oculus Quest headset, and everybody can kind of get a chance to play it and see for themselves. And it means we finally get to talk about all the cool things that are in Vader Immortal. So I'm really excited to announce, introduce our panelists here, narrative designer Mo and Leo. So first of all, originally our lead experience designer, Jose Perez III, was going to join us today. He got sick and could not come, but he sent me a text and sent his regards. We just want to say, get better, Jose. But Moen, 3 years since Vader Immortal was first announced, Episode 1 is out in the wild now. How do you feel having gotten this first episode out there now?
I mean, it's just great that the reception has been really positive, and I think it's also nice to see that the Oculus Quest, which is the hardware that we first released this on, is really, people are really embracing this as a new VR headset, and I think it allows more people sort of to see our content, and it's nice to actually finally see people have it in their hands and experience it.
Yeah. Now, how many people here in the audience have had a chance to play Vader Immortal thus far? Okay, cool. A couple. This is a good chance to show a trailer then so you have a taste of what we're going to be talking about. Can we roll that trailer?
Monolith will give you a task, a word of advice. Do not anger Vader.
Now that Vader's found you, he's in reach of enormous power. You must escape.
Grab my hand! I wonder what Vader is after.
It appears Vader has finally found his candidate. And our future is in your hands. Vader is here.
You are the one I've been searching for. Do as I command.
Is there any version of this plan that doesn't end up with us being dead?
So for those of you that haven't played it yet, Vader Immortal, to give you a sense of what that trailer was about, there are two components of the experience. The first one is the narrative storyline, where you yourself get to play a smuggler within the Star Wars universe. You operate near Mustafar, you get pulled down to an Imperial facility there, and you come face to face where you have to work with Darth Vader himself. But there's another part of the experience that I myself have found myself playing a lot, and that's called the Lightsaber Dojo. Moen, what is the Lightsaber Dojo?
So the part of the story experience is basically you get to use a lightsaber, and I think people quickly realize that it's just a lot of fun. In the context of the story, though, we have to sort of progress on, and the lightsaber is just one of the things that you use on your adventure there. But we really wanted to give people the opportunity to come back and basically play to their heart's content with the lightsaber. And so there's this idea of basically a dojo where Vader trains, and you can basically just jump back to that and play like 40 waves of increasingly difficult enemies and get really, really good at using the lightsaber against a variety of enemies. So it's really fun.
Yeah, and you're not joking with increasingly difficult. Like, I've spent way too much time playing level 40. My wife walked in and caught me playing myself. It was a very embarrassing moment. But anyway, I finally saw the level. That's what's important. But I'm curious, the lightsaber mechanic is such a big deal, like you said, about the story and the dojo itself. You know, what was that iteration process like in figuring out how you use a lightsaber in VR that feels like a Star Wars saber?
Yeah, I mean, I think that was really one of the fun things that's unique about VR is that, you know, I love playing video games, but there's always this idea that you're basically just puppeteering a character that's on the screen, and there's a level of abstraction where you're pressing a button to do something. When you're in VR, you really do the actions, right? If you're striking, you know, with the lightsaber. If you're blocking, and I think everyone has sort of this lifelong fantasy, if you've grown up with Star Wars, of what that should feel like, what that should sound like, what it should look like, and so a lot of work has gone into making that as authentic as possible.
Right. How big a part of that were the haptics? One thing you talk about that fantasy. As a kid playing Star Wars, I would always do the double-handed grip, and when I tried Immortal for the first time, it vibrates like you're holding a saber. You grab the second hand, it locks in as well and also vibrates. How much experimentation went into that process and figuring out how it would handle?
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a lot of iteration there, and that was one of the surprises that we found, that so many people, I think because they've always imagined what it would be like to hold a lightsaber, they instinctively just do that pose, and so we had to basically account for that. We really wanted to let people sort of fight the way they always imagined that.
Yeah, and what are there different types of interactions you do with the saber? You deflect bolts. You are fighting droids. Like, what was the process of figuring out how those types of mechanics, I guess, would actually work?
Right. I mean, we started out with certainly this idea of, like, in A New Hope, having that marksman droid that flies around that Luke first trains with, and that was sort of like one of the things that we definitely wanted to have in there because people have always imagined what that would be like. But then we felt that lightsaber fighting wouldn't be complete if you can't have really like blade on blade, like a proper duel, and so that was a long iteration process. But I think we really ended up getting somewhere where you really feel like you're crossing sabers with an enemy. And one of the particularly fun things about the dojo is that you're not just fighting one enemy. As it progresses, you get multiple enemies at the same time, both like flying drones and multiple bladed enemies. And you're really 360 all around you, dealing with enemies, blocking a strike here, spinning around, striking another enemy. And you feel pretty heroic when you pull that off.
Yeah, or in my case, you feel terrible when you fail for many times in a row. But it really is impressive how it does feel like you're in that environment. Was that kind of, the sound design is such a big part of that, as you're talking about in terms of cueing, because that's what's making you turn around. Was that always part of the process? How did the sound design evolve over the course of the project?
I mean, realizing that with VR, really, it's not just the visuals, but the sound is like spatial as well, and you can really take advantage of that because you can hear an enemy behind you, and you can sort of locate what side he's on, where he's at, and then definitely because we work with Skywalker Sound, who also do all the sound effects on the movies, we really made sure that those also fulfill that Star Wars fantasy of what the saber itself sounds like when you light it up, when you move it around, and so. It's a big part. I mean, sound is a huge part of VR.
Right. And how does sound work in terms of just like establishing people in a certain time and place of the environment of Vader's castle that you're exploring?
Yeah, I mean, it's a big part of sort of setting the atmosphere, and I think one of the fun things is also that we're in the context even of the dojo, allowing you to unlock sort of multiple environments, and each have kind of their own visual feel, their own audio. It's nice. I mean, you really get this sense of presence, of being there.
Mm-hmm. So you mentioned starting with the Marksman H droid. Around how many different droid variations do you kind of like unlock in the course of the dojo?
This is where Jose would be really useful. I think it's like more than like half a dozen or so. There's multiple bladed droids basically that you sword fight with. There's variations on this little marksman drone that sort of have like spinning blades on them that are freak me out every time because they kind of like fly at your head. And that's, again, it's like one of those things because you're in VR, you react like you would react in normal life. So you actually find yourself sort of like ducking and, jumping out of the way, and it's pretty fun.
Right. And what about the design of those different droids? Are those from like the ILM archives, those original designs?
They're actually mostly, the marksman is definitely very authentic to the original, and then Jose and our concept artists actually worked out these variations, imagining like what could sort of different levels of difficulty look like, of like Imperial training droids that Vader might actually sort of have in his training dojo. And again, it's great because we're part of Industrial Light and Magic. We have access to the same concept artists that work on the movies to work on our experiences as well.
Yeah. It's funny looking at how hard the droids get and the way they evolve. Like, Vader is definitely a masochist, right? Like, he does not make it easy on himself at all. And one other thing I wanted to talk about, too, in terms of, like, different arenas, different things. As you go forward, you can unlock different crystals and actual different lightsabers. There's the lightsaber you get in the game, but can you talk us through, like, what those other unlockables are in the dojo?
Yeah, so as you progress to the higher waves, basically the different kyber crystals, in the lore of Star Wars, they allow you to unlock the different color blades. So as you progress, you can choose your different blade color, and then there are also multiple hilts, which are based on hilts that you've seen in the movies. That all sort of have a connection to Darth Vader. So like one of Anakin's earlier sabers in there, Obi-Wan's saber is in there. And what's really cool is we really put a lot of effort into making those look like beautiful and authentic, and drawing on the scans and the photos from the Lucasfilm archives. And it's a unique opportunity in VR because you can actually hold it in your hand and really like turn it around and inspect it. So it's cool.
Yeah, the detail in those was crazy. I was looking at the Obi-Wan saber, and the detail down to like, one transistor having a washer and one not. It's like it's insane levels of detail there. So you get to, unlock this moment where you're playing like, in Darth Vader's, arena with Obi-Wan's lightsaber fighting these droids, and it's kind of really, it's a lot of fun. Yeah. Okay, there's one other thing I wanted to talk about here, Moen. This project came out for the Oculus Quest last month. One thing that's been talked about a lot is other platforms, because it's going to be coming to the Rift and the Rift S. But nobody seems to know when it's actually coming out to the Rift and the Rift S. So here at E3, can you finally answer that question? Because Rift owners want to know when they can play Vader Immortal, Moen.
Yes, so it's coming out on June 20th, so a week from tomorrow, I believe. And so anyone who has a Rift or Rift S will be able to get it. And one of the other fun things about it is we basically have cross-buy. So if you already have it on the Quest, you can download it for free on the Rift. If you get it on the Rift and you choose to get a Quest later, it'll be free. If you have it on one, you can play it on the other.
Awesome. Now let's talk about the different versions. We've talked a lot about, as the product's coming out, about why it's such a good fit for the Quest. But what can people expect to see differently between the Quest version and the Rift S?
Right. So the Quest definitely has this nice thing of the mobility of the freedom without a cable to spin around. But when we develop these experiences, we are developing them on high-end PCs, and we basically look at them on the Rift. We are using Unreal Engine, so we're really trying to push the cinematic quality of this as far as we can, even on the high-end PCs. And so what you'll see in the Rift and the Rift S is really the highest quality version of the experience visually that we have, and it looks beautiful.
Gotcha. I'm excited to try it. I saw it originally on the Rift. I haven't tried it on the Rift S yet, but it's very, very cool. Now that we finally have that quest, the Rift question out of the way, I want to turn back up to the storyline for Vader Immortal. The narrative designer. What were the lessons that you kind of learned working on the narrative side of this project, and kind of what were the takeaways over that development period?
Yeah, we really learned that it's quite different telling a story, not just from in a movie, but VR is even different from regular games, and you really have to make the story about you at all times. Like you're the protagonist. Characters acknowledge you, look you in the eye, make you sort of the center of attention, and you try to design it in a way where you progress the story through your actions, through interacting with things, and again, not just through sort of like a game mechanic, but through intuitive actions where, you know, if you want to press a button, you reach out and press a button. If you open something, you open something. If you want to climb, you just reach up and start climbing. And we wanted to make sure that story and interaction are really sort of one and the same and happen at the same time. It's not like a back and forth of like gameplay and cinematics.
Right. And for like for the person that's going through the experience that's playing that lead character, I mean, what are those small, like, you know, those kind of like small, you know, movements you're talking about? How does that help ground them in the world better?
I think there's something fun when you just have that curiosity and someone faces you with a problem and you go like, oh, I wonder if I can just grab this thing and pull it out, and oh, maybe if I turn this. And you start basically losing yourself in that virtual world because you can interact with it the way that you would interact with the real world, just instinctively. And I think that's a really unique opportunity with VR.
Yeah, and let's talk about for a moment the very first scene. So I'm not spoiling anything plot-wise, because I think there's some things you do in that very first scene that kind of really kind of let you feel like you are living a Star Wars story yourself. Can you talk about the conception of that opening scene?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the first things we wanted to do is really just throw you in there and right from the first moment feel like you're in Star Wars. And so we basically put you at the helm of a bridge of a starship. You know, you're being attacked and you effectively have to jump to hyperspace. And just that feeling of basically moving the hyperspace lever and seeing the star streak is something that everyone just loved doing.
Because it's awesome. That's why, yeah. You know, were there other versions of that where you kind of are going to get into the experience differently, or is that always kind of like the main idea?
I think we started talking about a few different ideas, but it's really like servicing sort of this fantasy that you have when you're, because a lot of people have always imagined what it would be like to be in Star Wars. You know, if you've watched the movies, you've always imagined that, but it's always been like on the other side of the screen. And so we really, once we give people the opportunity to be in Star Wars, we want to deliver on that as much as possible. And that's, you know, why we really try to have these iconic moments in there of you know, jumping to hyperspace, lighting a lightsaber, you know, interacting with the droids. So,
yeah, it really comes together to make it really feel like you are a part of a Star Wars story. So, Episode 1, it's been about lightsabers, Lightsaber Dojo. Episode 2, I know nothing's been announced in terms of release date, anything like that yet, but one thing that has been teased a little bit is about, is at the end of the episode, Darth Vader mentions the Force. Can you talk at all about, you know, about that or how that could play into Episode 2? Or not, I don't know.
I mean, I think it's again, it's such a huge part of everyone's Star Wars fantasy, and I think everyone sort of, again, who's watched the movies sort of at some point kind of reached out and pretended, what would it be like if I could, you know, move an object just, you know, with the power of my mind. And so the second episode will really lean into that and try to fulfill that fantasy of what it's like to be able to use the Force.
Yeah, there's a lot of times when I was playing the Dojo and I was like, it would be cool. It would be cool if I could use the Force a little bit here. Yeah, so that's very, very cool. We have a little bit of time for questions. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, cool. Well, we're going to go and I think wrap this up yet. But first of all, you know, Vader Immortal is available now on the Oculus Quest, coming out on the Rift and the Rift S on Thursday. If you hadn't had a chance to try it yet, there is a demo that we had at Star Wars Celebration happening in the Oculus booth on the show floor, so please check that out. Otherwise, thank you for coming, and thank you to Mo and Leo, narrative designer, of Vader Immortal.
Thank you.
And now, Rocket League Radical Summer.
Hello, everyone! How are you? My name's Greg Miller. How are we feeling, Los Angeles? I'm not going to lie, Los Angeles, I need a lot more than that. All right? I understand it's been a long day. Jeff Keighley's been out here yakking at you, all right? How are we doing, Los Angeles? You, sir, 30 more %. How are we doing, Los Angeles? That's what I want. Everybody follow him. How are we doing, Los Angeles? That's what I like to see. My name's Greg Miller, and we're about to talk about Rocket League Radical Summer. Can you guys believe that Rocket League is 4 years old? I don't believe it either, right? Can you remember when this thing came out, PlayStation Plus? We're all like, what's this game? Soccer with cars? That's a bad idea. Turns out it wasn't. Very successful. We're going to talk about all that first, but to get everyone up to speed, both here in Los Angeles and at home, let's see the Radical Summer trailer for Rocket League. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the creators of Rocket League, Psyonix! Gentlemen, it certainly is a radical summer.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, I thought that'd get a bigger laugh. Why don't we go down the line? Everybody introduce yourselves. What do you do at Psyonix? What do you do on Rocket League? We'll start with you, young man.
My name is Jeremy Dunham. I'm the Vice President of Publishing, and I oversee all of our really fun things like marketing and communications and esports. And I work with these guys quite a bit on putting content and big initiatives together for the game.
Sir?
I'm Scott Rudy. I'm the game director and responsible for day-to-day operations and making sure stuff gets in on time, what's next, what does the game need.
Okay, and finally.
Yeah, hi, I'm Jason Rouse. I'm the art director. I work a lot with the art team as well as the entire team and make just fascinating art.
And there's some fascinating art in Radical Summer, is there not?
Absolutely, there's tons of it. There's about 50 items that we narrowed down from 200 items, and we'll go over those as well.
We're going to go over those one by one on this panel.
Oh, yeah. Starting alphabetically.
Starting alphabetically. Jeremy.
Yes.
Where did the idea for Radical Summer come from?
Wow, well, that was something that's actually near and dear to the 40-somethings up here on the stage. But it was an idea that has been germinating for a long time.
Yeah.
It was just shortly after our 3-year anniversary ended last year at the summertime that we said, wow, that was really great. We had the most engagement, the most active players we've ever had in any Rocket League event. How do we top that? And at the same time, we were talking about bringing in Ecto-1 from the Ghostbusters because it was a really popular requests from our fans, and we wanted to.
You can say it was just me.
It was.
That
it was you.
I kept nonstop harassing you.
It was the fans, but you helped because at our celebration, I did ask you, like, "Hey, what do you think about the Ecto One?" And you had a meltdown, and
yeah, and you're like, "I guess I should put it in there," and then you did, right?
But it was also Scott and I had worked together previously at Zipper Interactive way back when.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace. And we were looking for a great way to work together. So when we were going in with the idea of coming up with a way to make Ecto One bigger and better than we could normally do in a single promotion, finding a way that we could work together like the old days, we started putting our heads together to come up with ideas about how to make it bigger and more interesting. And it took an amazing amount of conversation internally with our teams and with outside partners, almost a full year to get it going. But that's in short how Radical Summer started.
Scott, is that what the day-to-day life at Psyonix is like? You're like, what can we put in Rocket League? You're just in a meeting room nonstop?
Or what does the game need? You
Yeah.
know, what are the players, what are they saying online? Because we really listen to a lot of our community and stuff. But it was really funny, this meeting where I first heard Radical Summer or something like that. You could see Jeremy was like girding up to really convince me, and it was going to be a knockdown, drag out. And as soon as he said, a bunch of 80 stuff, and we'll really celebrate it, and I was like, actually, no, that's really good. Let's do it. And he looked disappointed, actually, like you were wanting that fight.
Well, I needed to get my steps in. If I can't get the steps, I need to get it out another way.
Yeah, but like Jeremy's saying, it's just summer's one of our more popular times, and last year's summer event just seemed to have a very good flow and theme around it completely with the Salty Shores and just how it felt.
Sure.
And so we really wanted to see where we could take that, and so it's been a long journey, but it's been a lot of fun.
I mean, I can only imagine what the journey's like for you guys. I mean, let alone Rocket League, again, 4 years old this year. That's crazy. But even the idea of, hey, let's get the Ecto One and some Ghostbusters reference in there, I have to imagine is so many hurdles with Sony, with Ghost Corp, with everybody else, let alone to then go, well, let's get Knight Rider, and let's get WWE, and let's get this. Like, when you talked to me last year about what did I think of the Ecto One, Jeremy, was that the tip of the iceberg in terms of had you started those conversations yet?
We had started the conversation for Ecto One. We hadn't done any of the other conversations yet because Radical Summer kind of was born out of the idea that we did want to commit to Ecto One.
Yeah.
But
Ghostbusters.
Ghostbusters.
Best movie of all time. No big deal.
Happy 35th anniversary to
Thank
them.
you very much. I'll tell them
next
time I see him.
But it was an interesting process because they were already in. The complicated part was actually making sure that we weren't just insulated in our idea, that the team itself was also really excited, because that's important. Whenever you're making any video game or any creative product at all, you can have leads or other people that are involved in decision making coming up with these ideas, but if the team doesn't believe in it and they're not bought in, at that point you're not doing a team effort, you're just kind of giving orders or commands.
Sure.
So it was very important for all of us to make sure that our teams were also really interested in the idea. And we ran the very unofficial focus group with our children before moving on to actual market research, and all of them told us the same thing, which is this is a really good idea and that people would be excited. And the team, Jason's team in particular, with all the content that they created, had a ton of ideas. We had to cull so many.
I was going to say, Jason, I have to imagine it's both in some ways intimidating, right, to take on these icons, but in another way you have to be like, oh my gosh, this is going to be so much fun.
Yeah, I mean, depending on the type of item that we're talking about, like a lot of the team did have buy-in and they were excited about it. Ecto One, an example, everyone's like, oh my gosh, who doesn't know Ecto One? Right?
Yeah.
Hopefully everyone here does. When we
Does anyone not know Ecto One?
Anybody?
You can
Okay,
leave, sir.
one.
Please. All right? I'll give you the $20 to buy Ghostbusters.
You're okay. Anyway, so trying to figure out how can we incorporate this car into Rocket League and the Rocket League standards was a bit of a challenge, but we worked closely with Sony Pictures and got concept approval, went back to kind of the rough, made sure that the body felt good in game, and I think to most people's surprise, it feels pretty good.
Yeah,
We were pretty worried about that at the beginning. We're like, the Ecto One's, it's a big pig of a car.
Yeah, if you don't, again, just for you, sir, since you're the only one. Ecto, it is the car. Have you never seen Ghostbusters? You don't remember the car? Remember, like, the doors open, do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do, and they, like, man, you need to watch Ghost. Yeah, exactly, yeah, you understand now, you remember.
There you go.
That was the best thing ever.
But anyways,
Thank
the
you.
car's a boat,
That-
right?
Yeah, it's a
Ecto 1
boat.
is a gigantic
Total
long
boat.
car.
Yeah, and we're like, we're going to have that in the same area as Octane,
Yeah.
which is a very light and springy car and everything. And will it look right? Will it feel right? And then we hooked it up, and we're like, well, hell, this is doing great.
Yeah, one of the biggest challenges was the back door, because on the original Ecto it swings wide,
Yeah.
one door. Because it's so long, in addition to the length of the car, it made it challenging, right? So we turned that into a double door, and that solved all of our problems. And luckily, everything was approved, and it turned out great.
I was going to say, like, you guys obviously work with a lot of different licenses with Rocket League. You have, Back to the Future, the list goes on.
Yep.
Was Sony and Ghost Quarter, were they like nickel and diming you about things, or did they was that an okay thing of taking the door and making it into two?
Oh no, that's totally you.
It's like
That's me?
everybody looks around. That's when you know it's like this is a career-ending question. Someone
No,
else
not
can
at all.
answer.
They're actually really great to work with. They actually helped us quite a bit. They sent us a ton of reference material, and they were already fans of the game, which is a big help. We didn't need to sell them on it. They had come to us originally as fans of the game, saying, "Is this something you'd like to do?" And we're like, of course, we're fans of yours.
Yeah.
So I think that in terms of most of our, all of licensed products, was one of the quickest, easiest ways to get any car through. I think a lot of the things that we kind of focused on, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jason, was some of the more detail-oriented things like the customization items, like making sure Slimer looked like Slimer, making sure the Proton Beam looked like the Proton Beam. Those are the things where you can really kind of get lost in the details, and I think that's where most of the focus was. But what was great about working with them in general is that they trust us to show their brand in the way it should be shown, because we've done those other licenses before, and also we had to trust them to tell us if we got it wrong, and it was a pretty painless process, I'd say, for the most part.
I would definitely agree. It was a really good process, successful.
Scott, for Radical Summer, Ghostbuster Ecto 1 pack out already. There's a new Ghostbusting mode, right?
Yeah, so with Radical Summer, it's a 9-week event, and it's broken into 3 phases. So this first 3 weeks, we have a new limited time game mode called Ghost Hunt, and it's really inspired by the hotel ballroom scene where they're first trapping Slimer. And we wanted to see, well, what can we do with that with gameplay? And so, like anything else weird in Rocket League, we start with Rumble, which is where you basically play soccer, but you have all these special abilities that are randomly given to you. And so you could do like a plunger that pulls the ball after you and stuff like that. And I think we started with the magnet ability, and maybe a little bit of the plunger, and basically, so you want to trap the ball when you hit the power up, and then take it to the trap. So instead of a goal being a vertical surface, we want to trap it into the ground.
Sure.
And that was a lot of work, because it's enough unlike our regular game modes that we really had to start from scratch and stuff. And thank goodness Greg, our gameplay programmer, really went in swing, and he's got a really good design mind too. So he was able to just power through a lot of that, and we iterated on that thing a ton. And I'm really curious, because it's been live for a couple days.
Yeah.
And I want to see what the player's journey is on developing tactics and stuff, and if they're similar to the in-game developers, how at some point you really get these strategies and increases the skill of the play.
What is that like? You create a video game, you sit there, you create mechanics, you test it in the office, you open it up to family and friends to have them tested, then you get it out in the wild.
Yeah.
And immediately the audience, the players, are doing things you never thought possible.
It's terrifying, and it's thrilling, and it's why I do it. It's a huge thrill to see people do things with your game. I've been doing it for 25 years now, and it's always, I'm not tired of that part at all.
Yeah.
And so really just seeing where they can go with it and surprising you, and the emergent behaviors that players will just take it, I think that's the best part.
Jeremy, this is a loaded question, and I'm not trying to get you.
All right.
Do you think Psyonix needs to ever make another video game? And I say it not trying to get you to announce what you're working on, even though it'd be great if you did, really help out the panel, get me some good follows on Twitter. What I'm saying is that you guys continue to iterate on Rocket League in a way that I'll never forget, ladies. And for the record, I know a lot of people on the internet aren't Greg Miller fans. So when I'm sure I came out here, they're like, oh, this guy's yelling, all that stuff, and they were being real mean to me in the chat. What I want to point out is Jeremy Dunham is the guy who hired me originally at IGN and started my career. So if you don't like me, really you need to blame him.
Yeah, it's all my fault.
Like I didn't mean to do this to you and ruin your internet, but he did. I remember when you originally started working on this game, and you told me you have to come see this game, and I was like, what is it again? And you're like, it's soccer with cars, and I was like, that's a dumb idea. That's not gonna go anywhere. And then we obviously went and played it, and it was awesome, and it was great, but and there was no way to know the phenomenon Rocket League was going to become that first time you played it, or when you brought it by Kind of Funny that one time, and it was you and Doug Perry crammed in our small studio playing it on a Twitch stream. Even from there, even with the success it found at launch, I was like, this is awesome. Clearly it can't last. The Rocket League, the players leave. There's always attrition. It's so rare that you find an audience that will stick with it, let alone an audience that'll come to it over and over again, let alone 4 years later, new fans coming in for the first time. Like, do you guys work on the presumption that one day we'll get to something, or no, we're Rocket League for the rest of time?
I think one of the reasons Rocket League is successful is because we don't presume anything. First of all, you're right. We didn't anticipate the game to be going this strong 4 years later. We were happy with just the fact that we were going to come out on PlayStation Plus and see an audience that was going to be much bigger than what we could normally otherwise get. But the crazy thing is that every year we've had more players than the year before for 4 years running. So that is something we definitely didn't anticipate. And it's something you can't take for granted either. You really have to remember that the reason that you're getting to that point is because the players are coming in back to the game, giving you feedback. They're really doing us a favor through their behavior and through their comments, letting us know what they like and don't like. And we have to react to that in a responsible way forever, because our goal for Rocket League is that it is a forever game. I know that a lot of games have always had those aspirations, but we think this is one of the few video games out there that could really be in existence 10 years from now, 20 years from now, with the right adjustments to visuals, obviously, and other technological leaps. Because our goal for Rocket League is to be a ubiquitous game that's independent of what platform it's on, and independent of what snapshot in time you might be looking at. Because another big push for us is to make this a true esport that's available to people of all ages, all skill levels, no matter where they're at. And taking on all those different responsibilities at once is a lot of work. It's a really long way of saying, maybe I won't answer your question, but I will answer it. We have always had prototype teams working on other games. The luxury that Rocket League has afforded us, though, is that there's no rush or hurry to work on other games.
Sure.
And
the Valve method.
Sort of. But this has always been the way that Psyonix did things. It's how Rocket League was made, actually. Rocket League was a game in the background for years and years as a sequel to, here we go, Supersonic Acrobatic Rocket-Powered Battle Cars. If you ever played that game, we shortened it for obvious reasons. It's much easier to say Rocket League than the other one.
Did anyone play that game?
Anyone at all?
Woo!
Thank you. Get together with Ghostbusters guy, and then you guys can do something awesome. But because we don't have to rush things, and at that time we were bringing in money to the studio by doing dev work for other companies, it allowed us to take our time and iterate on all the things that the community had told the team that they wanted for the sequel. And that's what we're doing with all of the things that we are developing in the background, whether or not they ever get out of any kind of new game status or they're just ideas left on the cutting room floor. It's something that was always in the back of our mind. We always have people dedicated to it, but there's no hurry and no rush and no reason to push anything out for the sake of doing it, and that's all thanks to Rocket League and the fans who play it.
That's awesome. And it's a story you don't hear a lot of, I think, in modern gaming, let alone gaming, period.
No, because the news cycles are so short. It's like this game is a big hit, and then on to the next big hit game, or how this game is failing. But for us, it's important that we are stable, that we're there for players whenever they want to play us. We're a game that's available for people regardless of what their mindset is. Palate cleansers for some folks when they've played something big and involving, or their go-to game. We'll take it either way. We're just glad to be available for them.
So Scott, no pressure. Just you're the game director on this game that's keeping this studio going and letting you afford all these luxuries and all this stuff. Like, how do you direct Rocket League, an ongoing game, right? That's been out for 4 years.
It's pure chaos.
Yeah?
No, I don't even know. No. So really, just working on that 5-year plan and trying to anticipate what players want and really studying their behaviors in the game. What do they like? You know, stop doing that. What do they really like? Start doing more of that. And just learning, taking lessons that I've learned over the years on what players need, like a new player experience, and ease them into the game. Because we've got a very high skill ceiling, and it could be scary for a lot of people. First time experience, you see somebody aerial or something, and I'm out, right? This is magic. This is not the game. It's like, no.
He's using the Game Shark. I'm out of here.
We put them in with the rest of the ball chasers and just say, just go. It's like, 8-year-old soccer, just go, right? And have fun, right? It could just bump the ball, and you'll get there. And how to assist them in that. And then on the other side of that, someone who's been playing, maybe even they came from
supersonic, acrobatic, rocket-powered.
I used to be able to do that, but I'm nervous today. That's sorry. And so even if they were playing there, they've been playing Rocket League for 4 years. How do we keep them, right?
Yeah.
How do we keep the game interested and stuff? And that's why I'm excited for Radical Summer, because it's really the first of our limited time game modes where we actually say, hey, for this short amount of time, you could play Rocket League a bit differently and enjoy something fresh.
And that's what's so fascinating about it, I think, is that you're able to go out and take a game and these mechanics and use it as a platform. Really, that's the thing, and I think so many people want that.
Yeah, there's such a strong foundation. I think Sonic's really. I was hired a year and a few months ago, and the pleasant thing is the fun was already there. Like you didn't have to, and that's the hard part, is finding that magic formula on the second-to-second gameplay is actually a ton of fun. It's intrinsically fun. You're not chasing for an item to justify that you're playing this game. You're doing it because you just love to go after that ball and get those scores, and maybe someday you do a flip reset and feel good about yourself, right? Not me. And so having that there, it's a wonderful foundation. It takes a lot of the pressure off, and I could really come in instead of emergency mode, just like, okay, how can I take this 2% better this time and 2% better next time, and really plan out how to just gradually make it stronger as a game.
So you talk about listening to the audience, right? Responding to what they want.
Mm-hmm.
What is it like then to be here now, week 1 of Radical Summer, right? It was pressing the launch button on either the game or the trailer we saw to announce all of it. Is that terrifying? Because again, you're locked in now for 9 weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked about it so much, and we're just like, oh, I can't wait. So, like, if we were jazzed on it, we knew we had the 40-somethings, and that's a place to start.
And let me tell you, there's no hotter demographic to get in gaming than the 40-somethings.
Yeah. Put down Civilization and come play us. God, I'm too old. And so,
when you get home from your daughter's graduation,
why
not pop into Rocket League?
That's exactly it. But yeah, it always is terrifying. Is this going to resonate with a lot of our players? And I think it really, just a lot of the reaction videos that we were seeing and just the comments we were seeing, it really paid off. So, congrats to you, Jeremy, for the original idea and pushing on this.
Well, thank you, but it's really the team. If we didn't have the team to get behind it,
no, we don't need them.
We absolutely need them.
These 3 guys up here could do the entire Rocket League if they needed to.
I am a dead man when I get back.
Without the team, we wouldn't have been able to do anything that we were able to do. We really, when I was saying earlier, we needed team buy-in. It's not just because we want to feel good about the idea. It's because we need their talent and their ability to juggle not only Radical Summer, but all the other things we're working on at the same time. And that, I think, is has always been Psyonix's strength, is that we have an amazing attention to detail, and we really want to get things right, because I'd say the majority of our studio really does have a presence. Even if they're not vocal, they have a presence on a lot of social media, a lot of forums, Twitter, Reddit, Instagram. They listen to these comments and they read it, and we talk about it internally all the time. And the good thing about working at Psyonix also is that it's not reactionary. We realize we've become a very educated team about how the internet reacts to various things. We know that there's always
usually they don't overreact at all.
No, never happens. But we do know that the initial reaction is always very emotional.
Yeah.
And then you don't want to react to that first emotional reaction. You want to wait a little bit and get as much feedback as you can, and then see if that is maintained. And then that kind of informs you a little bit better as to what is an authentic complaint as opposed to something that's a little more personal to someone. And I think our team has done a really good job of being able to disseminate the differences between someone reacting and someone actually giving thoughtful feedback. And I think that's been one of the lesser known keys to the game's success.
So we're into Radical Summer already. It's begun. When you guys get home from E3, you can go and play it. what is still to come? We talked about Ecto 1. We talked about Blockbuster being like wave 1. What is still to come to Radical Summer?
Me?
Sure.
Phase 2 will start on July 1st, and that's not only our 4th anniversary of the game, it's also going to be our celebration of 80s culture. And so what you're going to see there are fewer licensed items, but you are going to see things like VCR toppers.
And the brick phone.
And the brick phone. And also the game mode that I think we're all most excited about, which is called Spike Rush. And Spike Rush is really cool because Rocket League is soccer with cars, but Spike Rush is rugby with cars. So what we really want to see from our player base is if it resonates as well with them as it does with us, because we think this is, of all the modes, the one that's most likely to have a potential life beyond the event. And that's something we're watching really closely. And if you want an explanation to how it works, we do use our spikes from Rumble. But what's different about that is that you're able to let go of the spikes and grab them at any time so that you can actually throw the ball into the goal like you would in
flicks
rugby.
Can really get on.
Yeah.
And also, while you got the ball, you got no boost. And so, because there's been spikes-only mods before and people playing on that, and what you end up is a dominant strategy of people just sailing across and scoring. And another thing about Spike Rush is we put it in Throwback Stadium with the goals that are outset from the walls. And it just felt like it worked. So it's been a really good one. And I was a little bit, this terror about, is this going to go over well? And so late in our iteration on this game mode, we started to get concerned a little bit, well, this is going a little too well. And this is going to be a limited time mode. And at some point, we're going to turn this off, however short, and people are going to freak out and demand more of it, I hope.
I hope so, too. And then Phase 3, that will begin on July 21st. And that is going to be a celebration of 80s television. And that is when we introduce Kit from Knight Rider as DLC, which is something that our fans have been asking about for literally 4 years. And this made the most sense to put it there, on top of bringing in our own version of Beach Ball, which you can't really have a summer celebration without hitting a ball on a beach. And on top of having some really cool little detail-oriented things, like I mentioned earlier, that are just for the community. Like they've been asking us for a long time for a night version of Salty Shores, and Jason's team did that for them. You can actually play that in the game now, right? Or is that not until then?
Comes in on July 1st.
July 1st,
Right.
so soon. And that is a request we've had since the first one came out. And
we did make the daytime lighting changes.
yeah, and that's the one that went out already, the daytime lighting changes, because the feedback in the older one was a little too bright. Now it's a little bit more naturalistic. I think people like it more on the whole.
Yeah, they still say it's bright. It's like, well, it's daytime at the beach.
Yeah,
so
right.
That's how the sun
It's
works.
not-
I can't help
it's
you.
a sun thing.
Yeah. But we have nighttime if they want it. And along with some licensed items like Voltron, which we're a big fan of. The Voltron boost, by the way, is awesome. It's really cool. If you guys have ever seen the cartoon, either one from the 80s or the one now, whenever the lions come together to transform, they have all their different colors, and it forms this rainbow. We've recreated that in the game as the boost.
That's awesome.
And it looks fantastic. All of our boosts look really good. Your team did a great job.
Vaporwave boost. It's pretty.
Yeah,
pretty
Vaporwave
solid.
boost.
That thing's
in the
not
culture.
messing around.
That's the one that was the one that you saw when the car was leaping into the movie screen during the trailer. That was the Vaporwave boost.
And one other really cool thing is about with Kit Car is we have new tech. So the Gullwing steering wheel that's within Kit Car, it's actually a topper, and it rotates as you steer. So it's pretty cool. Kit Car is I think people are going to be really excited about that one when it comes out. Also, Dominus Hitbox as well as Ecto 1 is using Dominus Hitbox. A lot of people have been asking. So there you go.
Jason, what's it like to make art for this game? Because I think if you were to talk, even the way we started the panel, we're talking about making the Ecto 1. You can wrap your head around that. But then it's also making antenna and making toppers and making wheels and making boosts. Like, I feel like, are you broken up into sub-teams on the art team?
So first of all, our team is very small. There's 20-ish people on the art team, and that includes concept, animation, effects, and then 3D artists. It's crazy what that team will develop, and it's also crazy in the amount of spectrum that they'll create. Like we just released, well, not just, but we released the Cow Udders. I don't know if people remember that as a topper. And it's like, are we ever going to release these? I don't know. And then finally we said, yeah, let's do it. Why not? This game's fun. It's all about fun. Let's release something crazy like Cow Udders. And then we go back into the serious mode, and we'll create a sports car, and we hear the community out, and we know that some people are saying, oh, there's maybe too many sports cars coming down the pipe, so we're switching that up, and we're making more fun cars, and it's crazy. It's the amount of input that we get internally and externally. It does help, but I rely a lot on our artists to come up with initial ideas, and also people within the studio. And it's great to work with these guys and everybody on the team. It's amazing.
Yeah, the level of talent on the team is just incredible. It's almost weird to be surrounded by that, because you're like, why am I here? Because they're all so good.
How big is the team now, Jeremy?
We're just under 140 people company-wide, if you count all positions and all departments. For reference, when we launched Rocket League, we had 36 people.
Lord.
And if you were with us in the very beginning, you might remember that we launched with quite a few challenges on the internet side, because we did not, or the networking side, because we did not anticipate everybody coming to play the game. But it was a good problem to have, and I know I've told the story a million times in other interviews and whatnot, but we literally had to rewrite our networking code that first week post-launch in order to get it working the way we wanted to. And to Scott's point, we have such a talented team. The guy who came in to help us with that, Dan, he was so good, we offered him a job, made him our director of online services. And that's sort of the way that we approach game development, is we want to find the best people that we can with the most knowledge, and if they show us that they want to work with us, we want to work with them, come on board. And that's why we've been, the way that we recruit is to find other people that are as passionate and talented as the folks that we've already had, but without the typical taboos that come with game development. When we hire people, we're looking for people that want stability and want a team that believes in them as much as they deserve. And that's why one of the things I think separates us from the typical company is that people are individuals to us, they matter, and it doesn't matter how big we get, we're always going to maintain that philosophy.
When you go back and you think of 4 years ago, and you're launching this thing, and the servers are imploding, and you're getting way more people than you ever thought possible, where does it go from, this is such a crazy once-in-a-lifetime thing, to, wait, this is not stopping. This could be this game's every day?
I think that we haven't hit our peak yet.
Really?
Yeah, I think we still have a really, really big future ahead of us. So it hasn't happened yet. We've in terms of, it's definitely happened in the sense that, oh yeah, this game's going to keep going. That occurred to us, I'd say, around the end of 2015, when we were still seeing a lot of people come in despite all the other games that had come out. But our goal is to continue to outdo ourselves year after year. And I believe very strongly that we're going to have many more players, many more modes, many more opportunities for people to enjoy Rocket League in the next few years, more so than they did in the years that have already passed. Because our goal really is, like, now what can we do? And there are so many ideas that we haven't had time to get to them all yet. But that's why we're hiring people, so that we can eventually get all these ideas out. And I think once they do get out, people are going to continue to be happy. And as usual, we're going to continue to listen to them and try to come up with more.
That's awesome. I mean, is that the future of Rocket League, you think? Something that just transcends platforms and transcends time?
That's our hope.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's our hope. We want Rocket League to be like football or soccer or baseball or basketball. Something that people can tell their kids, you want to learn to play with this. One day there might be the opportunity to get Rocket League scholarships. There could be a Rocket League in every school in America one day. These are the sorts of things that we talk about and are trying to find ways to realize. And we're not going to give up until we get there.
So you bring up esports, right, and scholarships. What is the studio side of all that? Obviously, I was telling you right before we came on, right? My alma mater, University of Missouri, just tweeted out yesterday, Mizzou Esports has signed these varsity players for the Rocket League team, and it was them having their signing day, right? And it's like such a crazy thing for me, being the video game guy and remembering what it was like to go to school there a long, long time ago, and have no one really be able to wrap their head around it, let alone these people who are going there on scholarship now to play for all this. What does Psyonix do to nurture that? Like, how big of an influence is that on Rocket League day to day?
It's a massive influence. One of our biggest challenges and also opportunities is how to grow the esports system in general. And we've really embraced collegiate because we think one of the things that a lot of games do when they focus on esports is they only focus on the top tier. These are the best. This is the top 0.111%. Let's only focus on them. And in order to be a truly successful sport of any kind, regardless if you're a video game or not, people need to be able to feel like they can have fun no matter what their skill level is and feel like they have an opportunity to play. When you and I used to work together, for example, there would be flag football games sometimes that our coworkers would have on the weekend.
For the record, we did not go to those. I don't know if you could look at us and tell.
Yeah.
We were not playing flag football.
We went to the all-you-can-eat wings place.
Hell yeah, we did.
But it's really true.
It's 100% true.
100%. But it was still, we didn't have aspirations of going pro. We knew that we weren't going to be on the broadcast somewhere, but we were having fun playing flag football. And that's the same opportunity people need for Rocket League. They need to be able to say, I can play this in my living room, have fun, or I can go all the way to the World Championship and maybe become the best in the world. But collegiate is very important to us because, as you know, you went to Mizzou, you know how school pride is a very important aspect for a lot of people, and also building steps for you to get to that next level. And if you don't nurture all levels of skill, you're never going to get there. You're going to have people that give up because the second they start playing, they know they're not going to be the best on day one. You need to give them 600, 700, 800 days where they can find a really nice path to get to wherever it is they're ultimately get to. So it's a big challenge, but it's something we take very seriously. Scott has been a really great ally for us over the last year in trying to incorporate more esports-related functionality into the game and features. And the whole team at Sonics is really into our World Championship, which, quick plug, is next Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in Newark, New Jersey. There you go.
This guy loves it.
He'll be there. Please go. It's if you can. It's almost completely sold out, and it's at the Prudential Center in Newark, New Jersey. So we think that's a good sign. It's going to be a big show, and we think, again, it's already the biggest show we've ever had on the RLCS, and we think the future is going to have even bigger ones.
Again, Scott, no pressure.
None.
How do you do that? How do you work on a game and make changes to a game that is something people are being that competitive about, right? That they're selling out the Prudential Center for.
Very carefully.
It's like tiddlywinks. You move on, try not to knock them all over.
So we got an excellent game analytics team that really can, because you hear people emotionally, the fans on Reddit and social media and stuff like that. So you take that, and then you also look at the pure science of it, of here's what they're actually doing, you know. And you put those together, and then you still, at the end of the day, listen to your experience and your gut about, hey, what do we need to do? What do we need to change? You know, because everybody wants to make some radical changes. Sorry, to the game.
Summer out now.
Radical summer change. But that would actually be corrosive to the core gameplay, and that's something that, again, is there. We don't need to change the core gameplay. It's actually doing quite well. We just need to make sure it's healthy and getting funnels into it for people. And so, like for esports specifically, like how can we, some of the stuff I've been paying attention to is how can we improve the broadcaster experience so they can help us tell those stories easier with more power and accuracy on there. How do we make that a more powerful tool to show everybody how great this game is? And then another thing we're really looking into is, like updating our tournament system so that we have like automatic tournaments run by the company that are on a schedule, and to create almost like minor leagues and local leagues to compete. So who's the best in your high school? Who's the best in your college? Because it's in-game, you can prove it. And I think that would really be a lot of fun for a lot of people.
Yeah, for sure. That'd be awesome. I mean, that's what I think Rocket League's so good at, right? I definitely fall into such an amateur of it, right? I remember when it launched, leading into it, I was pretty good, at least for the Kind of Funny office.
Of the 8 people that played it, when he played it, he was definitely in the top 8.
Thank you. That's what I like to hear. And so, like, I went away for a weekend to, I think, a PAX or whatever when it came out, and I came back and everybody online was so good. I was like, oh, well, I'm never playing a game. But coming back, and for me, the Switch being a big part of it, when you guys launched on Switch, being the idea of like, oh, well, everybody brings their Switch to the office. We can play here. We can do 2v2 here. And suddenly it was back to the way it was when we were all growing up, right? And it wasn't, are you the best in the world? It was, are you the best of your group of friends? And then you find another group of, a different group of friends, right? And they challenge you, he's the best of us. Can you beat you? And, and having that go back and forth and grow that way, right? Like you're talking about, be as casual as you want or as hardcore as you want it to be. What I thought was interesting earlier when we were talking about art, Jason. You brought up the hitboxes and how big the cars are. Is that something that is on your guys' mind every time you sit down to make an art asset? That we need something that looks cool and that's gonna be eye-catching and a casual fan's gonna love, but also it can't be a millimeter too big that would then give it an advantage on the field.
I think I work closely with Scott on this, but we generally don't want to release like a Dominus hitbox car over and over and over again, right? We try to mix them up. So maybe next time it'll be Octane, and next time it'll be flat. We don't know yet. I mean, we're so organic.
Yeah.
We just kind of play it by ear, and whatever fits for that release, whichever the best fit is at the time, then we'll kind of bookmark that and bring it up a notch, right?
Yeah, Corey's still in the office. He was our
Corey Davis. He's
yeah,
our
Corey
SVP
Davis.
of development. He was the game director before Scott.
Yep, and before I locked him in my trunk. But no, he's really good at keeping us in line, and it's really valuable to have someone who not only was at the beginning of this game, but the previous game, and so he knows all the hidden, this is why we did this way in the beginning, and this is what we need to consider now. And so I luckily sit next to him. I'm like, why in the heck? And he's like, here's the reason. And it makes sense. So, because any video game, there's a ton of those. The longer your development, the more hidden gems that are in the game.
So I know we have a scale here in terms of how long you've all worked there, right? You've been game directing for a little over a year now. Jeremy, of course, been there forever. Yeah. He's old as dirt.
About 5.5 years.
There you go, ancient. You know what I mean? How long have you been there, Jason?
Coming up on 2.5 years.
What I'd like to go is going down the line. What is the biggest thing you've learned working on this game?
That we need more people. That our ambition definitely outweighs our capabilities consistently, and that we definitely have to rein it in. Yeah. But I've also learned that this is the best team in game that I've ever worked on, and every day I'm still excited. This game is 4 years old.
Yeah.
I am incredibly excited every day I go to work. I want to talk about what's next. I want to talk about not only what's next month, but what's next year and in 2 years. And I'm not alone. There are a lot of people like that. And so to me, I've learned that I've found the place that has so many passionate people that I want to go to work every day, regardless of what it is that we're going to talk about. It's just really exciting.
Scott?
Yeah, a lot of similar, but really, I came to Psyonix, and they really grew up by themselves. They were, a single studio that did it their way for quite a while now. And so learning how to work within that system, because I've been at a bunch of different companies, and they all do it differently. I mean, there's no one way to make a video game, because, after I think it's 9 companies now, there have literally been 9 different ways to make video games that I've seen so far. And so really just always being a student of your craft, I think, is what I do, and I'm learning a lot from these excellent people around me every day.
Jason?
I would echo what both of you guys said. The other thing that I really enjoy about Psyonix is how fast-paced it is, and coming from a game where it takes 4 to 8 years to release and then finally see your work exposed, now it's like on a monthly basis, and that to me is really, really rewarding. And I think the team agrees. So.
And you talk about growing it themselves, right? Psyonix being this whole thing. Jeremy, Psyonix just got bought by Epic.
I heard about that, yeah.
You heard about that? That was in the news, I think, right? Yeah. Kind of Funny Games Daily. Probably heard about
Wait,
that.
what?
I gotta go.
Surprise.
What was the reasoning behind that? Why was Epic a good partner for you guys to go in on with?
Well, we're not closed yet, so we're officially not bought by Epic just yet.
So you're still accepting offers. Everybody,
You
get a
have
hat
some- you
passed
have something
around.
in your pocket?
There we go. We got 50 and starting.
But one of the things that was really important for the Epic relationship with us is that Dave Hagewood, who's our CEO, he came from Epic. He based a lot of the culture at Psyonix on his experience and time there. He worked on Unreal Tournament way back in the day. And he took a lot of the stuff that he learned there, the knowledge that he had about technology and design philosophy, and that's what he used to build Psyonix up. So when it came time to make a decision like that, he already knew the team. He had history with all of them. Our culture was based on their culture. And they are very much a company that doesn't want to come in and tell us what to do. They want us to keep doing what we're doing. And those are all check boxes that you should definitely look for if you're looking to part from owning the company. And we're really excited about it. We think that it's going to bring good things to us and to our community. We just can't talk about much more until after we close because we were still learning all this stuff ourselves.
No,
but we think it's going to be positive for everyone going forward.
I think so too. I mean, especially talking even on this panel, right, about the journey it's been these past 4 years, right? And you're talking about your ambitions often outweighing the resources and the way you've hired up, but you still don't have enough people, right? I think the resources that Epic has, I think it's such a great partnership to see what Rocket League can be in another 4 years and what this platform can continue to give to players who love it so much.
Yeah, we agree.
Excellent. I'm sure Stephanie will get mad if we don't talk more about Radical Summer. It's still happening. Still going on, still available right now for you to get in on it. The biggest thing for me was I'm watching the trailer and Playing with the Boys starts playing. Yeah. And I'm like, yes, this is great. I appreciate that they got this song for the trailer. Monday night, I go home, boot up Rocket League. The song starts playing again, Playing with the Boys. You put it in the game from literally booting up the game all the way through. I guess to set the stage for what Radical Summer is and how you better be all in on it because Rocket League is.
Yeah, we knew everyone would ask, well, hey, the song's in the trailer, why isn't it in the game? So there it is.
What was the mentality behind going into this? Like, we talked about Ghostbusters, right? We talk about Knight Rider, but then there's Goonies references. There's all these different references peppered in, whether they be the headband, right?
There's E.T., Karate Kid, Back to the Future, Goonies, as you mentioned. That's just the first beat, right? The movie's beat. So
we have Voltron, we have classic WWE, and then free items from Knight Rider as well.
Right. So it was just throw everything at the wall. Like we talked about, obviously, Ecto being a impetus for it, Knight Rider making so much sense. Then was it just your guys' favorite franchises who you wanted to work with?
No. We had a massive list. We had over 100 IP that we were looking at one point.
Wow.
And we really had to pare it down, obviously. But what was important to us is that it was two things. It had to be, first of all, cool and iconic in the 80s, but it also had to be interesting and relevant to people today. And that's why Voltron, for example, is in the game, because my daughters love that show. It just ended its final season, but that's okay. They're devastated, but it is a good show. And they're not alone, though. It's one of the most successful shows that Netflix has is Voltron. And it came out in the 80s, so that was an easy one. Ghostbusters is celebrating its 35th anniversary. A new movie is coming. That's great. Knight Rider may not have a new show out right now, but it is an iconic car, and it looks awesome, and it's all black, which is something that our community has been asking us to do for a while, other than just a little bit of trim at the bottom. So these are all things that made a lot of sense for us to bring into the game and to touch on the nostalgia that parents would have, and at the same time bring in brands that are familiar to the fans that are younger too. So that was our strategy.
It was pretty Darwin in action there. A lot of the ones near and dear to us got cut pretty early because those under 30 were just like never heard of it. Like ColecoVision was I think the first casualty, and I almost cried, and I was like, I accept this, that no one knows.
And yet he's still bringing it up.
I will never let that go. We'll do it someday.
He's accepted it,
someday.
But he's not ready to let people off the hook for letting it die just yet.
Some of those also dipped into either the 70s or the 90s a little too much. We wanted to keep it in there.
We looked at Rubik's Cube and we're like, oh man, that's a 70s invention.
The other thing is you also need to make sure that the brand or the item makes sense from a perspective of gameplay too, and then or at least from customization. Because I look back at the 80s, and there are a lot of great movies from that time period that I love personally, like The Breakfast Club. A lot of people have seen that movie. But what one item from The Breakfast Club would necessarily resonate with people? And I'm sure you could come up with one, maybe a trench coat boost or something.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't have the same power that the Voltron boost would, or a Macho Man Randy Savage topper. You know, those are the things, which is in the game.
Oh yeah, I know.
And those are the sorts of things that made more sense. So it doesn't matter how beloved the property is; it also has to make sense in Rocket League.
My other question was, and again, this is just me being too close probably to you, to Rocket League in general.
It's very close.
Watching the trailer, there is a section where the car drives by a storefront, And it says Dunham up there. That's your last name, Jeremy.
I promise you, I did not ask him to put that there.
See, I've known Jeremy a long time. I don't believe that promise.
I didn't.
The video team was literally giggling about that. We can't wait till we spring this on Jeremy.
It was a surprise for me, and I appreciate it. It was nice.
Are there other Easter eggs hidden in there?
There are a ton. The trailer was actually designed to be watched many, many times. And so the first time you see it, you'll see everything that we intended for you to see as sort of like the big headline. But go back and watch it a few times, and you'll see that we put a bunch of hidden stuff in there. There are hints to what's in our next Rocket Pass in there. There are hints as to what's in our next crate in there. There's hints as to ways that you can unlock content that might not otherwise be obtained in there.
Wow.
And there's just a lot of fun stuff in there too. So I'd recommend going back, watching it a few times, and take some notes, because some of them actually might be helpful for you guys to get extra content in the game.
You guys are psychos.
For real.
Detail,
Detail, man. Details.
So is that trailers made in-house? Do you have a video team that's working on it?
Generally, yes. This is we have a small video team. This one was made by them, but we did get the help from an outside group named Capacity to help us with some of the CG elements, because we were so small, and because there are so many licenses. There's just a lot of work and back and forth. So they were great partners and helped, but in general, 95% of what we do internally with our own art team. His team's been a big help to our creative services team and the creative services team itself.
Scott, we've talked a lot about the future and what it could be and where it could go and all these different things. How does that firm up as game director as you look down of what Rocket League's future is? Is it the next 3 months are pretty set in stone, but then it starts getting looser, or is it in general, there's initiatives?
That's pretty much it. It's, the near term is written in stone, and then it just comes down to stability bugs. Is this ready to go out? And hopefully it is. And then down the line, I've got a wish list of features and improvements that's pretty huge, and it's really prioritizing those. For me, a pet thing I would want, but the game actually needs this for game health, would have to trump that. And so getting, I think after tournaments, we do want to start taking more passes on the social aspect of the game, and how do you get your friends in, and just become more of a group activity, because we do it now, but we could do a lot better, I think. And so over the next years, I'm not going to stop. I'm on this for the next 10 years, I hope. And so just keep on making it better and making it easier for people to connect with each other and feel like a star no matter what your rank is really where I want to take it.
Final minute of the panel. Obviously, Radical Summer, it started now, 9 weeks. Go Ghostbusters, go pick it up right now. What do you guys want to say to your community? You know what I mean? It's one of those, you guys talk so much to them, but I think it's rarely on a grand stage.
I would want to say, as always, thank you very much. You guys have been an amazing partner in this entire Rocket League development cycle, and we couldn't have done it without you. That's just a fact. So thank you very much, and keep the feedback coming. I promise we are listening to it.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rocket League Radical Summer is upon you right now. Go ahead and pick it up wherever video games are, because if you didn't notice, Rocket League is on everything. Guys, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Los Angeles, thank you for your time.
Thank you, everybody.
Go watch Ghostbusters!
Yeah.
And now, Xbox Elite Wireless Controller Series 2, re-engineered from the inside out. Please welcome your moderator, Larry Herb.
Hello, Coliseum. Great to see everybody here today. Hope you're in here to learn about the brand new wireless controller, Elite Series 2. You got some great stuff for you. We announced it earlier this week on Sunday during the Xbox briefing. How many made it to the Xbox briefing? All right, you guys are in there. This was the other big talk of the show other than Keanu. And it's a great controller. And on stage today, I'm thrilled to have one of the designers and one of the program managers join us. But for those of you that did not join us, or maybe you're like, you wandered in here because it was a nice, cool space, and you're not actually sure why you're here, I want to play this video. This is our reveal video that we showed on Sunday. So let's go ahead and roll the video right now, and I'll bring my guests out, and we'll get into it. Here we go. There we go, Elite Series 2 wireless controller, available for pre-order right now. Joining me on the stage, my very special guests. Why don't you guys introduce yourself? We'll start here with you, David.
David Prine. I am the PM hardware director at Xbox.
So, could you sex it up a little bit? Just so you don't know, PM stands for Project Manager. So that's what that stands for. But you're really responsible for conceiving the project and seeing it through to shipping. Now, I want to point out, David actually was also responsible for the first Elite, right?
Correct.
So thank you for that. So, and then over here we have
Elliot Su. I am a hardware designer at Microsoft and working on Xbox products.
So the first question we're going to try to ask is, like, Elliot, how do you guys work together? And tell us a little bit about the working relationship.
Constant conflict.
Constant conflict. So it's always just throwing stuff at each other, right?
Everything I want to do, he doesn't want to do, and everything he wants to do.
No, I mean, well, to be honest, it's actually a very collaborative effort.
Right.
Across, the program managers managing across the board, everything from the business to the engineering. We are working on usability, the aesthetics, the design, what it means to, design this product for gamers.
Now, David, you were involved with the first, do we call it the Elite Series 1 now? What are we calling it? Because since this is
You're the first to ask me.
Right?
I guess officially it is the Series 1.
You heard it here
the
first.
OG? I don't
the
know.
OG. So let's talk about the Elite Series 1, the Elite Series 2, and just quickly some of the new features. And we have some of them up here on screen.
You want to go through some of the tables?
So go ahead and go through those if you would.
And first, you want to go? I can't even see them from here, but
got it. So we've got the new internal bumper design. We've got Bluetooth on board here. We've got adjustable tension sensors. We'll go all through these in just a minute. We've got new thumbstick shapes and 3 customizable onboard profiles. David, I want to talk about what you decided to do when this program was moving forward. You shipped the Elite controller, which you sold a lot. We sold a lot of those controllers, didn't we?
A lot more than we thought.
A lot more than we thought. And when you said, "Hey, we need to update this and build a new one," what were some of the ideas that you had going into it that ultimately ended up here? I mean, tell us about that and why.
So after we launched it, and the design team and the program management team, we got together and we kind of created this new space of the Elite. we knew it would be a big hit. I don't think we knew how big of a hit. I mean, you more than anyone got all the press of why are we sold out constantly, these kinds of things. So we knew we had something, and we knew we had to keep going further and further, and we wanted to do more. So actually, as soon as it launched, we were immediately in the field. We spent the 6 months probably in 4 different countries and 15 different cities, doing nothing but people going to people's houses, working with them exactly what was working, what wasn't working, and what else would they like to see.
Why? I mean, that's interesting. So you kind of did this. You kind of went out there and were trying to collect this information as almost like social scientists. What did you learn?
It was crazy. Some really big things we learned were play styles.
Sure.
When we had designed controllers in the past, we tried to purposely find something that was ergonomically perfect with the ID team to kind of work with every grip.
Sure.
But with the Elite style, what we found is when we went to the 1%ers and the 5%ers, people that were using them for very specific titles, very specific types of gaming, grips were a lot like languages. They were completely different ones. So you'd have a crab claw or
So what do we see? We
claw.
actually see a couple of pictures of on screen here.
Right. So you'd have a traditional grip where you're holding it more with your triggers, like on the one side, and the other one would be more like a claw grip. Especially in some of our Gears community, you'll find that very popular. So
what is the difference? What is the claw? Is that just the way they hold it, or is it in terms of what do they get from it? They get better precision, speed?
The biggest thing is without using paddles, in order to press down, use your thumbstick, and hit a button and a trigger at the same time,
Got it.
you had to have a way that you can actually hit a button and your down press at the same time, versus traditional style is much more you take your thumb off of the thumbstick to press the button.
Right.
But if you have to do them simultaneously, you always would miss it, or like on a drop shot.
Yeah.
So we found the paddles were really a big help, but what we
On the
found was
underside here.
we found that during a lot of the research on the Series 1, but for Series 2 we found, oh my gosh, there's even more grips than we thought, because even if someone just has a traditional grip, we found that there was way over and way under.
Okay.
So a lot of people, a great analogy is like a golf club. There's a lot of people that do it open and closed.
Sure.
And the same thing. So we're like, oh, well, we need to redesign this a little better where having the more grip on the side in your palms lets you actually have a tighter or looser grip on the current ones.
Got it. No, I'm always fascinated because the fact that you travel the world and that much like languages, the grip is a little different, and from region to region. Were there any commonalities or consistencies that you learned as you're going through this?
We definitely found that certain game styles was much more common. We found in the Halo community and the Gears community, we found much more claw in the Gears community. In the Halo community, we found much more of a bumper jumper style. And actually, one of the things we really improved and really wanted to work on with things was improving the bumper.
Yeah, one of the questions I'm looking at the chat here on Mixer is what's new about the internal bumpers?
Complete redesign from the inside out.
Okay.
It's actually a completely different travel pattern and a completely different material. So some of the ways that we had worked with traditional controllers where it was on a hinge, now it's more on a singular mechanism. So it's actually more robust, but also more reliable.
Yeah, in fact, in some of the videos we've seen, you can see it's tough to track, but you actually have this cool explosion of all the different parts, and if you kind of pay attention, you can kind of see it in there, right?
Right.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah,
there.
it was a big redesign. Again, with Series 2, it's not just a tagline. It really was redesigned from the inside out.
Right.
Series 1, we were trying to get this great idea going, and we tried to put some great features on it. Whereas this one, since we got all that feedback, we actually could design from the start this time instead of from the outside in.
Now it may look similar because everybody knows the Xbox One controller. But Elliot, tell us about some of the design elements in here and what you did to keep that language so that when people saw this, they knew it was an Xbox One controller.
Yeah, well, we've done a significant amount of ergonomic and human factors testing on the actual form factor. So there were a lot of things that we had to keep in place, things that were essentially sacred to a handheld gamepad.
Sure.
But where we did improve some things were, for instance, the grip was highly popular on the lobes on the bottom side.
Yep.
We actually brought them over to the top.
Okay.
On the top case here. That was one of the feedbacks when you accommodate for different grip styles in play. So essentially being able to put that across everywhere that your hand can come in contact. And even more so was that we added it on the actual triggers itself.
Yeah. I don't know if people can tell, but if you get a chance to go to the Xbox booth, you can play with these yourselves. And the triggers are now textured.
Yes. And it was that was also another sacred area where people have always said, do not mess with the trigger. Do not touch the trigger. We want it to feel exactly the way it is. It's a critical mechanism for gaming. However, we went through and we tried these different textures, tried high textures, low textures, and we found that after a significant amount of gameplay, they do sweat. And there are some players that have sweat more than others. And we found that this texture actually helped during extended gameplay in being able to let people have surface area to be able to grip and keep that sort of texture and tactility there.
And then you also, while we're talking about, we can see on screen here, you also you increase the options with the travel time on the back here.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
So on the Elite 1, we had 2 positions, which gave you a full traditional throw on the controller and then a half throw. And again, the feedback from the players and the users were that we'd actually prefer a true hair trigger.
Sure.
So this is now actually on that third position gives you a 1.8 millimeter throw. So it's
very tight,
rapid fire.
Very tight.
And one of the other big things that went with that one of a field feedback type issue was for people that weren't as familiar with the app. To go with that also is when you would be playing and you put it in the hair trigger mode and you were playing Halo or something, but then you'd switch to Forza, well, your car never went over 50 miles an hour because it didn't actually register it correctly.
I remember I reached out to you because I had this exact problem with a coworker of mine, and he couldn't figure out why every time he got into the Dasha in PUBG, he's like, it's going so slow. I'm like, no, it's slow anyway. And then I finally, I'm like, what are you doing? He thought the game was bugged, it turns out. He forgot to
So
this.
without using the app, the problem was we did get the plan. So yeah, if you want to call it the Larry feature, we can go with that from now on. But what we did is we actually now have a sensor in there.
Right.
So every time you change the position, it will automatically change to a full throw. You'll still be able to use the app to change it if you want to have a dead zone at the beginning or the end. But it will actually default for day one. Every time you go to the 3 settings, it'll always be full throw.
Now, one of the other areas, so it triggers, the other part is the sticks. Now, the sticks are, a lot of work went into the sticks here. Tell us about that and what folks can do with it now. It's really exciting.
So it's actually my favorite feature of the new one, and it's actually the one I really wanted to put in Series 1, but like everything we do with Elite, we want to do it really well. We just don't want to put it in. And so at the time, it needed a lot more design work than we thought, but luckily we've had time to work on this one. But it's actually a great thing, and so if anyone hasn't had before, a lot of feedback we had from the 360 era to the Xbox One era was tension when it came to the thumbstick. So one of the problems was we could show why, mathematically, why you would want to have less tension. There was an advantage to it. However, the things we have learned on Elite, especially with Elite and our Elite users, is the littlest things make the biggest differences. So by changing the tension, we actually introduced some problems. Now that was at Xbox One X. With Elite, we kept the same tension because we didn't want to change it. But with this one, we've purposely gone back and said, well, you know what? Just like everything else on the device, you now have the opportunity to set it the way that feels the most natural to you. And in this case, the tension actually has 3 settings. So as you can see on the screen, you have a little tool that'll go in there and you can adjust it like a screw.
Do you have the tool in there?
I do.
Yeah. And what, by the way, question in the chat, and I've been meaning to ask you this. What does the GF stand for?
Grand Force. Oh, Grand Force.
Grand Force. Okay, there we go. Now we know. Okay.
Yeah, and the idea here was, once again, we're trying to get precision. And so the idea is at the tightest setting, it is the exact same tension. And that's why those numbers are in there in the Grand Force, because that's what the 360 was.
Right.
And then the highest setting, the loosest setting, would be what the current Xbox One is. And then we gave a step in between. And it's a simple turn of it, and it's 3 steps.
Right.
And we did that for a very important reason.
This is actually really interesting, because when I saw this, I said, David, come on, why don't you just like turn it all the way, kind of like make it infinite? Turns out that is the worst idea ever. Tell me why.
We purposely did do it with 3 settings instead of making it infinite, like you're saying. So imagine a screw where you can instantly kind of turn it wherever you want to be, or little at a time. Yeah. But the problem is that can move over time, or if you want your left and right to be exactly the same,
there's no way to line it up.
There's no way to line it up.
Yeah.
So what the feedback we got from the field, so once again, even though we always get the feedback to say what features should be in, we then build these and then go back in the field and say, what do you think?
Right.
And one of them was, they were like, well, my left and right are always different. So we purposely said, okay, what we want is people to have consistency and reliability again,
Right.
and so therefore we want these 3 settings where each of the 2 on every controller will always be the same of the 3 settings.
So that way you still have that flexibility.
Yes.
But you don't, it's always, because there's no way to capture, if it was infinite, you would just never know.
Right.
You just never know.
And there was a fear that if you turn, it was also, we had a little bit of placebo effect where people would be playing and mentally they think the screw is turning.
Right.
It never was, but once again, for anyone that's here that's ever played with lag problems, things like that, there is a lot of placebo effect in the world.
Sure.
And so if you think it's slipping, you fear it's slipping. But this gave people the confidence that they would always have the same
And
accuracy
let's be
precision.
clear, it ships with a little screwdriver
Mhm.
there, and it also still has, and you have the whole kit here if you want to hold it up. It still comes. It shows the different sticks that it comes with because it's a little bit different.
Yeah. So, Elliot, you want to talk about this? I mean, these are your.
You've got the full kit.
So we have, we still have the tall thumbstick that was in the Elite 1, and we have the wide dome, which we did shorten a little bit, as well as we added additional texture on here. Just we found that people were slipping on the smooth dome surface. And originally we shipped with 2 tall and 2 domes.
Right.
And we found out that people actually weren't ever using both at the same time.
Interesting.
And then, sort of a little nuance to this whole thing is that since you can adjust your tension back to the 360, we actually brought in the same geometry as the classic 360 thumbstick.
Because we still had those designs. We know
Yep.
exactly what they are.
Yep. And so when you put this on and you put it to the highest tension, you actually get back to that 360 feel. And it's been amazing. Like at the booth, we're telling people, we're like, look, just go to the highest tension, put this is a classic thumbstick like 360s, and they go back and they're just like, oh, I remember this.
Yeah.
And they're like, this is amazing.
It's like putting on a real comfortable pair of shoes or a pair of pants
It
or
is.
something,
It's
right?
just something they're familiar with.
I took it over the Infinite station yesterday and let some of the ex-pro guys like Dursk and stuff play it. And first thing he puts in a hand, he's like, I'm home. I'm back.
Yeah, that's what they get it. They get it. Now, there's a lot of other design elements you worked on in here. One of the biggest, of course, 2 of the biggest. 1, internal battery, and 2nd, USB-C. Tell us about those decisions.
Yeah, so we internalized the battery, so this is the first time on Xbox One controller that we've done that. It tends to be a controversial topic.
I want to ask the question here in the audience: how many people like rechargeable batteries? Okay, there we go. Okay.
There you
Go ahead.
Yep. But
thank you. So you're welcome.
But
Thank you.
it's a premium product, and to better have integration across the entire experience, and as well as the industrial design and the product itself, internalizing the battery allowed us to do that. So with the Elite Series 2, you get a charging dock. This does need to plug into the wall.
There's not a battery in there. That's
there's
just
no
a
battery in here. So essentially, there's a USB-C here. Plug it in the back. This goes to wall wart or your console. And one unique feature, again, this is from being in the field and understanding that the Elite 1 users were saying, oh, we're like, where do you put your controller when you're done? And everybody was saying, well, we put it right back in the case. Like, that's where it belongs. I don't want my friends touching it. I don't want my kids touching it. I don't want anybody touching it. And so when we found that scenario, we were thinking, well, we need to have people be able to charge inside and outside the case.
Yeah, how can you enable them to continue to do what they do and take their most precious controller and return it home?
Yeah, and so the charger actually, there's a spot for it here.
There's a little magnet on the bottom there, too.
It's magnetic.
Yeah. So.
And then you have a little port back here with a plug, and then you can put the USB-C through.
Sliding straight through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's actually a really neat story. For another thing we worked on based on that same kind of research was, as silly as it sounds, whether it's in the case or out of the case, you want it to fit quickly.
Sure.
So because again, it is contact points. It does have a magnet on this side to help it find its place quickly, that you can actually drop it in really quickly.
Yep.
So it actually does hold in place.
Yep.
But at the same time, you don't want every single time I take out of this thing that it comes out with you.
Right.
So I put a stronger magnet in
on
the
the bottom.
So it's actually every time you
There's
put
a
it in
lot of
here
magnets.
and pull it out there, it won't come out.
Right.
And so it's the
That's engineering,
It's the
folks.
it's the little things, Larry. It's the
Right.
little things.
But it's also, and then again, you talked about the you can still plug it in, of course,
can still
directly
plug
into
it
your
in. Yep.
console or directly into the controller, and then of course that recharges the battery. Now the battery was, as you said earlier, is a controversial design decision. But tell us about, this is a different type of battery than we have in like a phone or something, right?
It's lithium ion, so which is like your phone battery, but obviously just like any other technology, it's evolving.
Sure.
And also the way we use the battery is slightly different than a phone, so degradation and those kinds of things aren't as difficult of a problem as that we would have on a cell phone. But it is the same base technology.
Sure.
But it is, what we're saying now is it's a long life battery for 40 plus hours, which our intent of what we always said was this thing should play just like the AA's. We shouldn't take it away just because we give you an internal battery.
Right.
So just like our AA guarantee of 40 hours, we said this is too.
And it's a little more, right? I can't say anything more than that. But I will say this, is I remember when I first got mine, I got it home, and I think I got it from you when we were doing the internal testing, and I didn't get a cable or something, and I brought it home, and I was playing 2.5 weeks before I completely I'm like, oh, I got to recharge it, and obviously I recharged it quickly, and I was off for another 2 or 3 weeks. It was spectacular. I played all of Red Dead with that controller. I probably shouldn't say that, but just saying, because that's how I mean. I absolutely adored it. But the other part of this is the profiles. Tell us, because we've done some interesting work in the profile space.
Yeah, in the past we gave 2 profiles with a left and a right switch, and the idea there was, again, you can switch from like a sniper strategy, a run and gun strategy, a vehicle to a non-vehicle, something like that.
Instantly while you're playing.
Instantly while you're playing with 0 lag. In fact, actually, the lag is so low, it's lower than you pushing the button.
Yeah.
We did get instant feedback of adding another, so that was a relatively easy decision to just add a 3rd in there. But one of the things we did, which a lot of people don't know, and these are one of those little things, is we added a default. By that, what I mean is, so there's 3 lights. So you're in mode 1, 2, or 3, depending on the lights that are on.
I don't know if you can see the lights
but
here.
But when they're all off, you're actually in default mode. And what that means is, any way you've programmed it, I actually get emails and tweets that, hey, I made everything a B button. How the heck do I get back to an A button?
And I did that accidentally once.
And you're like, okay. So you can always go to default. But one of the things we want to do is people couldn't agree on, well, how do I get to default? Do I hold it? Do I scroll to it?
Right.
Well, we're like, hey, I don't care. We'll give you both. And so you can actually scroll 1, 2, 3, 4, or if you hold it, people are like, oh, but then if I hold it, I want to get right back out. The problem is, oh, well, it actually will go back to the profile you were on, not to order. So lots of little things of ways to get there.
Yeah, and it's also interesting because the other question I had was, so what if I need to like shut it off? Because that's right. You know, I remember when I needed to pop the batteries out or for whatever reason then, and so but to shut it off, you just have to hold this down for, what is it, 10 seconds?
12 seconds.
12 seconds. If you hold that down, it'll just like, you know, pull the batteries
And we purposely made it pretty long for 2 reasons. One is you don't want to do it incidentally now that we do have features that are based on the button.
Right.
So you don't want to double tap or triple tap or something like that, because people could be doing screen shares and things like that. So the last thing you'd want is to turn it off.
Right.
The other one is it does need a couple seconds to do what we would actually, it's literally a power switch. It actually is cutting off all power when you do it. And there's like a live battery that kind of re-kicks it back in. So it is a little different than a traditional like
engineering
cell phone.
folks. Now, there's a lot of other things you have done to really enhance the controller. We only have about 4 minutes left. I don't know if you have time to tick through some of your favorites.
I mean, Bluetooth is certainly
Bluetooth
probably another one of the top requests we get all the time is, can we have Bluetooth? And so we finally added that one.
Which is great for PC gaming. I've got it working right here. I hit it and the game bar comes up.
Now it'll work instantaneously on any laptop with Bluetooth, which is great for us.
And later this year, well, yeah, when you get it later this year, it'll just work with all your Bluetooth devices.
All your Bluetooth devices, correct.
Yeah.
So to me, that was a huge win for a lot of the groups and a lot of things we're doing with xCloud and that kind of stuff that we're really excited for the future on that one.
Right. So that's actually a big one. Now, we've got a lot of questions in the chat. If you have any questions, we're gonna please raise your hand. We have some microphones. We're gonna bring it around if you have any questions here. I had a couple questions from the chat. One of them is simply, when's it available? How do I order it?
November 4th.
November 4th, it'll be available, and they can order it at the Microsoft Store online.
Correct. You can
now, but if you're here, for those of you here at E3, we've got a special. If you can go to the Microsoft Theater, and you guys have a whole section set up in there. You can get your hands on it, try it out. We've got some demo games you can play and whatnot. But if you pre-order there, you get one of these little guys. Do you have it with you? Yeah. You get a incredibly limited edition, this really cool green D-pad.
Very well.
What does it say on it?
You want to? You made it.
E3, 2019.
Matches his shirt.
It's on fire.
Yeah. So there you go. So that's kind of cool. So it's completely re-engineered. Now, what you don't see here, of course, is we include the cable. Correct. You didn't bring a cable out because, with all due respect to the cable's a cable. But it will also work with any of your other USB-C cables.
It will work with any USB-C cable.
So, do we have any questions out here? Yeah, we have one down here in front. We only got a couple more minutes.
Hello. So I'm a huge Xbox Elite controller fanatic. I think I have all of them that you guys have ever made. I don't put batteries in mine because I'm one of those guys who don't like the rechargeable wings, and I play it hooked up to my PC and to my Xbox One X. Is there going to be any problems with the battery degradation of having it constantly plugged in for 10, 12 hours, 6 days a week for 5, 6 years?
It's a really good question. And then one of the things we found when we said, should we do this or not, was a lot of people are afraid of their cell phones. Like, hey, my battery now is only 50% and it dies after time. We've engineered this so we guarantee it'll be the equivalent to AA's for the standard lifetime of the product.
Awesome. And then one wish list, if I could, design lab sometime for Elite controllers.
We hear that all the time.
I know.
We hear that all the time, but we have nothing to share today. Why, you need more controllers? You need even more? we had a question somewhere. We'll go here. Hi there, and then we'll get to you in the back there.
Hello. So I wondered, with the Elite Controller 1, the resistancy on the paddles was very, very sensitive. Did you add some resistance to it with this one? Because I remember with the Elite 1, I had to put a furniture stopper on the back just so I could, it would reach the back of the controller.
Yep. We actually shortened the paddles on Series 2 and also increased the force to fire on there. So if you get a chance to go to the booth and try it out, they're much snappier, and people feel like there's a much better sort of tactility to them and no accidental actuation.
I filed that bug too because I would always put it down on my sofa, and all of a sudden I'm like, what's going on?
I think it was on Series 1 where I got the hate mail tweet of, I just deleted Gallahorn, was when I said, all right, we're going to have to make a change on that one.
All right, we've got one more question. There's a gentleman back here that I'd like to ask, and then unfortunately we're going to have to wrap it up. Hi there.
Hi. Durability of the grips. I know in Series 1 I had a couple of them, and the grips all fell off at one point. Have you made improvements on those staying put?
Yeah, we have. If you notice on the Elite 2, one of the things is on all Xbox One controllers, there's actually a separate part line here. So we've actually removed that and carried the grip all the way across the entire part. So there are just less parts for failure, as well as, we went through, we heard the feedback on Elite 1. We went back, we retested all the different possible rubber compounds and compositions across the board to get you better durability on the grips.
Re-engineered to a new material.
There you go. All right, we got to wrap it up. I'm getting the big things are blinking at me, so we're going to have to wrap it up here. Elliot, David, thank you guys. I want to thank everybody here. If you have a chance, stop by the Xbox booth, get your hands on the controller itself, and you can pre-order now at xbox.com. Thank you very much, everybody. Bye-bye.
now, Xbox Game Studios 1 year later. Please welcome your moderator, Larry Herb.
We're back. We're back. I am very excited to be back on this panel. You know, it's funny. I had the chance to do. They're like, which panel do you want to do? The elite one or the this one? I said I want to do both. So really excited to do this panel. We're gonna have an hour for this panel to talk with Matt Booty and some of the folks from our recently acquired studios about making games, what it's like to make games, what it's like to work for a large company like Microsoft and still be creative. So who are we bringing out first? I apologize. Matt, all right, let's start off with the boss himself. Matt Booty, the head of Xbox Game Studios. Matt, come on out. Have a seat. Welcome out. All right, I guess we're going to try to see if Dom Matthews from Ninja Theory. Dom, come on out. And from our good friends at Obsidian Entertainment, Fergus Urquhart. Fergus! And for this last guest, I'm going to ask everyone to please put on your splash ponchos. Mr. Tim Schafer! They're in the splash zone! Thanks, everybody. So really excited to have everybody out here. This is an incredible, incredible amount of talent we have on the stage here. And Matt, I want to start with you a little bit and talk about the role of first-party studios and your vision for Xbox Game Studios.
Sounds good. We are, a lot of folks some people might know this, some might know, so I'll kind of walk through it. We have 3 ways the content can make its way to an Xbox.
Sure.
And we're fortunate, I think, as Xbox to have options on that. One of the ways is our ID at Xbox program, which is where we bring in some smaller scale indie stuff. Another way is with all of our relationships with the bigger publishers, like your EA, Activision, Ubisoft. So they kind of form the bookends of the big and the small. And the job of first-party studios, of Xbox Game Studios, is really twofold. The first is to make sure that we have got games that are making sure there's always something new going into Game Pass, and to make sure that we've always got games to support new things like Mixer, and to support new things like Game Pass PC. And then we've also got big franchises, the things like Halo, Minecraft, Gears of War. So we sort of sit somewhere in the middle of those two in terms of what kinds of content, but it's really our job to make sure that when Xbox is doing something new, that we've got games that are going to support it, and make sure that our fans have got great stuff always to enjoy no matter where we're going.
Now, it's been a heck of a year because just about a year ago, we had the first group that we announced of acquisitions. Yeah. And this slide up here that you see with all of our, we call that the family slides, those are families. But there's it's grown exponentially, hasn't it?
Yeah, I was just staring at it thinking maybe we could play bingo or something. We could
right.
try to name something about a game and see if we can connect all those dots.
But it's an amazing collection of entertainment, right?
It is. So more seriously, we have been very fortunate to build on some long-standing relationships that we've had. Over the last few days, as I've been talking with people, that I've gotten some questions of how do these things come about. And in just about every case, it is more the fact that we've worked with people for so long and that we've made games with them, and we just have gotten to know the great people in the studio. So it's been great to sort of finally sort of seal the deal and work more formally.
Now, if I recall a little bit of the timeline correctly, Dom, you joined us about a year ago. It was announced. It was your last E3.
E3 last year, yeah.
And then at EXO in November. Yep. Fergus, your team from the city joined us. Then just a few days ago, Tim.
Thanks for watching.
You held out.
Yeah.
But you're here, so it's really been great to see some of this exciting activity. Let's roll back a little bit and talk about E3. We had an amazing earlier this week. It was great to have everybody talk about some stuff on stage.
Yeah, it was great. So did everybody see the briefing? I don't know if everybody got a chance to watch. Yep. I was backstage. I was going to tease Larry a little bit. I everybody saw Keanu come out on stage for Cyberpunk, and I'm watching backstage thinking, I got to go on stage after Keanu. And then we're backstage watching the Elite controller, and I'm like, I got to go on stage after the Elite controller.
Yeah.
So I feel like you're kind of setting me up there. You know? It's like, but we had a great time at the briefing. 60 games that we showed total, 14 of them from Xbox Game Studios, which is great. Over 30 of those will be in Game Pass day and date. So we think it was a pretty good showing for us. We also talked about, again, Game Pass showing up on console, on PC, Game Pass Ultimate, pretty exciting. Talked about our new console, talked about new streaming stuff. So a really great E3. And for me, having been to a lot of E3s over the years, it does feel like there's a little something different in the air. Things are changing, and maybe we're heading into some exciting times.
I want to swing it over to you, Dom. Tell us about your E3, because last year you joined the company. It's been a year since we've been working with us, but you had a new IP you announced.
Yeah, so announcing a new IP on stage. So I mean, so Bleeding Edge, which we announced in the briefing, it's been in development for a number of years, and kind of as an independent studio, we were thinking about how we were going to announce this thing, how we were going to launch this thing. We then joined Xbox Game Studios, and suddenly, okay, want to be in the briefing? Yes. So suddenly we get to be in the briefing and then be on the show floor on the same day to let people get hands-on. So it's just been incredible to be able to kind of do all of that in one go with the team at Xbox behind us just to make that happen. It's been awesome. And like a real highlight for me has just been meeting the fans. You know, now that we're part of the family, we're part of the Xbox fans family as well. So to be able to meet all of them and feel that love has just been incredible.
Fergus, how about you?
Well, I mean, it's the same, I think, like with Dom, I mean, after having studios for so long and being independent and working and, I mean, making awesome games, sometimes it always felt like, where were we going, where are we going to get to? And having Microsoft, like, look at us and look at all the other studios and say, hey, we see you as people that can deliver incredible content, incredible experiences, and then have that support. So we opened up the press briefing, which was just crazy. I mean, in however many years I've been doing it, I mean, it was always like, yeah, that's never going to happen. And so, to get that kind of support, for the Outer Worlds was, I mean, it was great. And I mean, and it really kind of just shows that the internal studios are incredibly important. We get the support that we need, and we kind of now get to dream. I don't know if that's the right way to say it. We get to kind of dream of kind of where we want to go and what kind of games and experiences we can give to people. And that's why I started doing this 28 years ago. And getting to do it now is awesome.
Now, one of the announcements, of course, we had was Tim's Double Fine Studios join the team, which is awesome. Tim, that's got to feel great now for you. I hope it does.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. It started the week off with a bang. That's for sure. And that's those kind of moments are. Feel really fortunate to be part of the studio, but to also have that moment on stage. Because when you make games, you're often locked away in a little room, and you're hoping to make something that makes someone happy, but that person is very far away often, and you don't often get to see them laugh or something like that. So to be able to come out on stage and hear people in the audience just facing you and hear their reaction, and when they said the name of the studio, Double Fine, and everyone cheered, that really feels good. Feels really good.
And there was a loud cheer, not as loud as Keanu. But it was up there.
Well, he had a smoke machine. I mean,
that's right.
In all fairness,
you had some
we're
awesome
asking for smoke.
Yeah,
machines.
next year we're all getting smoke machines.
Matt, smoke machines.
Matt, it's been a heck of a year as we talked about the acquisition. What do you look for when you're, when Phil comes to you and says, "Hey, let's go get some more studios. Here's the checkbook." Do you go? What are you looking for? Like, what are you looking for in terms of what a studio is, in terms of what they've done or what they can do? Tell me about that.
Well, it really starts with the people in the studio. Every single one of the studios has got such great people in it. Great cultures that they've built and that are fun and built around their commitment to creativity. And also, we feel that they're aligned with, they share a picture with us that gaming can be something good for the planet, that gaming can be something that brings us all together. And I think we share that. The second is, what each of these studios has done is actually pretty hard, right? To keep an independent studio independent for 10, 20 years, that is very difficult. And a lot of, if you spend time, talking to the people into the studio, they've had some hits and some games that have done well. And then there's been some times when things didn't go so great, but they stuck together. And that, to me, is just a real reflection of the character and just the leadership that exists inside the studio. And then lastly, what are the ideas, right? I mean, we could sit here and, probably do an inventory of 36 games that have come out of, just the folks sitting right here on stage with us, right? So when you add all that up, the people in the studios, the cultures they've built, the values that they've established, you think about the studios and the way they've managed to stick together through a games industry which is pretty, at times, dynamic and a lot changes. And then lastly, just the ability to keep coming up with great new ideas. Those are really the things that we look at.
I want to ask the other side of the room, you guys, from the studio perspective, what do you look to do? What do you want from Matt? Like, do you just want him to just stay out of our way? I mean, I'm curious to see what that dynamic is. Tim, what are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, Matt put a lot of trust in us, and he's been really clear about that there's that trust can continue, and there's places where we should share information, things we don't have to share, and so I feel like we're just starting on this process, so we don't know exactly how it all works out, and you guys know a lot more, about how it works. But that was part of what made us feel comfortable about it, is knowing that there'd be a creative, safe space for us to, instead of having an idea and a baby, just brand new idea and have to go pitch that to like 8 publishers or something like that. Instead of that, we could incubate that and develop maybe a prototype and prove these ideas out and then share them. That's something that's really appealing.
And I think also just the when we first were talking to Microsoft a year ago, and I had my first lunch with Matt, the message then is the message now. And I think that's, for us, it's just consistency. I mean, a lot of what our businesses have been and the games we made for so long, it's kind of this, like, kind of working with this group and then working with this group and then trying to do stuff internally. And knowing, with Matt, what he says is, go make the games you want to make and we're going to support you. And that is, like, every single phone call I have with Matt, that's the theme. How can he help us? And we understand with what is it, great power comes great responsibility. Like, our ability to do is, we have a responsibility on our side, but that feels like it is now, it's our power to go and do these things. Like, we have this control. We can go do the amazing things that we want to do. And just having that consistent message has been awesome.
Yeah, and I know that it's got to be easier because, to your point, Tim, you've all made the point, is that you don't have to go visit different publishers now. Matt's team can handle that. You guys can do what you do great, which is make great games, and then the team can work on a lot of the other elements, right? Is that accurate?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a long way to go. Yeah. We've got a great mix of talent here on the screen, but also here on set. What's it like to create? And this isn't really a fair question because, Tim, you're off the hook because you've only been with the company 6 days.
I'm gonna answer anyway. I'm gonna make something up.
But I guess I'll go, Dom. What's it been like for you for the past year, and Fergus for you for the past few months? 6 or 7 months.
Yeah, it's been a nightmare. No, it's been great, and I think, kind of to echo what's been said, like, I think from day one it's been about placing the faith in the creative.
Yeah.
And let's try and remove any other struggles and worries you might have that get in the way of the creative. And the team's really been true to that. So, day to day, for us at Ninja Theory, before joining Xbox Game Studios, we had a bunch of people in the studio that were working on work-for-hire projects, really to try and fund our own IP and our own work. Yeah. And since the acquisition, we've been able to just have our entire team focused on what we want to make.
Yeah.
Games that we love to make for the fans that love them. That's our focus. And the great thing is that the balance that we have with Matt and the various teams within Xbox is that when we feel that we need support, whether it's from the marketing team or the user research team or the legal team or finance team, it's there for us when we want it. But other than that, we're left to get on with our job, which is making awesome, compelling games for fans.
Yeah, because a lot of folks forget that, making great games is very hard. I've never done it. You guys have made some amazing stuff. But that's just part of the puzzle. As you talked about, there's the IT infrastructure, there's the getting the equipment, there's the marketing for the there's just all the business side of it that hopefully Matt and his team can help. Hopefully, right, Matt?
Yeah, and it's more than that. You know, it's like as an independent studio and running your own business. I'm sure this is true for everyone really on the panel. Is that it is tough, and it's about survival. It's about trying to survive so you can make that creative thing that burns within the team to make. You know, and at times we haven't been able to invest in our teams enough and give them what they need. But now we're in a position where we can fund the teams with simple stuff like the best IT kit. We're trying to make the best games in the world. Let's make sure people have got the best monitors that they can have. And I know that sounds like a small thing, but really for us as a studio, it's been penny pinching at times, which you need to be. But now we get that backing to be able to go, you guys go and make what you want to make, and we'll back you to make it.
And your point about the access to certainly that stuff, but there's also this other neat thing is that we have this incredible collection of studios, and inside of it is this amazing talent. So if you want to learn about, hey, what do you think the best controller config is for a fighting game? You guys certainly don't do that, but I'm saying there's all this other talent that you can lean on and knowledge base across.
Yeah, I mean, so we're part of a group of 15 studios now, and it's super collaborative, and it feels like a very safe space. So now we have a bunch of, like, from being an independent studio or working with publishers where everything is kind of under wraps and you can't be too friendly with people. Now we have studios all around the world that we can kind of knock on the door and go, hey, have you done this thing before? And they go, yeah, we can talk to you about that. Oh, and that performance capture that you've been doing, can you talk to us about that?
Yeah.
So it's awesome to be collaborative, right across the board and try and solve these problems together. And the nice thing is that, I sat in the briefing, and it's great to feel like we're all gunning for the same thing. What we get to do is make the games that we want to make. But if we can make the group as a whole successful, then we can keep doing that for years to come. So part of that sort of feeling of being part of that group is that I can cheer on everyone else's games.
But I think also the thing that I think is super key aspect, which Matt pushes and everybody else pushes, is this idea that we're Obsidian and we get to be Obsidian. Dom gets to be Ninja Theory.
I'm also going to be Obsidian.
See, I wasn't going to bring you up. It's just so our culture is super important, and being able to. So it's interesting actually. As businesses, we're still our businesses, and we still do certain things that Microsoft is never going to do, like some of the boring stuff, like figuring out medical insurance and variety of other stuff, and by being able to kind of have our own course with a lot of those things, we continue to feel like the studio we were the day before the acquisition.
Sure.
And that drives our ability, that just reinforces, like, we make games that are like this, and Obsidian feels like this, and we're going to continue to feel like that, but still as a part of this broader thing, which I think is an amazing, because it's I think for a big company like Microsoft, sometimes it can be sort of an easy thing. We have the Microsoft way, and you're all going to comply, and it's going to be like this, and you have your blue badge, and so forth and so on. And that's not the goal here. The goal here is to let us be us. And now with sort of like not having to handle all of the things, we can just put that all into our Ninja Theory game, Double Fine game, Obsidian game to be more of what they were than what they were before.
Tim, I want to ask you, I know that a lot of folks have come knocking on your door in the past to try to buy your company, I believe. What made you choose us? Well, Matt.
Well, Matt makes a really nice pitch. No, and I mean it's true. I mean that really is true. We weren't really looking, but when Matt started talking about what he's been doing with these companies, that it's not about absorbing them into and changing them, but about letting them stay creatively what they were before and just helping them do it better. That does sound really nice, and that does sound like a great thing for our whole team and for being able to make better games. That people will like. That was a lot of the appeal for sure, because no one who makes an independent studio is like, I want this to all be changed by some big corporation. Like, that's not why we started them.
Those are all the video games we played, where the big bad corporation comes in and ruins everything, right?
Yeah, you wanted to, but I think all our studios had enough time independent on their own, where we could establish who we are, and I think we all know who we are, and so we'll know if someone's changing it. So we're pretty. I think we all have strong identities in our companies and cultures that can withstand that. But I think knowing that that Xbox doesn't want to change us is a big part of the promise of it.
Matt, I want to talk to you about the collection of studios that are now under your charge. It's not just this collection of studios, but now, most of the studios a year and a half ago were in the Seattle area.
Yeah.
Now, we're all over the world. And can you talk to us about what that's like working globally?
Yeah, I think first thing is just that there's a huge team that makes this all work, and I'm also very fortunate to work with a number of people that could also be doing this job.
Yeah.
Bonnie Ross, who runs 343, a longtime Microsoft veteran, she runs a team of hundreds of people working on Halo. Even, when I think about even Ninja Theory, which is a fairly large group and has got tremendous leadership, there isn't a lot of housekeeping to do. So for me, it's to go visit the studios. It's much less, hey, we got to go check in on what Tim is doing. It's more the excitement of let's go see what they're working on, and let's go check the stuff out. So it really is, I think of it as just, it's a privilege, it's an honor that I get to say my job is we get to go to Montreal, we get to go to Cambridge, we get to go down to SoCal, to be able to visit all these places. And then there's the studios in Redmond, that all have tremendous senior leadership on them. I was out. I just had a baby, so I was out for a month. And thank you. And Bonnie Ross took over. Thank you.
She did.
She took over running things for a month. And it was kind of funny because I think within the first day or two, everybody started submitting, hey, can we all get new computers? Can I expense my trip to Disneyland? And Bonnie's like emailing me, I don't think I'm supposed to just approve these things, right? But to be able to have people like Rod Ferguson, an industry veteran, and Tim's been at this. I mean, just to fanboy out. When I first started working on games, I was playing games that Tim worked on, right? Yeah, likewise. So the word that we use, and if somebody's got a better one, I'm open to it, but it's really kind of this federation of studios.
Right.
And I feel lucky that at any point in time, anybody could take over leading anything at a time. It's really, I think, my job to make sure that we've got a good North Star of where we're trying to go, and that we all have got kind of a common set of principles. But beyond that, like the best part of my job is being able to be like, let's go see what Fergus is working on, and like let's go visit Rare, what's going on there, right? Let's go to Stockholm and see what's going on with Mojang, and that's just an amazing part of this job.
Yeah, and that's also something I want to point out is that a lot of folks, I get asked all the time, hey, I want to work in the games industry, but do I need to move to Seattle? Well, no. We've got all these amazing, and every studio is looking for great talent, so there's all these lovely opportunities that, can exist now or in the future.
Yeah, and I would offer up, especially to people that are starting out in the industry, more and more, and you guys probably know way more about this than I do, but you don't have to be in the same place to make a video game. So if you saw the trailer that we showed for Ori 2 during our briefing, amazing trailer, that team, none of them live in the same city.
There's no office.
There's no office. They all work virtually over the internet. They all work communicating, through Skype and things. So it is possible to make an amazing game without even living in the same city together.
Yeah, working with a group around the world, which is kind of what everybody does now, because you were talking about your access to the guys at Rare, of course, which are on the other hand, but you're talking to folks in the coalition, obviously here at Microsoft and all over the place. So now we have this global family.
Yeah, and it is, occasionally we want to try to bring everybody together, where we've got some events. I think it's our job to really facilitate some connections, and so we try to, hey, let's get all the artists together and just see what they want to talk about. Let's get all the programmers together.
We had we're going to shift gears a little bit. We had a lot of PC games in the briefing this year. For one of yours opened the show. It was great. Where do you, I want to ask all you guys, just kind of PC, we have PC Game Pass. So there's a lot of PC excitement right now. There always is, but we're getting back into it. But I want to talk, what do you think PC gamers look for? We'll start with you, Fergus.
What do PC gamers look for? I don't know, sometimes I think at least I don't talk about Obsidian, and I'm sure it's a little bit the same for you. We focus so much on the game, right? And we want our games to be that let everybody play them, right?
Yeah.
And so we don't want to just be console. We don't want to just be PC. You know, we want everybody. Like we make games. We make RPG adventures that we want people to go on. Like we create these awesome worlds, and super important. Now, as it relates to just the PC, I mean that's where I started. I started, you know, making RPGs with Fallout 1 and Fallout 2 in, you know, the late '90s, and so we were very PC focused. And I think there is difference between, you know, your straight up, you know, console RPG versus PC RPG. But I also see as time goes on, you know, with the new Xboxes, the new generation of PCs and xCloud and all that kind of stuff, you know, I just want us to focus on that experience. I want us to focus so that everybody gets that amazing immersion, gets to hang out with Keanu Reeves. And so that's, I don't know, that's our brain. Our brain is, I mean, and I guess also there's a little bit of that from the standpoint of we also want people to feel good about, you know, the you know, the great video card they have in their PC box, and what does it do, and does it ray trace shadows and all that kind of stuff. There's certain support there and things that's important to PC players, you know, being able to configure, you know, the keyboard and your mouse however you want, and all that kind of stuff. But in the end, it really is about that. How do we get as many people possible playing in our worlds, and all enjoying it in a very similar way?
Tim, what about you? I mean, you've made some amazing games for console and PC. How do you think about that?
I mean, similarly, you know, I got my start in doing all those graphic adventures in the '90s, all PC, and I think a lot what Fergus was saying is that there are some smaller differences, but I feel like in the end, the things we focus on, like character and narrative and things, exist across all these platforms, and we do want to have them have the freedom they want on PC. They definitely want to, you know, configure all these different modes so they can see your game and really own it, really own that game. But I think in the end, it's the nuts and bolts of the nuts and bolts and guts of the game are very similar. Yeah.
Now, Dom, you brought up something when we were chatting a little bit earlier, and I want to talk to you all about this. xCloud, we've got xCloud on the floor that'll be coming in the future. That's an interesting way to take games, because now instead of creating it for the PC, you're creating it kind of for the cloud, right? And Dom, you had an interesting experience where we brought Hellblade to xCloud. You played it. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so to kind of echo what Fergus was saying, like for us, we want to get our game to as many people as possible, and I think it's respecting the nuance of different types of gamers. You know, for me, it's about, xCloud is about convenience and content. Right, you make that thing super convenient for people, and we bring super compelling content, and it will be successful. The first time I really saw xCloud was on a trip out to Redmond, and we had a half-an-hour slot booked in to take a look at xCloud. So I thought, this will be cool. And they had Hellblade set up on a mobile device with a pad. I played it for maybe 5 minutes, and I put it down and said, how can we help? How can we be part of this? Because it just felt and looked amazing.
Yeah.
You know, from there on out, it's on the show floor here. You can go and play Hellblade.
Hellblade's actually on the show floor.
It's on the show floor, so you can go and play it on a. I think it's on a mobile and it's on a tablet.
Right.
And it just works.
Yeah.
You know, the team have taken it and just made it work. So it's incredible. So for me, xCloud. I think for me personally, like as a father of 2 young children. Like, I love the idea of being able to have my kind of 4K setup at home where I can play my games, and then life happens, and I need to go and you know put the kids to bed, or I need to go to work, and then the 4K version of my life no longer happens, and I am then off, but I can pick up that game again, and I can play it on my phone or my tablet when I'm on the train on the way to work.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's super, super special. And as we were talking about earlier, as developers, we can make one version of the game, and everyone can enjoy that the game as we as creators intended.
Right. Regardless of what, you don't have to worry about the screen size. And I mentioned first, I know you mentioned the mouse and keyboard bindings or all of that stuff. It just works. We handle that on the platform side.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was years and years ago, we're in Irvine, California, and Blizzard's right next to us, and I kind of grew up in the industry early on doing some stuff with Blizzard, so I got to know Michael Morhaime really well. And as Blizzard started to be super successful, one of the things I asked him however many years ago, it might have been when StarCraft was coming out, and I said, well, why do you think a lot of your games are being so successful? Because they kind of went from no one to the top of the industry very quickly. And he said, at the time, we you know, you as a game developer, you can sometimes go, well, we want our game to support everything, and so you're just pushing the poor PC, and the heat is melting things in the back of it, and the card is dying, and all this kind of stuff. And he said at Blizzard, we're like, one of my main things is to constantly say min spec, min spec, min spec, is to constantly say, how do we have there not be a requirement of having the highest end video card and the highest this.
Which is another way of saying make it as broad as possible.
No, that's exactly what his feeling was.
Yeah.
And he was doing it for two reasons. I mean, he was doing it the reason for, like, well, that's how you sell as many units as possible back in that day, right? But I think the second thing was it meant that everybody could enjoy the same experience.
Yeah.
And they weren't hampered by what they could afford.
Right. That's fantastic. How about you, Tim? Got anything to add there?
I think he nailed it.
What
That
he
was really
said.
good.
One of the other common themes that we saw, Matt, when you were on stage, and many of you were on stage, was Game Pass.
Mm-hmm.
Game Pass, a huge priority for us. We started a couple years ago. How do you think about Game Pass as the head of the studio? Then I want to talk to each of you guys as developers, how it's helped. How it's helped you.
It is absolutely a great place to discover games. And I'm gonna, I could sit up and kind of do the sales pitch on, hey, it's where your next great game is and things. I'll just give a very specific example. We work with the teams working on State of Decay 2 at Undead Labs, and that was a game that went for sale, and then we put it in Game Pass, which I believe is a great place to find a game that you might not have otherwise played. Sure. And we can look at the data, and we suddenly see a bunch of people coming in and playing State of Decay and sticking with it, but they're people that we've never seen on the console before. Mm-hmm. We've never seen them inside sort of the Xbox world. And I think for the team that worked on State of Decay, that's fantastic, because back to this kind of discovery, broad audience, if State of Decay was a game that you think, wow, I'm not really into this kind of game, I don't really want to go spend all the money, but now because of Game Pass, I'll go try it out.
Why not?
Why not?
Right.
And I just start to think of places where, whether it's I subscribe to music now, so I'm not having to buy something, or whether it's it's Netflix and I'm just kind of going through the menu and I see that's interesting. Next thing you know, I'm up till 3 a.m. binging like the first 3 episodes, right? That's kind of what Game Pass enables, is discovery. So for us as the creative side of the house and the game design side of the house, we really look at it as this is a great place to get a game in front of new players.
And we saw that with Sea of Thieves.
Yes.
Sea of Thieves is a great classic example for us where it's a game that maybe, okay, I'll check it out. The barrier to entry being in Game Pass was low, and they've seen tremendous success, haven't they?
Yeah, and the interesting thing about Sea of Thieves that you bring that up is, just to get into a little bit of business, people will say, well, if you put that game into Game Pass, does that mean that you're not actually selling any more units and things? The funny thing is when we put Sea of Thieves into Game Pass, we saw the number of people that were out buying the disc go up also.
Really?
Because I think it creates this effect of people talking about the game, wanting to play the game.
Sure.
And for us, whether you want to own a disc, which some people want to do, which is great, or you want to try it out in Game Pass, we just saw more people talking about the game, more people got excited about it, and more people went to go play. So
I want to switch over to you guys on the studio side. How do you think about Game Pass, and what does it enable for you guys, Dom?
I think players want games that take creative risks. And I think developers want to take creative risks as well. And Game Pass, for me, really is at the heart of that.
Risks, right.
It's the heart of I think this whole group. We can combine to make an awesome subscription service for people. Yeah. And each of our games independently don't need to appeal to everyone. They can appeal to groups within Game Pass. The story fans, or the combat fans, or the RPG fans, or the driving game fans, they can all find something within Game Pass. They all give a reason for you to get involved in Game Pass. So I think in the kind of the world outside of Game Pass, it's very, very difficult to take those creative risks, because everything is P&L based. You build a game for X amount of money, you then have to sell X amount of units to make that money back. And the problem with that is then you start to ask questions about, well, does the game appeal to enough people?
Right. Min spec.
Yeah. So then you have to start to pull some of those things back. But I think from a development perspective within Game Pass, we can be really confident with taking creative risks because we just need to find an audience within that the service and be a building block. One of the reasons why people want to get involved in Game Pass. I think the really nice thing with it as well is that the barriers are so low for players that they can try all different types of games.
Yeah, it's funny because I'm a huge, you and I haven't really talked about this, but I am a massive Hellblade fan, as you know. When I played that, it just blew my mind with the audio and everything about it. And then you brought it to Game Pass.
Yeah.
And I told people, I said, you have to try this game if you haven't tried it. And it converted. They're like, well, I'm like, it doesn't cost anything. Just download it and try it. And people came back to me 2 weeks later like, wow, you're right. It is an amazing game, but you got to play with headphones on. But
it's the first thing that I wanted to do when we announced that we were part of Xbox Game Studios. It was one of the first questions I asked: how do we get Hellblade into Game Pass?
Yeah,
it was the first thing I wanted to do because I want that game to be played by as many people as possible. Because for me, it's about creating fans. It's not about making the most amount of money. It's about creating fans that love what we do.
Yeah.
And the more people we can get that game in front of, the better. And we build that love for what we do. And Game Pass is just amazing for that. It's a really engaged audience that we can show our content to.
Yeah. You've got a great example of it. You just shipped it with Hellblade. What do you guys think about Game Pass from your perspective, from the outside?
I mean, yeah, similarly, we like to make games that are unique, and I think that can, that's the appeal to us, and take the creative risk that Dom's talking about. But that uniqueness might be off-putting to someone who's not comfortable with that or hasn't seen it before. And if they're buying a physical copy of a disc or something, it might be enough that it would stop them. But on Game Pass, maybe they come for another game and they see our game sitting there and they're like, I am confused and intrigued by that game, and it's free to just try. I'll just try it. And I feel like that's all the chance that we're asking for, is just that chance to get someone to try our games. Then I feel like we can give them something they'll really like. But if you can't get someone to try your game, it's very difficult.
Yeah.
And just to follow, one of the things that when Matt was first talking to us about Game Pass, one of the things that he was saying was, it's not our goal for every game that we now make and pitch and develop to be an apex predator. That was before Apex Legends came out. But the example was that a lot of times for us as studios, we would have to go and pitch like gigantic budgets, and sort of we were making the Swiss Army knife of games because it had to do this and it had to do that. And like there's this like sales list of things that our games have to do to excite a publisher about why we want to do it. And that's not the point of Game Pass. The point of Game Pass is us to go make games that we think we should make, that we know that our fans, or we hope that our fans will love, because it's an extension of who we are and the kind of games that we want to make, versus this idea of having sort of these external stimuli or lists that we have to do because that's kind of how we would get funding. And so that's, I think, changed very much how we even look at how we pitch our games internally and how we start the early design documents. And so I think that's going to change in a lot of ways for the games that we end up making that show up on Game Pass.
Yeah, it's interesting because you talked about all having to make the pitch to the publisher, which you don't have to do that anymore.
No.
You just have to talk to Matt. But it's interesting how, Matt, your strategy of let the studios go build and do what they do great just meshes perfectly with Game Pass in terms of go build great stuff, and now we have this venue for people to experience.
Yeah, and we've talked a lot about Hellblade, but it's just a great example. When we first set out over a year ago and said we really need to grow first-party studios, there was a very specific conversation with my boss, Phil Spencer, where I said, we can go do this, but I want to ask a question. If we acquire Ninja Theory and they go and make 5 more games just like Hellblade, are you good with that? And he said absolutely. Yeah. And so that was kind of the test of, are we on board with taking creative risks, making games that are of a certain scope, and making sure that we try to go broad as opposed to, can we go try to fit everything into some kind of checkbox.
Well, it's interesting because if you're in the chat right now or you're on Twitter, hit me up and ask me some questions. We've only got about 15 more minutes. But one of the questions I had in the chat was, when we add new studios, and this is for you, Matt, is there any preference on whether we want them to create new IPs or continue existing? So it kind of speaks to that.
Yeah, there's no question, for example, we have these big franchise teams like Halo and Minecraft, and you say, well, what's the Minecraft team going to work on next? They're going to work on Minecraft.
Right.
And we're going to try and go expand that franchise. We had Minecraft Dungeons here at the show, which is getting a great reception. The Halo team, you know what they're going to work on next? Halo, right?
With Master Chief, yep.
But what we've got with the studios that we've added over the last year is the freedom to go try some things out and to go bring some variety. So the question is, the franchises that we have will create new IP, but they will do that within their franchise boundary, right?
Sure.
So there will be, just like Disney with Star Wars, there'll be new kinds of Star Wars movies, but it's going to be Star Wars. But with these teams, you know, it's funny because you keep saying to me they don't have to go to publishers, they just have to come to me. I actually have no idea what most of Ninja Theory is doing right now in terms of the game design, right? At our Compulsion studio in Montreal with Guillaume, he's been working on a game. I'm signing expense reports for people off doing research, but I haven't seen it. You know, it's not like they've got to submit a piece of paper to me and I kind of, sit
Here's
back.
the pitch paper.
Yeah, there will be a process where we'll have some folks take a look at it and make sure it's the right thing to build, but it's not like I've kind of become this proxy publisher. We really have to trust the studios to go out and come up with new IP. So the answer to the question is we absolutely want new IP. We absolutely want new ideas. And I feel that we're very fortunate that we've got a collection of studios that includes things like Halo and Minecraft, which I hope 50 years from now are still going strong. And we've got a great collection of studios who are given the freedom to go make up what they want.
I had a question from here for each of the devs here on stage. Is there another studio on this screen that you guys would like to collaborate with? I don't want you to announce any. Just if you have anything to say. Tim, I think you have an idea over there.
I like pirates. I do like pirates.
Okay.
The history with pirates.
This was an unscripted question.
Yes,
This was
exactly.
completely off. So
I would actually say for me, one of them is definitely talking to Undead Labs. They do incredible open world, right? With the State of Decay, and so that's something like when I think about the role-playing games that I want to make and putting those people in, putting people in those worlds, they're the ones they've gone and done and created this huge world. And so for me, that's an interesting collaboration that we could learn from each other.
Yeah. When you
and pirates.
And pirates.
Yeah.
Pirates are mine.
We're gonna have pirates.
Yeah, definitely pirates. But other than the kind of the studios up on the board there, like we've done quite a lot of work with Microsoft Research. So we're based in Cambridge in the UK. There's a big Microsoft research office in Cambridge as well, which up until we joined Xbox Game Studios had no idea what happened in that building. I would go past that building every day and kind of wonder what's going on in there.
So this is nothing to do with games. This is a whole other part of our business.
Yeah, it's a whole other part. But they're in the same cities. We're like, okay, let's get together, and we're having some.
You can go over and use the copier now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, my blue badge. Yeah, no, but they, they're doing some really cool stuff there. They love what we're doing, so we're looking at ways that we can collaborate and connect. So it's not just between the studios, but there's really interesting stuff going on across the whole organization.
Yeah, if you need a copy of Excel, then we've got you covered.
Yeah.
Whatever you need.
He's all over it. Yeah.
If you guys have any questions in house, raise your hand in just a little bit. We're gonna pass the mic around. Matt, when you went through the acquisition, a lot of these acquisitions, all of them, do you go to them and say, all right, we're gonna buy you, but you need to ship something in 24 months or 10 months, or how does that work?
No, I mean.
When you're chopping on your cigar, sitting in the corner office.
Yeah, everybody's been gracious enough to give us a look into the window of what they think that, that they'd like to make, and sort of, hey, here's the things that we're planning. And I think also, particularly in the case of something like Double Fine, there's such an existing library of things, right? So we can bring some of those forward. We can do remasters and things. So it's more a question of, hey, what are you working on? But I think. I try to discipline myself more to come in and look at it as what is, and probably all of you even heard me ask this, you can call me out on this, but if there's one thing that you would want to do better in your studio, what would it be? Right? And what's the, I'll just use Jeff Strain at Undead Labs. Jeff, what's something that you wish you had? And he's like, I wish I could hire a team of the best animators in the industry, right? And it's like, all right, well, how do we make that happen? Right? And so it's more, what's the thing that you wish you always had that was just never quite there? And how do we figure out how to pull that together?
Right. Okay. Great. Do we have any questions in the house? Let's we get the microphones over. We have just about 10 minutes left. We'll see what we can do. Hello there. What's your name?
Hey, how you doing? People know me as Megatron on Twitter. Real quick, are you guys still trying to make studio acquisitions?
So are we still trying to do some acquisitions? You know, I've been doing a lot of interviews the last couple of days. We get asked that. We don't. I don't have a direction. Or, you know, Phil hasn't come to me and said, you know, I want 18 of these by July, right? It's more, and I said this earlier, it's more about the relationships we have and the kinds of studios. So if there are more studios out there like that we feel fit in terms of values, in terms of creativity, in terms of the people, then we'll talk to them. But it isn't like we've got a target.
There's not a magic number.
Yeah, there's not a magic number. So, and we have, again, you know, I just have the privilege of being able to represent the bigger teams that do so much of this work. We have a fantastic team who goes out and meets with people and is always trying to meet new studios and talk to people. So if we, you know, encounter one of those, then we start to talk, but there isn't really a quota or anything.
Thank you.
I think the slide could take just one more. I think that would lay out a little better if you slid them over. But that's it. I think that's the main thing you need to worry about.
Next question. Do you have anything in here? Oh,
Yeah.
hi there.
Hi, guys. Just a question on really how this ecosystem works. Whilst I understand the sort of safe place idea, I'm sure Microsoft does its sums, return on investment, blah, blah, blah. Can we expect there to be much churn in the studios that you've got? And I guess a second question from that is, in a Game Pass model, how do these guys get paid? How does the mechanics of that really work?
We can. Well, we get paychecks.
Is it like,
well, I mean,
is
like
it
every 2
paid
weeks.
per minute, like in music, or how does it work?
Sorry, in terms like churn and how we get. But when you mean churn, do you mean in terms of staff, like?
Well, no, I mean if you know your studios perform really well, produce some really good games, but clearly there's another one that's lagging.
Yeah.
Will they be replaced readily over time, or is this more of a long-term investment in the studios?
So I'm not going to put you guys on the spot with that, but I'll try to lead into it. So it is a little bit, it's a tough question, but I you know, from a reality point of view, I will say that another thing that happens before we acquire any studio is there's a pretty serious conversation that happens about, are we committed to this to the long term? And when we acquired Mojang, there was a lot of questions about, are you going to buy this? Are you going to shut it down? You know, what happened with when you went after, you know, they named some other studios, like let's talk about Lionhead and things like this. The principles that we set out at the beginning of that acquisition were, this still needs to be here 50 years from now. This has to be managed like it's a Mario, like it's a Star Wars, it's a Lord of the Rings. So I would just say we are very committed to the long term, and I feel that support from our CEO and from, you know, everybody all the way up to the board of directors at Microsoft. If you can believe it, there's a member on our board of directors who is a big fan of Phil and has really been a big advocate for gaming within Microsoft. So we are committed to the long term. In terms of how they get paid, that's one of the great things about Game Pass is I don't want them designing games to think about how many units it has to sell. Let's talk about audience. Let's talk about people discovering the game. And what I hope, what we can offer from Microsoft is stability. And I think that they can trust that 20 years from now, Microsoft will still be here. So the picture that I hope is that everybody in the studio kind of takes a breath and relaxes and says, all right, this is great. I can sit down and just like work on my thing now. I don't have to worry about whether this studio is going to still be here 5 years from now. That's a pretty serious aspect of my part of the job.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. We have another question out here. We have one right down here. I'm sorry, over here. Yes, hi there.
Hello, how you guys doing? I wanted to ask if you guys would do a fighting game, like all the studios, like Marvel vs. Capcom.
Yeah.
Like, you know, Master Chief versus all the other characters.
That's an idea. An Xbox Game Studios like Megamix.
Right.
Yeah.
That's all.
Okay. Noted, Matt. You heard it.
Yeah.
Like I said, the studios are free to make whatever they want.
We had another question right down here in the front. Hi there.
Right here, I'm Delilah.
Hi.
Hi. So the question I have is, do you ever worry about the abandoned IP, like MechAssault, Crimson Skies, Recore, like all these games that came out that people are fans of that studios are not focusing on anymore?
Well, so I'll answer that quick, and then I'd love to hear from these guys because they also have games that they've made and some games that have moved on. That's a tricky balance of managing because we heard earlier the question of, hey, are you going to focus on new things? But then there are also some things that are very beloved. For example, we have here on in the briefing, we showed a trailer for Age of Empires 2, right? And I think Age of Empires first appeared in the late 1800s.
Yeah, right.
Not that old, but it's been around for a while, and that's clearly a game that people love and that we're going to keep refreshing and bringing forward. And there is, one of the things I love about what we do at Xbox is we are so dedicated to our back compat program and being able to bring your library of games. This is an amazing point in game consoles that you can now own 4 generations of content on Xbox, all the way to original Xbox, 360, Xbox One, and then coming up soon, Project Scarlet. So that's a huge library. So I think in the future we will reach back and touch some IP that maybe we think, hey, now is the time for this to come back. Or actually, more importantly, if one of these guys raised their hand and said, you know what, I think I could make the best Conquer game that's ever been made, and we'd say, we could go bring Conquer back to life. But it's a thing that we think about it, really to manage of what's the balance between new IP, when do we go back, and then what are the things that clearly people... So Master Chief Collection that we're bringing to PC this summer, goes all the way back to Halo CE, right? And so in some places we're going to do that. So great question, and I would say just keep your eyes out over the next couple of years that there may be some things that are in the vault that we bring forward. But I'd love you guys all work with IP that you've created that's 5-10 years old. How do you think about what to bring forward?
Well, I think for me, it's not even so much what do I want. It's really, I think when we have a game finishing and we have a new team, we have a team or we're putting a new team together. For me, it's just what do they want to work on, right? So it's kind of, I'm going to come to it and say, well, I don't know about that IP. That's a little weird, or just it's not interesting anymore because you can have abandoned IP that no one really. Maybe it's abandoned for a reason, and so for me that's what it is. It's just if it's a game the team wants to make, then that's something we want to talk about, and that may mean a new IP, it may be something recent, something, or it could be something old. So it really has to be up to them.
Yeah, I think that. Sorry, I think the reason that IP gets abandoned sometimes is because essentially you can't get the funding, you can't get the backing to make something with it again. To kind of bring it back to Game Pass. Like I think Game Pass is an opportunity to look at IP that maybe has been left behind and go within that model, what could we do with it? Because for us as developers, it gives us an opportunity to do something that is in a completely different mold, that doesn't need to be kind of justified in those traditional green light terms. So, I think there's interesting opportunities to look at the IPs that haven't kept up with the traditional AAA standards and how they can now fit into that more kind of diverse model that there is in Game Pass.
Yeah, it's always a compromise between, I'm making games for a long time. There are a lot of IPs that get brought up, like, are you going to do a sequel to Psychonauts or something like that? And compromising between that and something new. We're all creative people, and we like to make up new stuff, and maybe someone would like this new thing, they just don't know about it yet. You want to be able to you protect that at the same time. But sometimes, like you were saying, it's about the inspiration of the team, what they feel inspired to do. And after saying no to doing sequels for a long time, just felt this idea for Psychonauts 2 that was really inspiring and made us want to work on it. And having a studio that has multiple teams like we have, allows us to do both. We can do a sequel like Psychonauts 2 and do something like Rad, which is all new. And I know what you're saying about the old IPs, but it's always a balancing act.
All right, unfortunately, we only have a couple minutes, so I'm going to have to wrap it up here. I want to thank Matt Booty, of course, and Dom and Fergus and Tim for joining me on stage, and welcome to the family, a proper welcome. And do you have any final words, Matt?
No, just thanks for everybody that joined us here, and also everyone that joined us at E3. It's great to see E3 so energized and there to be just so much excitement. I think so much of that comes from the fans, so thanks.
All right, we will let you guys go. Thank you very much, and have a great show, everybody. Bye-bye.
And now, from AAA to indie, Midwinter presents Scavengers.
Hello! Hey! Yeah! All right, we getting excited? We're gonna talk about some Scavengers in Midwinter. Hi everybody, how you doing? E3 being awesome? Nice. Well, I am the host for today. I'm Carl Sardella. I run social media over at Midwinter Entertainment, that thing. I have with me the three of the co-founders of the company. Why don't you guys introduce yourselves and say what games you worked on in the past and what you do at Midwinter?
All right. Hi, I'm Josh. I'm one of the co-founders. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Midwinter Entertainment. And in the past, I've worked on a bunch of games. Most recently, I was on Halo for Halo 4, Halo 5. I was creative director on 4, studio head for 5. Before that, I worked on some games with this guy. We worked together for about 12 years, did NBA Street, Def Jam, and the worst.
Yes. Woo.
And also the worst Turok game.
Maybe not woo. Fitta.
Yes, I'm the CTO of Midwinter, which means that I code a lot of stuff. And so I've been making games since the 90s. I grew up in Sweden. In Sweden, there's not a lot of things to do in the winter. So basically, all we do is just code, sit in a box indoors.
Yeah.
Yes, I made a lot of good games. I made a lot of bad games. World's Scariest Police Chases, PlayStation 1, snowmobile racing games. But then also...
Don't downplay that. He made Snowcross. If you guys remember that PS1, it is a good game.
Nobody remembers.
Oh, really? Guys, just go with me on it. It's awesome.
It's fantastic. No,
Yeah.
and then transitioned into AAA space with Halo 4 and Halo 5. So that's my backstory.
Daryl.
Hi, I'm Daryl. I head up the art and UX. I'm also one of the co-founders at Midwinter. Worked at EA for a number of years. Worked closely with Josh. We did, like he's mentioned, we did NBA Street, Def Jam Vendetta, Fight for New York. After that, we co-founded a studio together, and like he said, made the worst Turok game. And then after that, I was at Visceral for a brief stint, and actually, prior to co-founding Midwinter, I was at Zynga for a number of years, creative director on the Farmville franchise. So,
Cool. Yeah, varied backgrounds, and we're all excited to be a team. And before we get started, speaking of the team, I thought we'd actually look at the studio. So I put together a little video about our office culture and how we do things. So let's take a look at that.
Tucked away in a nondescript building in Kirkland, Washington, we're hard at work on something we are really excited about. We've worked on games that many of you have played and loved, AAA titles supported by AAA studios. But this is something new. This is Midwinter, our home away from home. Being independent means you have to wear a lot of hats, and everybody here wears more than one. Switching hats throughout the day is common, the goal being making a great game. Sometimes it's a balancing act. Sometimes the hats actually become part of the process. Sometimes we have a hat mishap, which happens. And sometimes we find hats we didn't even know we had. We wear them all because it's just part of the process. Each day we create and iterate on new ideas. And when we find the magic, we run with it. And even though it's a bit of a juggling act, we're always having fun, and we love what we do.
It is beer o'clock.
Beer.
Beer.
Is this a line for beer?
Yes.
Yay! Pretend my hands. There you go. So that's a little bit of our family atmosphere. It is kind of a family.
Yeah.
Would you say?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we strove to create when we set out and set up the studio.
Yeah, I got a little teary-eyed. I'm sorry. So let's talk about that. The difference between, this whole discussion is about the difference between AAA and going to this indie, smaller team like this. What have been the challenges that you've seen, probably, in that kind of transition?
Where to start? Yeah, I mean, it's a big difference, right? Like when you're working in AAA, the teams are massive, and there's a lot of kind of organizational apparatus that needs to be in place to keep things moving, because you've got like literally hundreds of people trying to accomplish this grandiose vision and this massive game, which is oftentimes, you know, AAA games are actually multiple games in one giant package. Like we would often refer to a Halo title as like a theme park with a number of different rides, and each one of those rides could by itself be a game unto itself. And so, you know, organizing that takes a lot of work, and it can be difficult to get everybody on the same page, working in the same direction together. What's great about being indie and being small is that, like, you know, we don't have this feeling of hundreds of people bumping into each other, having to negotiate changes between different groups and plan through producers. Like, you know, when we want to make changes in the game, we talk about what would be awesome today. We go, we put it in the game.
Just do it.
Test it, we play it, and we go, yeah, that was great, or no, it sucked, and you know, we're just able to constantly change and iterate. So that's awesome. I think one of the biggest challenges, though, is, especially coming from a AAA background, is kind of managing the ambition that we have. Like we're a super ambitious team, and sometimes it can be hard to kind of enforce that need to have focus, right? And to kind of rein things in. And so there are times when you can kind of go too far afield and realize, like, okay, guys, we gotta bring it back in. We gotta take it to something that we can build with the team that we have and that we know that we can make great.
Right, and then the bigger company is going to make you do that automatically.
Yeah, there's kind of like, you know, forcing functions in there that are going to do that. And also, like at a larger studio, there's in some cases, not all, but there's the opportunity to kind of throw more time or resources or whatever at it, right? It's like, oh, we need to hire another 20 artists that can come in and help finish this part of the game. Like, that's just not an option when you're an indie.
That's a couple people for us.
Yeah, that's like bankruptcy, right?
Yeah.
So like, you know, we're having to constantly manage ourselves and kind of stay focused on what are the most important things at any given time. And I think having that clarity of vision can be hard, right? Because you're in the soup, you're doing everything. Like you saw the hats video, that's, you know, obviously an analogy for what it's like. It's like you're literally doing everything. Like you're unboxing equipment and setting it up and building computers and like testing your own game and you're moving from doing UI to doing gameplay to doing whatever needs to be done any given day is what the focus needs to be.
And that is exciting too. I mean, personally speaking, like I got there and I was like, oh yeah, like, I'm going to QA this game too. Like I'm not just doing videos and social media and stuff like that. So Fitta, let's go to you. What are some pros and cons that you see of being in this kind of a smaller studio?
The pros, we have a big microphone to tell them what to do. What do you call that?
The megaphone?
The megaphone. Yeah. We have one in the office. You saw it in the video.
Yeah, you saw Audrey. She's like drunk with power.
Oh, that happens. Yeah. Audrey,
time.
who's here in the audience probably somewhere, she like just uses that all the time to yell at us.
Beer o'clock is what's mostly said through it, though.
Yeah.
The best part is to be able to switch features in the game, like day to day. Like we can switch from changing weapons or even characters or parts of the map or parts of game modes in hours. Instead of taking weeks to do that on a really, really large studio. And that's super satisfying as a developer to be able to have everyone around it that you know, and you can sort of iterate on things. And often it happens that I play the game, and it's like, where did this feature come from? That's really cool. Or that's really shitty. So that happens all the time. So that's a big pro. The con is, especially for me as an engineer, is I have to shift focus all the time. So we're 10 engineers on the team, and we're a super ambitious team. To switch focus, you know, from working in an AI project for a while, for 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes, and have someone else come over, hey, I need help fixing the pathfinding in a different system, or
Fitta, help me. Fitta, help me.
That's all day.
That is all day. So it's super rewarding, but it's very difficult to keep like a track in your mind that you constantly stick to. So I think those are both pros and cons.
Yeah.
The megaphone is the biggest pro.
It is the biggest one, yeah. Let's talk about the game itself, Scavengers, our first release. We're all very excited about it. Josh, just give us a pitch. What is this game?
Yeah, so I mean, Scavengers, it's our first title as a new studio. It's what we call a survival shooter co-opetition, and it blends together aspects of exploration, combat, and survival into like a repeatable session-based multiplayer experience. It's team-oriented. One of the things we're really excited about at Midwinter is creating experiences that people can share, that create a sense of togetherness as people play them. And we feel like the strongest bonds and the most memorable moments that you experience in gaming come from overcoming great obstacles, working together with sometimes friends, sometimes complete strangers. And we want to create experiences that enable that. When we talk about co-opetition, that's a made-up word. It's not a real word, but
it is now, though.
It is now. We're gonna put it in the dictionary.
It's a word.
Yeah, but it's sort of meant to represent like this intersection of cooperation and competition. In our case, for Scavengers, we have a game where all of the teams that are taking part in a session are working towards one shared combined goal, and only by working together, or only by achieving that shared goal, will they actually succeed. But at the same time, they're being individually rewarded based on their individual accomplishments. And so there's this opportunity to flow seamlessly from PvE to PvP and back again. But we're trying to build an experience where we don't enforce the need to do either. Well, you're definitely going to need to PvE, but we don't
there's
try
wolves
to.
and bears in this game, which you'll see.
There's wolves and bears.
You're going to have to
if you have a
PvE
wolf,
them.
Yeah, you're going to have to fight that thing. But there's not a need to go out there and kill other players. It's not like a last man standing game where the whole object of the game is PvP. It's a completely viable victory condition for people to work together and get on the dropship and extract at the end and we did it.
Yeah.
Inevitably, there are going to be people that want to murk other people in the game, and that's a viable strategy as well. So I think it's a really interesting blend of those things, and it's been challenging to bring it all together, but it's also exciting to see it really come to life.
And to play it every day, we play it and we see all these
Every
different
day.
systems coming together, which you'll see in a minute. Daryl, let's go to you. Art director, UX, you are looking at the vision of this game. What is the most exciting things for you about the world of Scavengers?
I think one thing, great question, it's the opportunity to create a brand new world and do something a little bit more experimental. I think, when you're working on a larger team and you've got a lot at stake, big large brands, something that maybe has a legacy or has multiple products that have come before it, or a large fan base that has expectations. Being able to work on something that's a completely brand new world from the ground up has been a really tremendous privilege and an opportunity. The other thing that I'm particularly excited about too is I've been working really closely with Fit over the past several weeks, trying to find the style of the game. We have no ambitions to be a 700-person giant, massive studio. We don't have the resources to create massively high production visuals, and so part of my goal is to create something that's very unique and very distinguishable in the market, something that you can look at and go like, that's Scavengers. I haven't seen anything like that before.
Yeah.
That's the role that I try and take seriously is how do we differentiate? How do we make something new, innovative, something that's never been seen before? And that's what we're trying to create.
And I think a lot of the times those are the things that are the most memorable. Not to talk good about our game, but I think that people see those styles and stuff and they love them.
Right.
And I love our style. So let's not without further ado, is that how it goes? Yeah. I don't know English. We'll look at the game right now. You want to look at it?
Yeah.
Right. Let's take a look.
On your feet, my child. Today, you may take whatever you need. Do anything you must. For me. For us. Prepare yourselves. My instructions, and I will bring you home. You want to come home, don't Won't you? Show me.
Woo. It's pretty cool. I still get chills seeing that trailer. Yeah, so now we're showing it off for the first time ever, gameplay here at E3. How's it been showing the game?
It's like this weird thing, right? It's like it's awesome. It's also nerve-wracking to show a game for the first time. This is the first time we've shown gameplay. We have the game playable here behind closed doors. We've been running sessions all week, and it's been amazing to see people playing it and having like all of these incredible player stories that come out of the experience, which is a validation of like what our vision was for this game. Like we wanted to create complex systems that challenge players, give them tools to interact with those systems and overcome great obstacles. And no two games really play alike, and that's intentional. But seeing people able to pick up the game, get it, even though with all of its complexity, and we got a lot of work to do to refine it and polish it before we release sometime next year. We haven't decided on an exact release date. But that feedback is so important to us. So like we're doing closed playtests right now with a small group. We're going to be growing those playtests throughout 2019. We want as many people to sign up and play the game with us as possible.
Scavengersgame.com?
Scavengersgame.com. Go sign up. Join us. We're playtesting on PC. If you want to be a part of that, we'd love to hear your feedback and help us make this game awesome.
100%. And I would say that because we're doing it behind closed doors, so there's like a little booth where we're having these people play it. And I walked by and like our booth was the one people were screaming at. Like, I mean, it was all quiet, and all of a sudden, wah! And it was our booth.
So I mean, that is really cool for a team. Like, we've been working on this game for about a year and a half now, and we have a lot of team members that are down here helping run the sessions and doing a great job guiding people through new experiences. And I think it's just really rewarding to be able to see the response of people playing. And so I'm really glad that we've been able to do that, and I just want to say thanks to Improbable for hosting us in their booth and allowing us to bring the game to E3 and have that experience.
Yeah, it's very awesome to see. All right, we have not much time left, but I thought what we would do is go through some social media questions because we have an amazing community. If you're watching right now on the stream, we love you. You're so amazing. And we talk to them every day, all of us, and sometimes you as me.
I do masquerade as you
just so
from
you
time
know.
to time.
I run the Twitter, but sometimes it's this guy. And I called you out on that just now. Awesome.
Great.
Let's do some questions quick. @KingAlley51 says, how much of this game is survival? And is it based on short game sessions or longer game sessions?
I mean, so survival's a real thing in this. You have a few different mechanics that you're managing. So cold this takes place in a future where the world has been thrust into this like perpetual winterized state. You know, our moon has been shattered by an asteroid and the debris has choked out the sun. And so like staying warm is really a challenge. And we have like roaming dynamic storms and pockets of blizzards that you're having to contend with. So that's one. You have to eat, so you're hunting for food and
sometimes
food.
we're all playing together. We're like, wait, you're hungry.
Yeah, why is my vision double right now?
Yeah,
I need to eat. And then there's infection because we have these scourge monstrosities and this infection they spread. So if you take too much damage from them, you start to become infected and you have to deal with that. Yeah. But the session length is designed to be somewhere between 20 to 30 minutes on average. So we're trying to condense a survival experience into that kind of somewhat bite-sized loop.
Right, but a lot of stories during it.
A lot of stories.
Question for any of you. @WeTrackGames says, you said the AI is the one sending us out, which you heard in the trailer. Why are they doing that? Why do we listen? What are we looking for? And what's out there that could possibly be worth chased by a scourge bear? Because there's an alien type bear in there. What is that answer, Josh, or anybody?
So
who is the thing that's making us?
This is an AI. So the backstory is there's a group of survivors that are placed on a station, a space station called Sanctuary, and there's an AI that they're awakened by who's known as Mother, and she sends them down to the surface of the planet to retrieve samples of the Scourge DNA so that virus can be cured. She's not the best mother.
No, she
like
seems
she's
like she's
a
got
little
something going on.
Yeah, she's got a little malevolent streak to
Yeah,
her. So
yeah.
that's all I'll say. There's but that's something that we want to play into. for sure over the course of the game.
That's the answer. It's an AI mother that's making you do those things. At KHORFLIR, because I don't know how to say that, is so we have access to AI in spaceships. This one's for Daryl.
No.
Are we going to see some unique space age style weapons in the game?
Yes, definitely. We've got all sorts of. Actually, the weapons are something that are being developed. One of the artists on the team is part of our team is in Sweden, and I'm actually really proud of the weapons that are being developed there right now, and all sorts of really cool sci-fi weapons that are.
So yes, sci-fi weapons are coming.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, we can't swear here, so. Fudge, yes, they're coming.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever said fudge in my life.
Well, now you have, and you did it in front of all these people.
Thank
so
you.
that's
At
embarrassing.
Nico Terran says, will there be microtransactions? If so, what type, skins, etc.?
Yeah.
And loot boxes, question mark.
Oh, no loot boxes. Yeah, so it's.
Yes.
That's an easy applause line.
Yeah.
So we are developing this game as a free-to-play title because we want the most players possible in a multiplayer experience. Like multiplayer experiences are about shared experiences with large groups of players, and getting into a session quickly, super important. But we don't have any plans for loot boxes. We have it's a character-based game, so players will have a number of characters that they'll be able to unlock for free, and then they'll have additional characters that they can unlock from there, and we'll also have cosmetics that we'll sell for those characters as well.
Okay, and that's at some point.
Fudge loot boxes.
What?
Fudge loot boxes.
Fudge loot boxes.
Yeah,
If you take anything away from our talk, at Costwalker says, a lot of people are asking, is it free to play?
Yes.
It's free to play.
Yeah, there you go.
We've never officially said that, I don't think. Oh, we have. You said it somewhere.
I said it once.
Yeah.
Maybe.
You said
Under
it
your
just
breath?
Under my breath, yeah. Sure.
And then, again, the playtests are happening, and so you can sign up and get in those. Last one was just a comment from DeMeister, who's been following us for a long time. I'm surprised the game is so cold, considering it's so lit.
Is it a question?
It was their comment. Why you? Yeah, I think that's funny. Okay, I think that's it. I want to thank the community again and everybody from here from checking out and listening to us talk about the game. It's Scavengers. Play Scavengers or scavengersgame.com. Our Twitter is play_scavengers, and we talk to all of you all the time on it. So, and sometimes it's this guy.
Sorry.
So I apologize in advance. And Daryl, thanks so much. Fida, Josh. And anybody else have any quick questions before we go? Because we have a couple of minutes. We do. We have a microphone. Go ahead.
Hello? Cool.
What's up?
So I just kind of had a question about the formation of the studio and everything and kind of how that went. You guys talked about the pros and cons, kind of like moving from AAA to indie. We saw recently with like Ninja Theory, kind of, they had that indie space where they were still able to create like the AAA title, kind of like Hellblade. Did you guys kind of draw inspiration from that, like seeing that? Like you moved from like the studio head of like Halo and you were like, hey, maybe we can do that. You know, was that kind of like an inspiration you guys had?
Yeah, I mean, so I will say like Ninja Theory, awesome, and I'm really looking forward to Bleeding Edge, which was just announced. That looks amazing. So yeah, they're definitely an inspiration. You know, one of the foremost indie studios up until recently, but I think for us it was like, you know, we wanted to get to a culture and a way of building games that wouldn't be possible in kind of the structure that we were in. And for me personally, I could just say, like, I wanted to get back to actually building things and checking them into a game and touching the things that are showing up on screen, which wasn't possible for me as studio head or even as a creative director over a multi-100-person team.
Right, you're in there now on every part of it.
Building AI with this clown. You know.
Clown?
That's okay. We love each other.
Okay. We do all love each other. We have one more question over here. I think enough time for one
Hey,
more.
guys.
Hey.
So I'm very ADHD, so you probably said it and I didn't hear you, but like what platforms will this be available
Oh,
on?
no, I don't think we did. So.
No, we didn't mention that. So our lead platform's PC. That's where we're focused right now. But we are developing the game using Unreal Engine, and obviously we have a fair amount of console experience on the team. So console is something we're definitely thinking about. And we'll have more to announce on that as we get closer to release.
Okay, before we go, because we are out of time, I want to issue a challenge, and thank you again for coming. but I know that Jablinski Games is up next. And I'm just going to issue a challenge to Jack Black, if he's here, if he can hear me. Play_scavengers, tweet at us. We will bring you back and see if you can survive in our game, Scavengers. Right? Everybody, cheer if you want Jack Black to play a game.
Yeah.
Jack, play_scavengers, tweet us, and we'll see if he survives. Maybe he won't even see this.
Yeah. We'll carry you, Jack.
We'll carry, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, thanks, guys, so much.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of your E3.
No, that's like.
And now, Jablinski Games Live. Please welcome your moderator, Jeff Keighley.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to E3 Coliseum. All right, so this is something special. Jablinski Games Live. Here we go. Jack Black, Sammy Black, Taylor. Welcome. Welcome to E3.
I feel like the intro was like maybe we should have waited in the wings.
That's what we're doing, and then he just walked out.
He would have said our names individually.
Should we do it again?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, let's do it again. Let's do it again.
All right. We're not live or anything.
Wait, you got to come out too. Taylor,
hold on.
he can't stop shooting.
Exactly. All right, here we go. Scene. Welcome back to the E3 Coliseum, everybody. We have an amazing panel ahead right here. You guys fans of Jack Black? Well, you know he's got a YouTube channel, right? Jablinski Gaming. And for the first time, we've got Jablinski Gaming Live. So join me in welcoming Jack Black, Sammy Black, Taylor Stevens, Jablinski Gaming.
Thank you.
Rockin'.
Thank you. Taylor, you have to stop filming.
Are we? Yeah,
It's hard.
Are we in the middle? Is this kind of like Inception? We're like in the middle of this week's Jablinski Gaming as well.
We are in the middle of shooting at Jablinski Games.
Wow.
I call it Jablinski Games.
But it says gaming.
I know
on the
it
logo.
says gaming on there. That's just because Sammy's friend who designed that design
Yeah, so-
decided to call it Jablinski Gaming, but we never thought of it as Jablinski Gaming.
It was like the second week that we started. Justin McSwiggan, my friend, he animated it like right when we started it.
Justin McSwiggan, let's hear it for him.
Yeah, Justin.
Shout out at Monkey Gods.
I wonder if Justin's watching right now.
Well, he's gonna see that
What's
we're
up,
saying that.
McSwigs?
So yeah, he animated it. He was an animator for a long time. I met him through like group chats and stuff, but he was just really funny and asked if he wanted to make an intro, and I saw his stuff. I was like, sure. But yeah, I never noticed that it said Jablinski Gaming until like the third week. But I still love the intro, and I'm not gonna ask him to change it because it's gonna not look normal anymore.
All right, so, but it says Jablinski Games. We should say Jablinski Games though.
We call it Jablinski Games.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we need to redo the intro again, or we're good?
One last time.
All right,
Real
come on,
Real quick though.
Hey everybody, welcome back to E3 Coliseum. It's been an amazing day. But we are ready for a special double-header panel. We got Psychonauts 2 in a little bit and Tim Schafer, but right now, you guys fans of Jack Black? Well, as you may know, Jack has a YouTube channel, Jablinski Games. And for the first time, we got Jablinski Games live on stage. Please welcome Jack Black, Sammy Black, yeah! And Taylor Stevens, Jablinski Games. Welcome to E3.
That's what I'm talking about.
All right. We nailed it. Thank you. Nailed it.
I like that he didn't put any gray in my beard, too. Might have to add some
No,
later.
he didn't. I think this
For
is this is what Taylor made. This is Taylor's edit of it.
This is version 31.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
This is Taylor's official logo.
That's my Jumanji dyed hairs. In Jumanji, there's no gray.
No gray. So, welcome to E3.
Thank you. I got to get rid of some of these waters.
Okay.
They're weighing me down.
Thank you.
You got a water?
We got a water.
So you were over on the show floor. I heard Nintendo said you were walking around checking stuff out.
Yeah. I mean, this is like a national holiday for us. We look forward to it like Christmas.
My
You guys are good to us
graduation.
every
Or
year.
Hanukkah, if we're being accurate.
I should not be here. My graduation's tomorrow.
It's true. I took Sammy out of school early today. Now,
That's a
is
good
that
dad.
the best father?
Just for you guys.
Or the worst father? I don't know if my priorities are right. He's missing science class right now. That's right.
There you go.
That's right.
That's right. So how was the floor? What did you check out?
We hit a lot of things,
Yeah.
but you know what we didn't hit? Like an idiot, we didn't hit Double Fine.
I know. Double Fine for the first time has a booth.
Dude, I didn't even know that Double Fine had a booth. I blew it, dude.
We would have gone.
So if there's time after this, we're gonna sneak over to Double Fine. But we hit. Who'd we hit?
We hit
We had
Borderlands.
Borderlands.
We hit Borderlands
Yeah.
3. We hit it hard.
We did Doom.
Little Doom.
We hit Doom.
Doom Eternal.
I like to say it like I'm saying dude, but change it to Doom at the last. Like
Yeah.
Doom.
That
What else did we hit?
Nintendo, I think,
Ubisoft. We didn't
Ubisoft.
do Nintendo.
Yeah.
No, we
Little
did.
Rollerball.
We did
and-
Pokemon and Marvel, whatever.
And they Ubisoft got a new game that it reminds me. I think it's inspired by Black Mirror, where it's like in England in the near
Watch
future.
Dogs.
Yeah.
It's super
Watch
high
Dogs,
tech.
yeah.
Sammy was playing as a little
badass.
old lady.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the old
Shooting
lady. Yeah,
everyone up
Granny.
in
Yeah.
the-
Watch Dogs Legions. Yep.
Scotland Yard.
We were laughing so hard.
You guys
You know, you know what I think is interesting? Love E3, a little glimpse into the future of video gaming, but it doesn't seem like there's ever any Rockstar games. I always wonder what's up with that. Why
He
are they
never
playing it so
makes
close to the
games.
vest? Sup, Rockstar? How come you hiding in the shadows? Why don't you come out and play, Rockstar?
We need more. We need more Rockstar games.
Sup, Rockstar?
They're in the shadows somewhere.
It sounds like I'm calling them out. Just their name. Yeah, what's up, Rockstar?
Red Dead was pretty great, though, right?
I love
You're always
Rockstar.
wearing your Red Dead shirts.
Love Red Dead.
Yeah.
I just wish they wouldn't be so shy.
Maybe they'll come back next year now.
Yeah.
So Jablinski Games.
Yeah.
How did this happen?
You want to take this one?
Yeah, so I've been thinking about like before December 20-something, when it started, we were thinking about, you know, like we wanted to make a YouTube channel. I wanted to make a YouTube channel with him, but it was gonna be like not only me and him. It was gonna be like just like him playing, you know, just like PlayStation, any games that were coming out. And we didn't really think about it, and I didn't think about how like what he was gonna say. And then the day that we were like, you know what, let's just do it. We have a setup, we have chairs, we have cameras. It was way different in my head what it was gonna be like. It was actually gonna be in a whole different room. That was my that wasn't my room. It was a garage where I play games, and then we were gonna do it in his office.
Right.
And then we did it in that room, and it ended up being really good.
But can I add something? Because first you were like, hey, you have to do a gaming channel on YouTube, and I resisted for weeks and weeks and
Like
months.
2 months.
I was like, no,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do that. I was very protective of my brand.
And you know why? You know why?
Why?
It's because that's when you were making Post-Apocalypto, and when it didn't do good, you were like, fine.
Don't say that.
Sorry.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
The truth hurts.
I never said it was bad.
But Post-Apocalypto is my pride and joy. It is. I feel like it's an undiscovered masterpiece.
He started it in
Someday,
2016.
long after I'm gone, people will rediscover Post-Apocalypto.
He started in 2016.
Hopefully they won't be like, Jack was right. Everything that happened from that. But, yeah, it's very awkward now.
You started drawing it and voicing over it in 2016.
It's true, dude.
That's
It
the
took
third time
so
I said
long.
that.
It was such a labor of love. But, so anyway, yeah, after that belly flopped, I thought, wait a second, maybe my son's onto something. We should try Jablinski Games. But I didn't really have any ideas about it at all. You just said, go sit over there, say, what's Jablin's Jables? It's PewDiePie.
I knew.
And I didn't know what he was talking
I
about.
thought.
Like, all right. And then just go back on your seat. He just puppetized me.
I actually didn't tell you to say any of that.
You did too.
No, I didn't. You remember? I told you about Ninja a long time ago. I never talk about Fortnite streamers that much, but like I told you about Ninja. Everyone knows PewDiePie, but the thing is that
I didn't know PewDiePie.
Yes,
I
you
really
did.
I didn't know PewDiePie when we started.
like a question you asked me so many times, like once, like like a few times a year, you'll say who's the biggest YouTuber.
Right, that's
And, like,
true.
Jack
but-
called me like 3 days after that they made this video and put it up on YouTube. I was on a Christmas vacation in Europe.
Yeah.
So he calls me and he's like, dude, we put up a video on YouTube and it's blown up. I don't know what's gonna
What are we
happen.
gonna do?
And so then that's when I got brought into it. And then I mean,
Because I remember you called the ball. I think the first one, didn't you say like every Friday or something? And it's-
We
yeah,
said
that
every
was-
Monday and
every
Friday,
Monday, yeah.
and then we
Definitely.
might do that over the summer. We were talking about that, but it's not. It's not.
Dude, even once a week
Yeah.
is like an incredible heavy workload for me.
Once
it's
a
very
week, yeah.
stressful. Twice a week is unfathomable. I don't know how
Sometimes-
Pewds, how many does Pewds do?
He does every day.
Every day. But yeah, so me and Kyle of Tenacious D were working our butts off. For years, working to try to like build the YouTube fan base for Post-Apocalypto, and we like scraped and clawed our way to getting like 100,000 subscribers, and it was just blood, sweat, and tears, labor of love. But we were proud of our little cult fan base. And then Sammy films me in the garage and edits together this thing, uploads it himself, and like overnight it had like millions of subscribers.
We thought
And
of
Kyle
that.
was like, "What the?"
Also,
I was like, "I don't need it."
the thing is that we filmed the first episode like 10 times, and the first one we filmed was the one that we uploaded. So we didn't need to film that many. We did like the first one. You can see me going up on the camera saying 3, 2, 1, and then it's just you going back on the chair like twice. I had to like cut it in the middle, and then you were like, "No, let's do it." I'm like, "No, and then it cuts off. So that's like the first shot that we did, and then we uploaded it. So we spent so much time on that for no reason. Editing took like 30 seconds for it though, because it was like.
And so you didn't even know about this. He called you after the first one saying, "Oh, we got to make something now."
yeah, exactly. He's like, dude, this thing's becoming a monster. We need
So
your
was
help.
it a joke when you uploaded that you didn't think you were actually going to keep going?
Well, no, it wasn't a joke. It
Okay.
was just like a fun little thing that I was gonna do with my son. And
People thought it was a bonding experience.
I thought it was a bonding experience. I thought this is gonna be a cool
That was
thing.
all they were talking about on Reddit. I'm like, I wasn't even in the first video.
I look around, you'd see other kids getting involved in that stuff early, and I was like, this could be a
You
good
know
thing
what?
to do.
I'm not gonna say it.
Don't say it.
I won't.
I don't know what you're gonna say. What are you gonna say? Go ahead, say it.
I don't think it's their choice.
Oh, it's not their choice?
No. It's yeah. Like, because this was my choice, and like sometimes it's
Right.
like it's forced,
yeah.
and you can tell. Like it's like you know how kids will try to take the spotlight and say stuff. You can tell they're not. They're just like bored and saying their own stuff that they're told.
Right. When some parent. It seems like some parents are exploiting their children.
That's what That's what I wanted to say, but I knew if I said it, then I was gonna get in trouble.
Yeah.
Well,
So is this your summer job now?
Jablinski?
Yeah.
I actually haven't edited videos for so long. I've been doing my own stuff.
He's been in school.
Yeah.
No, but now it's summer, right?
After the first few episodes, we realized that he was pretty distracted from his
first
school
few.
studies, and we called up Taylor to say, "Dude, can you take over the workload?" Because the videos actually were getting really longer, and a lot more work was involved. And Taylor swooped in and put all of his sprinkle magic dust on there.
It was fun though. Like
Yeah.
the funnest one was definitely Ricky Berwick.
Oh
'Cause
yeah.
you know what? It was edited differently. He wasn't supposed to be in the video at the beginning. It was supposed to be halfway through when I talk about like thanks to Ricky, and then we put him like in on the floor talking about it, and then we put at the very end it was gonna be we're missing something, and then it's like that. But then the thing is that the past with Ricky was that he said, hey, can I do an introduction for one of the Jablinski videos? And I was like, yeah, of course. And we never talked about anything else about it. He filmed his own thing in Canada and then sent me it, like a full Google Drive link. And I was like, oh my God, we didn't talk about anything else but if he was gonna be it on. I didn't even I didn't even confirm it, and then he sent me like a full edited intro, and then I took it. I was like, yeah, sure, we'll definitely do this. And I showed it to my dad. He said it was amazing. And then we were gonna do it for this one video. I FaceTimed him. I was like, all right, so we're gonna have this intro on this episode. And he was so happy. And then my dad started talking to me like, I know the perfect video for this. It's episode 16, I think it was. It was the one where you actually play Brutal Legend, because he talks about Brutal Legend.
Well, it had
and
to
then
be.
I talked to him again, saying it's actually going to be the week after that, and he was screaming in anger and in trying to be funny. But I'm never going to forget everything that happened through that, because that was the best episode to edit, because there's just so much stuff that I can watch the video again, except for the gameplay. You don't talk about anything.
I'm not
in the
very
gameplay.
good at gameplay.
That's what I was worried about, like right when we made it.
I don't know how people talk and play at the same time. It's a real skill.
You could have just
It's like singing and playing the guitar.
What about like the parts where you're just like walking? What about when you're just like walking and just like going through stuff when nothing's happening, but you're just walking? You could have just like talked about like how you met the person.
I know. I need you actually to be sitting there to do the talking or the playing. I can't do both.
You were in.
He's intensely focused.
I was all the way in like a different state.
That was the thing, because I was working on Jumanji in Atlanta
yeah.
at the time that we did that gameplay.
Yeah.
But how did you end up hooking up with Ricky Berwick anyway?
God.
Because that was just a connection that you made, and
Well-
then all of a sudden we were collaborating with him.
Well, of course, I put my Instagram in the YouTube video, in the first one, and then Ricky found it. I'm not gonna plug anything, but it was Ricky found it. I put on my story. I said, "Oh my God, what's happening?" Because PewDiePie commented on the video, "Delete this," and then it turned out that he didn't even watch it yet. In the next meme review that he made, but then I was scared, but I was like, I knew he was joking. Ricky then sent me a picture of him screaming with the words "delete this," and it was just the words "delete this," lowercase everything, of him screaming. It was terrifying, but my heart was racing so fast when he sent me that, and I was like, oh my God, I'm such a big fan and stuff. And then for like the past week, we just like planned on funny videos and just talking about funny stuff he did in the past. Like it was so cool. But that's how I got in touch with him.
It was cool to collaborate with another YouTuber. I think it'd be fun to do a lot more of that in the future.
Maybe
Find
on
some
the
other peeps.
summer.
Who
Ninja's
are some of the
around.
other YouTube? Ninja.
He's in town.
Well, Ninja, there's been a head-to-head battle brewing for months.
sure.
with
We've talked
Ninja.
about him
For a
so
long
much,
time.
and he hasn't said anything. So
Oh,
I don't
Yeah,
know.
not a word.
I'm gonna text him right now. See if he's ready.
Yeah.
See if he's ready.
Yeah. Let's try. Let's try and let me try and FaceTime him actually. Let's see.
Say what's going
Yeah,
on,
seriously,
Blev.
let's do it.
Yes.
Let's see.
Send him a picture of somebody who looks like him.
Let's see.
This is gonna be great.
Ninja's not available for FaceTime apparently.
Oh.
Let's see, I'm gonna
Is
text
he
him.
in the house? Is Ninja in the house?
No, he's at E3 though. Hey, I'm here.
He watched the
He's
live
one of
stream.
those.
He turned
Let's see.
airplane mode.
He's probably over by the
Let's go find him.
All right, let's see.
double.
Text him.
Fine-
Anyway,
double
so
fine
By
is
the
over
Fortnite
there,
booth
around
that
the
we
corner from
didn't go
Fortnite.
to.
So, take me through the process of making a Jablinski Games. Because you have to do it every week, and there are weeks where I see, like I think you even on Instagram, it's like rushing to get the Friday upload done, and it's like, can we get it done by 11?
We got it late one day. It was a double upload, but the late upload was 30 seconds or something.
Usually I'll just come over. Jack would be like, "What are you doing Thursday? We got to film something." I'll come over. Jack will say, "Let's go hit up this pinball arcade or something like that." And then we just shoot as much as we can.
There's so many pinball videos.
Oh yeah, we have so
That's
many
why-
pinball.
That's the process of the pinball videos. The other ones are times that we don't think about stuff. When we
Yeah.
do think about stuff, we're like, oh, there's this pinball place nearby. When we
I'd like
don't,
to
there's
say there are
actually
more
something
planned.
there's actually something that we want to do. And then when there's not, we're like, I guess we'll just go
Yeah,
there again.
we'll usually have like a plan for like one short 20-second clip, like Tommy jumping out of the front of his Tesla.
Yeah.
And then for the rest of the video, it's like, what should we do?
The first time talking about that clip where he jumps out the trunk, since I didn't really work on the other videos, we were talking about this backstage, but I was like, this is the first time I've talked about that scene because it made me laugh so hard because I didn't know that you filmed it. And the dances that he does that every day when he has to, when in school or anywhere that he's like he doesn't want to be, but they make him dance. He does that dance. He does the Crazy Frog Bros dance a lot.
Are we talking Tommy right now?
Yeah, that thing, the kid with the red shirt. Yeah, but
Tommy, if you can hear me, he's backstage right now. It'd be rad if he came out and did a little dance.
Tommy, come on.
Tommy, if you hear me, Tommy, come out and
Tommy, give Tommy time.
Just give us a little taste.
Exactly, a little something.
But I'm just obsessed with games of all types.
You're
like
well, you know, like all the classic,
I love video
like,
games and online gaming, but
Flying kites.
I just think it's an amazing human thing. Humans are the only life form that play games on this planet. Am I right?
That we know of. Yeah.
Or maybe crows. Crows get a little playful.
How?
Crows? I think they have little crow
all
games.
animals are playful.
Yeah.
Yeah, monkeys
Why did I say
play.
that?
Dolphins
Monkeys will throw turds.
What do dolphins do?
That's a fun game.
Dolphins don't wait. Wait, did you say dolphins?
No, I said dolphins. He said monkeys.
Do
I
dolphins
thought you said dolphins.
They blow bubbles for fun.
Yeah, but the sounds
Out of
they
what?
play games with each other. Yeah.
But I just every episode there's always some other form of gaming that I want to explore. It's fun to do, and you know what I've been obsessed with lately is you know how when you're driving you'll have a special road rage will come out. When you're gaming, a special kind of rage comes out too. It's gaming rage. Yeah. And I've been wanting to explore that more and more. And I did a little bit with the Kyle episode where I talked about the game of chess that we played long ago. And it actually came to blows. I just saw red and I wanted to fight him. I wanted to kill him.
That wasn't actually a true story, though. He made that up.
No, that is all true, Sammy. You weren't there. It was before you were born. But it's happened to me a few times in my life. What? Tommy, you
Tommy!
Tommy!
That's my boy makes my car run. My boy makes it run. My boy makes my car run. He makes it a lot of fun. Give it up now, boy.
Wait, Tommy, do the Crazy Frog.
That's Tommy Black.
Tommy Black in the house.
Tommy.
Wait, Tommy.
Thanks for coming out, Tommy.
Tommy, do the Crazy Frog.
How are you doing, Tommy?
Hi. How are you doing?
You don't get a chair. I'm
Do you have
sorry.
any questions for Jablinski Games?
Tommy, go.
What?
You go.
Oh, Sammy says you can go.
Wait, I do have a question. What is Jablinski? What does it mean? What's the name?
What does
What's
it
the
mean?
name?
Good question.
What's the name?
Jablinski is the Xbox 360 gamer tag back in 2009.
Oh.
But the question of what is Jablinski, like where does that word come from? It has a grand old history. I'm glad you asked that, Tommy.
Yes. Tell us the tale of Jablinski.
Well, a long time ago, me and Kyle in Tenacious D, I called him, thank you, Kyle Gass is KG, and I wanted to call him something short for KG. It was Cage. And he hated it when I called him Cage. And he said, I'm going to call you Jabe, short for JB.
You never told me that was...
I didn't tell you the whole story.
I named the YouTube channel this without
It's
knowing
time
what it was.
the story is told.
Revealed on the
He said,
panel.
I'm going to call you Jabe. And then he just thought it was funny if he changed it to Clark Jables. And then it was just Jables.
That's such
And
a
then
bad
I
name.
changed it to Jablinski because I'm a quarter Polish. And then
Wait,
it
I
just
just
sat
noticed-
there hibernating for decades. And then Sammy unearthed the name Jablinski
Sorry,
somehow.
I just noticed that I leaked the Xbox gamer tag.
Oh,
Yeah, no.
Now I gotta change
sorry.
my gamer
Yeah, no,
tag.
yeah, all right.
You can.
You're still gonna get messages right now. This is live. Jablinski.
But
Through the PlayStation now.
Oh yeah, it's not on PlayStation.
There you go. Don't give that one.
It's not.
Now they
Okay.
know that it's on Xbox.
It's too late, Tommy. You're just gonna
But-
let more people who just joined know.
Anyway, as I was saying, there's been a few times in my life that I've experienced game rage, gamer rage.
Yes.
And there's going to be a couple episodes coming up that I'm going to do some recreations of the times that video gaming has come to blows.
Rayman Legends.
Biggest rage moments.
Dark Souls. All right.
No,
good
wait.
choice.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
There's
that's
a...
We still haven't played. There's so many games we haven't played.
Uncharted.
We finished
We conquered
Uncharted.
that.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
That was
Uncharted
fun.
4?
Yeah, we got a lot of games we need to game.
Yeah, there's a. I want to do Rage 2 a lot. I mean,
Yeah.
bad. I mean,
Rage on
badly.
Rage 2.
Rage on. Yeah, no, that's the yeah, that's the new title. Rage on Rage 2.
Well, now that I'm done with Jumanji, I'm going to be able to focus a lot harder on our Jablinski games.
Really?
Looking forward to that.
Okay.
I just got to finish this Tenacious D tour, and then I can go full-time Jablinski.
Full-time Jablinski.
Full-time.
And you
Hey, Tommy, go.
Tommy.
No, Tommy's
Are you
chilling
gonna
over there.
dance?
Tommy's
Are you
trying
gonna
to
dance?
dance.
Tommy,
Tommy, you want to sit
hang on,
here? Let me stand in the
Tommy,
corner for a while.
Yeah, Tommy.
Yeah.
Tommy, you want? Oh, okay.
Oh, here we go.
thank
Here
you,
comes a chair
thank
for
you.
Tommy.
God.
Oh, thank you.
There we go.
There you go.
Flying in a
Thank
chair.
you.
Works out.
I thought he just gave you another mic.
Love it. How are we doing, Tommy?
Good.
Yeah? So what do you think of this whole Jablinski Games thing?
I mean, it's kind of cool, but like, I don't know that much. I don't know that much about it.
Is this what you want your future to be?
I mean, no,
Being in
not
Jablinski
really.
Games?
I mean, it is fun when they tell me that I could be in a video, but I mean.
Yeah.
He doesn't like it when you say, oh, like he's cute.
What games are you playing lately?
I stopped playing games now, but I was playing Fallout, like the Fallout games, mostly Fallout 4
Yeah.
and some other games. And then
76?
I mean, I didn't like that game that much.
If he just said he plays Fallout 4 now,
Yeah.
then what's the point in asking him if he plays Fallout 76?
Fallout, okay.
No, he played Fallout 4 when he was a kid. Now he's grown up with it.
Wait,
He had to leave that in his
wait.
past.
Red Dead Redemption.
what kind of father am I?
I was gonna say, only the biggest ever rated game.
It's so dark.
What'd you get, like, and you started this thing in the videos where, you know, everyone knows, like, Sorry No Gaming videos this week, where people were like, you started Jablinski Games, and you had other forms of games, you have food in there, but then you started doing some gameplays. I remember on the set of Jumanji, you were doing, like, Karen, you were doing Crash Bandicoot, I think, right?
Well, that's when the show kind of turned into me as the host and interviewing other cast members from Jumanji.
Yeah.
And yeah, Karen Gillan wanted to play Crash Bandicoot.
Aquafina.
That was her jam from her childhood, so we played that.
Wait, Dad, can I
Yeah.
say what we were gonna do with
Yeah.
the Rock stuntman?
Totally.
So we were gonna have my voice is cracking. We were gonna have he was gonna go on in his trailer. He was like, all right, so please, ladies and gentlemen, Dwayne the Rock Johnson, and then just like that for 5 minutes. Stuntman, and then it was gonna be his stuntman, like, whatever.
I was afraid
He
to
was gonna say
approach
no.
Dwayne the Rock with the request to be on Jablinski Games because I'm afraid of rejection.
I think I saw him like twice. The first 3 times actually. I think the first time was on FaceTime with you.
Yeah.
The second time I wanted to ask him to do it to him, but then he didn't. And then the third time he did, and we all did it together. So that was amazing.
Yeah, that was cool.
That got like a lot of people.
Then
saw
you got
that.
him. I remember you were on set. You got him for one, right? I remember you did a little thing with him. The last
Yeah,
day
he
or
was.
something,
Well,
right?
that was the final day,
first
but
day.
I mean, we weren't gaming. We were
That's
just
right.
hanging out a bit.
Yeah.
He's a cool dude. I don't know if he games actually. But,
I think he. I heard that he
does
has like every room or something because he has like WWE games or something. I heard that.
He's
I
been
don't
in a
know.
bunch
I
of
don't think
games.
so.
all he would have to do is say, "Hey, I heard you have a game channel." If he said that, if he opened the door a crack, I would have jumped right through and like, "Dude, you gotta be on it." But I don't want to be like, "Hey, Dwayne, I do a thing."
Rock.
There's still time. He might be watching now.
What's that?
He might be watching now.
He could be watching. Yo, Dwayne, if you're watching, I do a thing. Love it. You can be on my show. But really, mostly, we just follow our nose, you know, whatever is floating our boat or anything we're fascinated by. Or if someone rad contacts us and says they want to, you know, deliver us some delicious content, like recently, our favorite dude, what's his name? Justin Roiland.
Yes.
I don't know if anyone has ever seen.
Trover.
You know what I'm talking. Rick and Morty, the greatest cartoon
Yeah.
of the 20th century. 21st century? I was just off one century. He made this new virtual reality game called Trover Saves the Universe. It's incredible, so funny. And he just emailed over an advanced copy of it. So like. When magical stuff like that falls into our lap, that's a fun episode.
It was fun last week, yeah.
And this week's episode, obviously, is going to be E3.
Oh, wow.
The Jablinski Experience.
Let's do that.
The Delgado's still working out the
backstage,
kinks.
they just gave us like our fourth one.
Still haven't quite figured out all the
No,
nuances.
you
and
have
the
no idea
subtleties.
how many companies have sent us like so many Elgatos as a joke because
Yeah.
we just got another one backstage,
We do.
another capture card. But this is the thing, they don't know, they don't understand that if we didn't know how to work it, then why would we have so many gaming videos that have brought that screen record?
We have a warehouse full of Delgados. Stop sending us Delgados.
Yeah.
I was
It's
joking.
HDMI stuff. You don't even need to know how to use it.
We couldn't
That's
set it
true.
up the other day.
Lately, we've been just filming the TV
Old school.
and filming me,
Yeah.
which works just as good as the Delgado.
Playing Trover. Download Trover PSVR bundle with
Yeah.
the NAF.
So how far in advance are you planning out Jablinski's? Do you know what next week's is going to be?
What's that?
Do you know what next week's Jablinski's going to be?
Probably this.
Really?
Oh wait, no, that's
After
that's
thi-
this
well,
week.
this
Yeah,
one
this is
is E3, and then the one after. No, we don't
No.
know.
pinball maybe.
Yeah.
But is there
Sometimes we
that
don't-
pressure of like, like all these YouTubers, they always struggle with like, what's my next video going to be? The pressure of like, what's it going to be?
We just wing
Yeah,
it.
we just wing it.
We just wing it.
It's like Friday.
Here's the winging it.
Wing
Yeah.
it. Should we throw to video? Should we throw to our video? Let's show. We don't have a video clip
No, we
package.
didn't make
I
one.
would say they're freaking out in the back.
I
It's
thought
like-
we did for a second. I
You
didn't
could just
even
go
know
to
anything
YouTube.
while I was going on here.
So, Red Dead. I see you wearing the Red Dead shirts all the time.
I know. I'm
doesn't play it.
dancing around it.
He doesn't play it.
Tiptoeing around that Red Dead.
Really?
I want to dive in there. I want to do the Red Dead episode. It's such a massive masterpiece of a game. I'm just not ready to dive
You love the
in.
first one, I remember, right?
Yeah, incredible. Yeah, Red Dead Redemption.
He's
Red Dead
faking it.
Yeah, I think we're gonna do it.
Let's count it. And you got the Double Fine shirt because you've got
Yeah.
Tim coming up with you.
Tim Schafer, the master. He's an incredible designer and creative mind. Funny as hell, too.
Yeah, I know.
And we'll be talking about what's in store for Double Fine in the next panel. I don't want to tip it.
I know.
I don't want to spoil it.
Big surprises ahead. So, Sammy, what are you playing lately?
Lately, a few things. I've been doing a lot of Rage 2, like I said. Ever since last E3, I played it. I've been hooked on it, and there are not many other games that like I've been interested in because, well, since we went here, I'm gonna do all the games that we've played because it's just amazing. But like at the moment, pretty much just Rage 2 because well, I'm still playing Overwatch for like 3 years now, but
cool.
But that doesn't really count because I started on Xbox. Now I'm on PC, so.
But you want to tell them what you got for your birthday? Sammy just turned 13.
Well, that's VR. Yeah.
Sammy just turned 13, y'all.
Happy birthday, Sammy.
He's
yeah,
a man
I'm
now.
13. Give me
He's
the
a man.
illegal alcohols. Yeah, we got Oculus Quest for.
Oculus Quest in the house.
It's kind of weird though because the Oculus Quest, like the latency, HD quality, everything's amazing. But it's kind of annoying that you can't use Steam on it.
Yeah.
Because there's so many games, there's so many more games that like even
It
like
sucks.
no.
Talk.
You don't need a PC or sensors for the Vive.
Yeah, that's what's cool, right? It's
Quest.
wireless. It's like
Yeah,
amazing. You just
but
like
the
put it on, it
Vive
works. Yeah.
definitely, the Vive definitely has better, I like grip sensors make it like motion tracking, but the Quest is it's ahead of its time. It's amazing.
The Quest is amazing. It just fits in this little thing. You can take it anywhere, and suddenly you've got like high quality VR gaming wherever you go. It's
It's
on
the
the
Carrying case
Good
for
to
it.
go.
It just makes me laugh seeing how outrageous it is that like there's a carrying case for a virtual reality headset.
I know. That's the world we live in.
So do you think you'll ever do like a Jablinski Games game?
Yeah, there is one.
Where do I play it?
It's Brutal Legend.
No.
Fine, we'll make one.
That would be funny.
Game.
That's a great
Yeah,
idea.
Tommy's like move is to go do that dance move
Exactly.
to destroy characters.
That would be cool. That would be cool.
That would be awesome.
We can make it right now.
Well, yeah. What would the Jablinski Games game be?
What's a fighting game?
Jablinski Combat.
You versus Ninja?
What?
I mean, if it
What
was
about
about
Ninja?
these
You
two,
versus
there
Ninja.
would be a
Fighting
lot
game.
of fighting.
God.
It would be kind of a
All of us.
a blood
Yeah.
sport match to the death. Oh my God, you guys have no idea. You should see it. Sometimes at bedtime, it gets brutal. It is a brutal legend.
About bedtime? What?
The Jablinski household. But
Oh, don't talk.
you know what I was thinking? You know what I was thinking would be a fun game.
I don't sleep. Beds aren't real.
What's that?
Nothing.
Okay.
If I say it again, I'll start something.
That would be fun. I can't remember what I was gonna say.
You're gonna
2006.
say what the Jablinski Games game would be?
2006 never happened.
2006.
Oh, yeah, that's
no.
when I was born. So
I have a question. Taylor, you work your butt off on these episodes.
When's the Jablinski game coming?
Some really hilarious edits and whatnot.
Thank you.
Which one of all of them was the funnest to edit, and which one did you work the hardest on of all of them? Do you think?
I think the funnest one to edit was probably this most recent one with Game of Thrones that we did.
Oh yeah,
That was
dude.
That was
Parody.
so
That
funny.
was just a straight up music video.
Yeah.
That was hot.
So many
was
people,
great.
So many people. I'm so sad that I didn't. I still don't have them, but people sent me videos of them recreating it.
Oh really? Of the game, our Game of
really?
Thrones video?
The
Very
acapella and everything.
Oh,
It
nice.
was so. It was
Well,
funny because they did like your moves right when you go like that and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so.
The acapella was so inspirational, so easy
Yeah.
to edit.
Yeah,
to.
it's in that one kid.
Well, that was crazy because a lot of people they go and make a music video. It takes days and days and there's hundreds of man hours. We just poop that out in like a half hour up on the.
Yeah.
We just
These
went
aren't
to
man- these
the
aren't
parking
man
lot
hours, these
at
are Jablinski
ArcLight
hours.
Yeah.
and went up to the top floor and danced around for a bit. Went in and danced around in a movie. We bought tickets to a movie and no one was there. I don't
On the
know.
roof.
Yeah, no one was there.
I
We
don't know.
left before the trailers even started.
And then you went off and like edited it, and it looks like a full-blown
Yeah.
music video.
That's how we make our videos.
With a lot
And
of.
are you
But
doing
that
that?
started off. It just started off with me going, "Oh, I love Game of Thrones so much. I want to do a Game of Thrones before it's over. It's almost
Yeah.
over. We got to crank out a Game of Thrones."
He's never watched it.
And it was because of that song. I love that song so much. Fum, fum, fa-da-da-fum.
Yeah.
And it always made me want to do like a Middle Ages dance. And I had this like, I don't know what the episode's gonna be, but I'm gonna sing that song and I'm gonna do my dance to that. And then it sort of blossomed into this
Yeah.
whole music video and a whole episode.
Yeah, that's how you were so excited about making a Game of Thrones video.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, Content ID, we can't use the theme song. I go,
Yeah.
why don't you just sing it?
That was my idea. That's what
That
I
was
said.
yours?
Yeah, I said. that
And
we should
then,
just go-
and then like,
Nice.
not half an hour later, I go home, forget about it, and Jack's sending me all these videos. And I start looking at them, and it's like, so I start piecing it together. And then
Beautiful.
next thing you know, 10 a.m. on top of the ArcLight roof.
So anyone
right
out
there.
there who wants to start their own gaming channel or a channel, some content you want to start
Acapella channel.
become a content creator, you just start with like one little thing you're obsessed with, one little jewel of an idea. That's
Exploit
all
your
you need. You
kids.
just start with that, and then you let it build around that. That's how this whole thing started, because you had this little idea like that.
Because you oh, I thought you were talking about what I said. Never mind. Wait.
No, about when you were when you invented Jablinski Games, you just had this little idea that was going to start with this. You knew it was going to start with this, with me saying that. And
I
that.
didn't know.
And then here we are. Now
It
it's
started with you like almost breaking like a $400 PewDiePie chair.
Don't tell people how much I spent on that chair.
Everybody knows how much
It was worth every penny. Every penny.
You don't know enough about what PewDiePie says.
You think Pewds is watching right now?
I'm sure probably is. Should we take some questions from you guys out there in the audience? All right.
I'm afraid that there's gonna be one question for me. It's just gonna be the same question.
Any cues? We've got the A's.
Yo, let's do it. Right over there. Yeah, do it.
He's saying a lot of celebrities have been in games lately, including Keanu Reeves. What is Keanu Reeves doing? Is it a Matrix game? What's that? Oh, Cyberpunk.
Leave.
We tried to play Cyberpunk. They wouldn't let me bring my
They let us play
kids in there.
Doom though.
They probably. I was
Yeah.
like, that just made me curious. Like, dang, there must be some hyper violence in that Cyberpunk.
They let us play
Nothing worse than Doom, though.
They
forward to
let us
playing
play
that.
Doom and
Don't tell them what that might have been illegal.
Okay, but they let us play really gory games, but not.
I know. I
Cyberpunk.
thought it was. Yeah, it's fine until the chainsaw
I'm still excited for Cyberpunk.
ripped the
It looks
person's
amazing.
play Doom,
intestines out. And I was like,
Wow.
this is probably not appropriate.
It's funny because the Cyberpunk trailer came out 6 years ago, and it looked like exactly the same now.
Yeah.
But it looks amazing. Though.
But in answer to your query, I think your question is what was your question about celebrities
would
in
you
games?
wanna voice
Is that where we're headed? Yeah. Well, I'm hoping that that the Jumanji game will be as good as the movie experience
There's a
because
Jumanji game?
it's
Yeah, I saw a trailer
it's a
for
movie
it.
about a
I
video
didn't
game.
see
And
that.
so
There's like a
it makes
trailer
me-
for
I
a
can't believe
Jumanji
we
game
don't-
that sort of looks like. Did you see it
damn
came
it.
out last week?
No, what
It's like
happened?
a Jumanji movie game that like
Yeah.
sort of looks like you and
It better.
Yeah.
That's what
It came
they're
out last
doing.
week.
Wait, that's what they're doing with Avengers.
Yeah, exactly.
And
Yeah,
they're
exactly.
doing-
Yeah, I
they're
gotta
doing
find
with
it.
the
No, it's
Jumanji
yeah, celebrity. That's the direction we're all moving into. Did you see Bandersnatch? It's like the early hybrid of
Netflix?
movie
Nobody
video
clapped, they
game.
haven't seen it,
The
that.
choose your own adventure. This is where it starts, and then we're heading that. And if you look at, I think Red Dead Redemption, that's and all of the Rockstar games, that's a hybrid of movies and video games. That's where they're merging, and you can tell the Rockstar Games dudes have watched a lot of Quentin Tarantino movies. You know that Red Dead Redemption. It borrowed quite a bit from Quentin Tarantino, I think. So yeah, the two worlds are colliding, and yeah, you're going to be seeing a lot of high-level actors head in that direction. I predict. That's
Maybe
it.
you can
Call me Nostradamus, but that's what I see coming in the future.
All right, next question. Let's go over this side. Or you and Mike, right? Yeah,
Wait,
go
we
ahead.
can't see people up there.
Yeah, there are tons. Yeah, if you see, there are tons of people up there. We don't have mics
No,
up there.
I mean we can't see people. Up
Yeah, maybe someone can yell a question down next. So let's get the guy with the mic
there. Oh
first.
no, I can't.
Number one, howdy.
Hey, sup?
My name's Max.
I'm Max.
Great to meet you. Number two, could we get a quick live health tip, maybe?
Oh,
There you go.
That's what I'm talking about.
health tip.
Eat Pringles
Nothing's coming
with-
to mind. But drink more water. Flushes out the endocrines.
Drink the water
Tremendous
without the
for all of your
crust on it.
organs. Extends the lifespan by 5.5 years. Drink more water.
Don't chew ice. Just eat the crust.
Did you get that? You got that. You know.
All right, let's go way up there. Let's go to the hand way up there.
That happened.
Kung
no, there
Fu
was like
Panda
a Smash
Battle
game.
Royale.
There was like a Smash game, but that was
Kung Fu Panda Battle Royale.
It means 100 people go in and then one comes out. So it's like Kung Fu Panda Fortnite.
Yeah, I'd
Ninja?
say there's a chance. Yeah.
You could be the ninja of the
Never
Kung
say
Fu.
never to a battle royale.
Who would be the characters?
Kung Fu
This is
Panda.
gonna be
would
100
one.
people. red Kung
I bet you Nacho would be there. All of my characters. All of my characters.
Wait, then why is it Kung
That
Fu
guy
Panda?
from Neverending Story Part 3 would probably be in there. The house with a clock in its walls.
Okay.
Seen that picture of the guy
He
with
just
the
like
Blu-ray
throws
disc?
playing cards.
All right, next question. Let's go. Oh, there's so many people up there. All right. Yeah, the guys are.
Oh my
no,
God!
the guy here in
Everyone
the
up there
yellow
is
shirt.
raising their hand, and I can't see anybody.
Yeah, they're way up there.
That guy.
Jumanji Deuce is in the works. We finished shooting a couple months ago. Yeah,
Coming
there's
for
a very
Christmas,
good
right?
chance there will be more Jumanji coming your way this Christmas. But you know, some people would call it Jumanji 3 since there was one with Robin Williams. And some people would say that's Jumanji 4 if you saw Zathura by the great Jon Favreau. You're welcome.
Oh my God.
I think though that what we need to explore is the origins of the game Jumanji, because it's clearly some advanced technology at
an
work here.
Xbox gamer tag.
Or is it like dark magic? We don't know where this game comes from. You know what I mean? No one's listening to me when I was like, guys, it's alien technology. Don't you see? But maybe Jumanji 5, we'll get into that.
In time.
Jumanji Battle Royale.
All right. Yeah, right here. Okay.
Everyone's the real.
That's good.
Do you each have your own favorite console? Like, I know, Jack, you've been playing for
I
years,
can't say.
so is there any
Can't say?
favorite console of yours?
No, I can't.
Why
say
can't?
Because then we're gonna start a fight.
We're going to start a war
Yeah.
with the console war?
Yeah.
Console war. The great console war.
No, which one do you prefer? Be honest.
Xbox 360 was better than PS3, but PS4 is better than Xbox One.
Wow. Dem's fighting words.
What about you, Jack?
Dude.
Uh-oh.
I was scared
My
to say it. I told you I didn't
my
want to say
Xbox
it.
One X plays. It's the first console to have a processor. The man speaks the truth, I think. It has a 4K player for cry eye.
I can't hear anything.
Look at the advantages. They keep on spilling forth. Anything else that's better about it? It looks better. Look at it.
Tommy, sell it
It has
for us.
Maytag.
What's better?
You know what? The PlayStation does have the better charging.
Are you Xbox?
Better charging. I don't want to put batteries in there.
Oh, I'm Xbox.
Why are you looking at me fun? Tommy's gonna sell it. Which one's better?
Did you buy one?
I think
No,
they're
I got
both
one.
good. I mean,
Yeah, I have one.
PC in the house.
PS4 has
I don't play
Uncharted.
PS4 though.
We're gonna switch.
Switch, I stopped playing that.
Really?
Switch is its own thing, though. It's
Switch
like,
is for
it's
kids.
Too, you don't have one. You've never played Smash
I
Bros. You've
switched.
never played.
Actually, Wii's the best.
You've never played
best?
anything on the Switch, so you don't know.
Sammy,
if it's
stop
better.
exposing me for a fraud that I am.
Switch,
Of course I've
the
played
reason
Switch.
we're
I
not
played all
fighting
those
over the-
games, man.
The reason we're not fighting over the Switch is because the Switch is in its own league above Xbox and PS4, so we don't need
In
to fight over
in some ways. In some ways.
Because it even though there's like 4 game storage on it, you can put in micro SD card and it's fine. You're not. It's just as good. You're not gonna need like 50 games, unless you want like retro games.
It's settled. Back here.
I watched Pick of Destiny about 100 times. Will there ever
thanks,
be
man.
Pick of Destiny 2? Right here? Pick of Destiny 2?
Well, some would say that Tenacious D in Post-Apocalypto was Pick of Destiny 2. But for those of you waiting for an actual sequel to that movie, we wouldn't call it Pick of Destiny 2. Because it wouldn't be like more stuff with a pick. It would just be Tenacious D in something else. The Bong of Destiny. If we
Oh,
wanted
that's
it,
what
yeah.
you told me that the next movie was gonna be that, and I was like, you can't name
I
a
know.
sequel The Bong of Destiny.
Tenacious D. Yeah, yeah, hope springs eternal that there will be more Tenacious D adventures. We have a big concept for our next album, but we don't really know about our next movie yet. It's not really.
Love is
What's
Rage
that?
3.
A Tenacious D
just
game.
talked
That'd be good.
Tenacious D Battle Royale.
I think I'd want it to be retro. Did anyone see Scott Pilgrim Saves the World?
Yes!
Dude, look at the love for Scott Pilgrim Saves the World. I just love that. Is it one of the great? Dude, that really ages well, doesn't it? I
It's
just
been
saw it
like
the other day. I
9
was like,
years.
dude, is this movie getting better?
Well,
that movie
they
just
filmed
keeps getting
it.
better.
They filmed it in like 2008, but the quality is really
Edgar
really
Wright, dude. Edgar Wright. He ain't wrong.
good. You can make a movie right now that's like the same quality as Scott Pilgrim,
Yeah.
and it wouldn't be as good because Scott Pilgrim was in like they filmed it in like 2008 or something. So it's been more than 10 years, but like the quality is so good for that like
beautiful.
point in time.
It's a work of art. And I like that it ages like a fine wine. But I like the little references to gaming, retro gaming that he put in there.
Yeah.
It would be fun to do a Tenacious D
It's like
game.
Sonic sound effects every single
Yeah,
second.
in that vein. Somewhere old school gaming. Anyway, you guys,
You whisper.
I'm jet lagged, severely jet lagged. I don't know if you saw the last Jablinski games, but I just came from Europe last night on a red eye.
All free
And
three?
I'm fading. I think I'm done.
3 minutes left. We got.
I want to drop the mic and walk away slowly. Can we do it? We did it.
We could do it.
I feel like we did it, doggy.
We did it.
What?
We nailed
No.
it.
No.
Jablinski Games. Jack.
Birds
Tommy,
aren't
Sammy,
real.
Taylor.
Follow Sammy Black on
We'll
his.
be right back with more. We've got Psychonauts 2 with Tim Schafer and Jack Black. Stay tuned.
And now, Psychonauts 2. Please welcome your moderator, Jeff Keighley.
One more time. Hello, everybody. All right. This panel features a legendary game designer. I first started playing his games when I was a kid. I can't believe I get to hang out and interview him. This is a game we announced at the Game Awards, I don't know, probably 2-3 years ago. Now it's pretty far along, and you guys are in for a treat because we're going to get the first full demo, live gameplay of Psychonauts 2 right here at the E3 Coliseum. But in order to do that, we got to welcome the one and only Tim Schafer. Microsoft's own Tim Schafer.
Oh my gosh. How many people were already out here for that Microsoft panel? I see some people that were here before. You guys have been sitting here all day.
Hardcore.
That's awesome.
They just can't get enough Tim Schafer.
Yeah, but that was a very professional, serious business interview. This is going to be also very professional, serious.
Extremely serious.
Thank you for having me.
Great to have you here, Tim.
Yeah, thanks for announcing Psychonauts 2 back on your
Was it 3 years
show.
ago, 2 years ago? I can't remember how many years
It
ago.
was like 300 years ago.
Oh.
Yeah, and it was a lot of fun. People cheered and stuff. People were excited about Psychonauts 2.
Yeah, well, you had that great trailer because people didn't know what it was. We aired it,
Yeah.
and people were like, what could this be? And you designed it, and then at the end, it's the big reveal.
Surprises. There
I
should be
know.
more surprises in life and games.
I agree with
Yeah.
that. Well, yeah, that was fun. People funded it. You guys have been working away on it now.
Mhm.
And you're here at E3 with the first demo. I hear you have a
Yeah.
booth.
We have
I
a
heard
booth.
Jack Black skipped going to your booth.
Yeah, he's really snobby,
Yeah.
and he's like, I only want to see top games.
Top tier.
But no, we're kind of hidden behind the Fortnite booth. So when you walk in, there's a chance you'll be hypnotized by all the neon.
Yes.
And then you got to go around it. But we have a beautiful booth of our own. If you want to go to South Hall, near the National Video Game Museum.
Yeah.
So I go and play arcade games in between demos. But then it's a nice space, and we have the game showing like some of the first level of the game. People can watch it and play it, and we're gonna watch it and play it here.
I know, I'm excited. But we have a special guest joining us.
Another surprise. No, you
Yeah,
announced it.
who could it be? I don't know.
Yeah. Do you mean up-and-coming video game voice talent and all-around lovely person who was just added here on stage?
No, wait. This is a new panel. We know who you're talking about.
Oh, sorry.
Like, who could it be?
I'm not a professional host like you. I don't know how to do these kind of things.
But I mean, yes. So this actors, you guys have collaborated. I remember years and years ago. I think I had heard just at lunch with some agent in Hollywood, and they were like, "Oh, we hear that this guy is a big fan of Tim Schafer," and then played your games. And when I think you first met him, he played all your games, right?
He had played Psychonauts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now we're at Psychonauts 2. Should we welcome out the special guest?
Yes, please.
Who is it?
It's Jack Black.
Jack Black, everybody.
Nope, it's Keanu Reeves.
We were talking about Keanu in the last.
Yeah,
Keanu's the hit of E3. Like, he came out at the Xbox press conference. I put a poll up on my Twitter, like, what's the biggest moment of E3? Like, the new Xbox reveal gets 3% of the vote. Keanu walking out gets 90%.
It is, right? How are you? I had to follow him on stage.
I know.
He had a smoke machine, right? And I had to come out and be like, Psychonauts, and and he's like, what's going on? He was super.
You got the Microsoft money now.
He was good, though. Yeah, I have all of their money. That's true.
You
That's
believe
true.
that? He's got bought by Microsoft.
Love it.
I know.
About time.
About
time you got bought.
About time you got paid.
Yeah, big sellout.
It's good, right? I don't know. Is that good? It's probably great.
Yeah, they're publishing Psychonauts 2. They're supporting us, and we're gonna do new crazy games, and it's gonna be amazing.
Where are is there a special new Psychonauts Microsoft headquarters?
No, we're staying where we are in San Francisco.
Nice.
Yeah, we don't have to move. And was that a woo for San Francisco? That's nice. You know, woo, yeah. And yeah, that's what we're gonna be doing. It's gonna be awesome. Yeah.
So Jack and you guys have collaborated. Brutal Legend, of course.
Yeah.
Broken Age.
Yep. Yeah,
And
Broken
Jack,
Age.
And you were a fan. I remember I hearing that before you even knew Tim, you played Psychonauts, right?
You know what it was? Once again, my good pal Liam Lynch, who directed Tenacious D and The Pick of Destiny.
Yep.
He's like a hardcore gamer too. Even more than me. He's always on the tip. He knows what's up. And he told me about Psychonauts. He said, "You gotta play Psychonauts," and he explained the whole worlds of it. You know, you go into people's minds, and you, so I started playing that, and I was like, "Oh my God, the genius behind this game, this throbbing genius!" And right as I was admiring the masterpiece, I get an email from my agent saying, "Hey, this Tim Schafer guy wants to pitch a game to you, a heavy metal video." I was like, "What, Tim Schafer?" So yeah, I was already like primed and ready when I got my first introduction to Tim Schafer in person. Yeah.
And we met in a rooftop, like some hotel bar.
Fancy Four
bar.
Seasons hotel.
I had a big thick binder of like concept art for the game, and I was like, "It's a heavy metal album cover, and this unit has an axe on the back of its car," and I was like flipping through all this stuff to show you, and then you're like, "That concept art looks a little like me." You know, it was like I think we said it was Jack Black, Glenn Danzig. Like not if they had a kid, but if they just made out a little bit. I think that's what we said.
It was definitely
sealed the deal.
The best DNA version of myself. I didn't think Danzig, but now that you mention it, yeah, because of the muscles. But I thought when I saw it first, I thought it was more of like like Lemmy. There was a lot of Lemmy in that.
There's a lot of
character
Lemmy,
too.
Yeah.
That was a good decade ago, I think.
Well, we don't need to talk. I mean, she's, that long ago. But yeah, no, it's coming up on its 10th anniversary this year.
Yeah, because I remember when we did the Spike VJs, that was like 2008, and that was like him, the flamethrower, and you and all that.
Oh my God, the flamethrower. Yeah. Jack did so much, it was just so touchy. He did so much promotion for that game. And he wore the muscle suit.
I did.
He made people say Hail Satan at an award show. You know? And he did an award show that had like country music, like Christian rock bands at it. And he like made them say Hail Satan.
Oh,
and now they're all going to hell.
I probably went too far. Yeah.
No, it was great. It
For
was
the good
awesome.
of the
so
the
people know it.
release.
Yes.
Yep.
So now you got this new game, and I think everyone wants to know.
Yeah.
Jack's going to play it. But is he going to be in it?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Was that not? Yeah, Jack is in Psychonauts 2.
Woo!
Yeah. He was even in our crowdfunding pitch video. He was like screaming into his phone, and that was very helpful. And Jack's going to play a brain in a jar.
A brain in a jar. First news of that.
Yeah.
Now I know I think we got some we got some images. I think we got a video.
What's behind me right now?
I think we do. There might be a little something to show you, but yeah,
I think we have some concept art.
Concept art. All right, let's check out the concept.
So maybe we should explain a little bit what's going on.
Do it.
In Psychonauts, at some point, I don't want to spoil too much, but you find a jar and it's got a brain in it. I think I covered that. You're going to let's hold off on those. I'll explain this really quick. You get to, in the game, Raz is a psychic who can project his self into other people's brains. And usually it's a brain that's in a body, but in this case he finds a brain in a jar. It's been sitting in this shelf for like 20 years. He goes into this brain and he finds just a little dot of fuzz. Because this brain has been alone for 20 years, has not contacted anybody. It's not had outside stimulation of any senses at all. So it's just kind of withered away to this like little speck of consciousness, and that's Jack, little brain there. And so you meet him. He's like, "Oh, what's going on?" And kind of comes to life, right? And then you're like, this brain really needs a body so it can have sensations again. And so you find a body that doesn't have a brain, which happens sometimes. And all of a sudden, this brain is flooded with sensory information. And it's so overwhelming that it becomes like a psychedelic rock concert. And so that's what you see in this level. You see some of these images is this synesthesia, just overwhelming color sensation of just like all these senses coming to this brain and the brain trying to deal with it. Yeah. And then it ends and there's going to be a song.
Yeah.
There's going to be a song?
Not tonight, but there's going to be a song in the game tomorrow. You never know.
How'd you think of that? How'd
Yeah,
you
we already
come
had
up with that? It's a really crazy psychedelic kind of concept for a video game. To start from a...
Yeah. It all came from Pick of Destiny.
I don't think it came from Pick. Oh, thanks, man.
Boy, that's, some of these things develop over time slowly, and probably people on the team pitch in ideas. I'm trying to remember the, ideas of like synesthesia. You know about synesthesia? About how that works? You know, where you your senses get mixed up and you can hear flavors and taste sounds and like babies have it. I hear. Although I don't know how they know that because babies don't talk, but they say that babies, like, if they hear noises, it makes their vision ripple and all sorts of things. And so just the overlapping of senses has always been really interesting to me. And then I've always been terrified of, like, shut-in complex. Like, people who are, like, in a coma and they can't talk and they're just, like, in their brains
Dude,
all
you mean
the time.
like Metallica's One? We're talking boo-dee-do-bow. Boo-dee-boo-dow.
Yeah. I told you they'd be singing, right?
Booty boo dow, booty boo dow, da dum, dum ba ba dum, dum da ba dum dum. Do beat dee doo, ding digga ding ding bum, bing ding digga ding. It's one of the great jams, but that's what. Thank you.
It's a good. Yeah, that's it. Nailed it. I don't know if I'm going to top that.
I can't remember anything. But yeah, that's what that was.
That's what that was. That's
There was a
exactly.
dude-
And then, so we saw
Johnny,
some
get your
concept
gun.
art, and Jack came in the studio and fucking nailed it. Keith, I'm sorry.
Amazing. Don't worry, my boys have played Fallout 4. But yeah, what were we talking about?
And your voice and Psychonauts. Is it okay to show footage of you in the studio?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
We have.
You had me sing this song that comes out of this crazy psychedelic moment we're talking about.
Yeah, I wrote just the lyrics, and then Peter McConnell, our composer, composed it, and
It
then
was a really fun song to sing.
Oh, that's
It was a really rad rock jam.
So we go down to the studio with Chris Brown, our director, and me in the studio, and our engineer, and you're in the booth, and then back home, Peter and our sound team of Camden and Paul were there. We're all listening to it in our different rooms, and we recorded it on film. Just a snippet. It's an edit.
But we were laying down hot tracks, man. This game at this point just turns into a full-blown rock opera.
Psychedelic rock opera. Yeah,
it's kind of rad.
And at one point,
it's
you had
weird that didn't happen on Brutal Legend because it was like such a heavy metal masterpiece. But there were no it never broke into rock opera the way that this one
we're
did.
probably
It was
scared.
cool.
We're
Yeah.
we can ask Jack to do some lines, but if we ask him to do a song, it's just gonna be it's crazy.
I was stoked to
yeah,
do
yeah.
it. It was
And
really fun.
the part in the video, at one point you had to sing a word.
Oh.
That was not meant to be sung for a long time.
Right.
We had to drag it out, and we don't show them all here, but there's many takes of that one.
Yeah, I loved it.
No, we'll see in the
Sometimes I feel bad because I think I ask for too many takes. It's like the opposite of what usually happens but it was okay.
We
You
booked
never
the
got
studio
mad at
for
me.
hours.
Yeah.
We got tons of time.
I like to take a lot of
enjoy it.
takes. I like to do a lot of takes. And we did maybe a few too many on that one.
No, let's watch it. Let's watch it. We can all share in it.
Here's a behind-the-scenes look at Jack and Tim.
He's the one who's got to do the performance, so.
Exactly. Hi. How are you?
Hey!
Am I on camera? Hi. Woo. You guys look good.
Shall we start rocking? Something.
Schmow to schmow. Who cares about lyrics?
I do.
Words.
Dude, are you wearing a Brutal Legend shirt?
Power.
Battle of the fucking...
Power bellies.
How did I not get my grubby hands on one of these?
I don't know.
Double XL, please.
Okay. Neither skin nor bone.
Lost alone.
Lost alone.
No bone. Just a thought is all I've got. Now my cover's blown.
Nice.
Yeah. Let's go on to the next, right?
Yeah, I love it.
When my friends pulled me back up, I started healing, healing.
God, you are awesome. I love it.
Come on, guys. I'm just a man. All right, let's take it. Let's do it again.
One other just character thing on this, to me, like when he's doing this whole bit, he's got just a huge grin on his face. Like he's just super happy about it. Like he's been so bummed at the beginning of the song, but now he's like, fuck yeah, I'm me.
Right. I got you. Now I can feel out the galaxy and hear the flow of time. It's been so tense, but now I sense a reason to this rhyme.
Super juicy, super juicy.
Oh my goodness. All right, so let me listen to the second reference.
What do you want to hear?
Senses are the magic keys to fill the holes I've had. I took my eyes off the lyrics because I was playing to the camera. Let's go again. Unlocking all my memories, which are never Oh, that bad.
It's a strange note because it doesn't go with a harmony.
It's such a funny word to sing along, you know. Bird. I just do it a few more times and hope that I stumble upon a magic. Bird.
That's a great one.
No. Let me go one more. There's just something about singing bad really loud and long that is inherently funny to me, and I'm trying to make it good, but no matter what it is, it's always bad.
The whole band Bad Company was based on the premise of being able to sing that line.
Bad Company never ended on bad.
I don't know whether this is helpful or not, but I was just kind of thinking of Grace Slick on that line.
Oh.
Yeah.
Quite rapid and also does
Jefferson Airplane.
One pill makes you stronger, another makes you small.
Put a lot of extra dip-de-doos.
I like the dip-de-doo one.
Let me do some different ones that are going to be slightly annoying to you, but I want to try some different things. Let's hit it again. Which are never. Bad. Never bad. No, never bad. Never bad. Never bad. No, never bad.
Oh, why'd you stop? That's.
Where the rest of the song is just going off on how never bad it is.
I love it. Woo, let's make an album. Woo. That's awesome. He's like, nailed it. Nailed it. He's done. Pull off things.
We're good.
We're good. He's gone.
Yep,
he's off.
he's done.
Oh my God. Dude, I can't wait to see which bad you used. There's a library of bads.
We use all of them. And the level just goes, and that's just playing in the background. Bad, bad, bad. Oh, man. That was so fun. We're crying.
And what's the voice of the character?
What the voice of the character, was he sound like?
Yeah, we heard a little bit in the song.
Yeah. You mean, I don't want to spoil too much, but it sounds like a ball of.
Can you give us a little of the brain in a jar?
Brain in a jar? No. He's under contract, not to spoil.
Right.
No, but just watching that, it's like, you make video games, and a lot of the work is at your desk, and just really like iterative and really kind of dry. And then you go and do some live recording like that. It's just so different. It's just the energy is just so. I'm just crying even watching that. It's so
my
fun.
God.
Super fun.
That's my favorite thing I've ever done. It was a little weird watching that, though. It's like you getting a little peek behind the curtain at the process. Because when you see it all finished and done, it's going to seem like I sang the whole song in one go.
Perfectly.
When in reality, we broke it up into little tiny chunklets.
Chunklets.
Sounds like Jim Morrison out there, if I don't say so myself. Though.
Yeah.
You guys heard.
Yeah.
There's never bad.
Thank you.
Wait. That was the best one. That's the best one. And
Oh,
now we have it.
Were we recording?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got it.
We're gonna use
We
that
got
one.
it.
Finally got it.
Cut it in.
Never bad, no.
See, that's what it's like in the studio. I tell him it's a great one,
Never bad.
and he does another one.
I do not need a microphone.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
Should we take a look at the game?
Well, there might be one more take. No, he's not going to. Okay, good. Got to make sure you're done. All right, no, you got to play the game. You want to hear more
Yeah.
of the song.
So you guys want? We're gonna get a live demo and like a let's play.
Yes.
Yeah.
You guys are gonna live commentate it, and Greg Rice from Double Fine is gonna come out to play it.
Professional game player will come out and play.
I know exactly.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Greg Rice from Double Fine.
Greg Rice.
Ricey,
Hello.
chair is yours. The throne. The live let's play of Psychonauts 2.
Greg Rice is
real-
a professional game player, VP of Business Development at Double Fine and game playing. And you're going to be playing the demo.
And a tall drink of water.
It's true.
Yeah. He's not so tall. I'm pretty much that same height.
Same,
Yeah,
pretty much.
Yeah, same height. So you're going to play, and normally we were playing this.
He should stand between us, and it would look like.
It would look like.
Something.
You know what I mean?
I'm not even going to. I don't know where to go from there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, moving on. We, he's got the tone there. That would be bad. Okay. Okay. In our booth, we were showing the demo, but we had the volume up really, really high there. But here we're going to do a little quieter so we can talk over it, right? So if we talk over the cutscenes, don't worry. You just come by and sit in the booth, see the whole thing, right?
Yeah, let's do it. Here we
Yeah.
go.
That's our logo. There's a brain. So what Raz is saying here is 3 days ago, Truman Donato.
Yesterday, with my
That's a brain.
the Psychonauts rescued Truman from
So-
the underwater lair of Dr. Lobato. But trust me,
Your son says you don't
there's
talk
no
while you
way
play games.
Lobato is working alone.
I think that's true.
Today, we're on a mission. Find out who hired Dr. Lobato to kidnap Truman Zanotto. My name is Raz, and today is my first official day on the job.
Should we not talk during this part?
Feel free.
Okay, I'm going to talk because we have it on quiet. That's Raz in his new job. He's always wanted to be a Psychonaut, and now he's in the headquarters of the Psychonauts, but not really. It's secretly a mental world meant to look like an office space. That's why it looks boring.
Everything okay in here,
And
Raz?
this is Lily from the first game.
Oh,
Yeah.
Hey, Lily.
And Raz,
Yeah, I
wearing his
don't know.
business casual
It's just-
psychonautical wear.
I've dreamed about working at Psychonauts headquarters all my life.
A lot of
I just thought it
people,
would be
it's
more-
very disturbing at the end of the
You
first
know?
game. Raz's
Come on.
goggles and his
We're going
helmet,
to be
leather
late
like
for the
aviator
Morale
helmet, the
Corral.
whole game. He becomes a psychonaut, and he then takes it off and he puts on his psychonaut outfit, his little pajamas, his little psychonaut's pajamas, and he has his hair exposed, and people find it really disturbing. So we thought we'd start with that because it's upsetting.
And that's how we
Keep people on their
managed to raise
toes.
profits.
There's a little bit of Harold the Rat
The
from Psychonauts of the Rhombus
900%
of Ruin, which
this
is a
quarter.
VR game.
That's
Coach
right.
Oleander's back.
Thank
He
you.
was the villain in the first game,
And
but he's
that
reformed
brings
now.
us to our next
He's all
topic.
better because Raz went into his head
Sasha,
and helps him
still have the
fight his
talking
memories
turtle?
of his father. Yes. Remember that in a very
Rory.
beloved level called
Sorry,
Mitsubishi.
I just like the clapping.
Loved for its fairness and its
It's
now time to give out the award
work
for
through
Employee of
20
the Year.
years of intense psychotherapy
Yeah.
in one gaming
Prize
session.
for
They're not
this
just
year's award
spies.
You go
They're
in there,
all
you-
expenses
like
paid
therapists. You go-
tropical
yeah,
vacation.
That's Mia and Sasha from the first game. Superstar secret agents.
The winner of
and here
this
posing
award
also in
may
their
be one
business
of our
casual outfits.
newest members, but he's also
Let me
one
set
of
this
our
up.
most
See,
improved.
Dr. Lobato kidnapped Truman Zanotto, the
Congratulations
head of the
to
Psychonauts. That's how the first game ends.
Saligosto
Is Lily, your girlfriend's father, Truman Zanotto, is kidnapped.
Way to go, Cal.
And you play Rhombus of Ruin, and you find out he was taken to Dr. Lobato's lair underwater. And that's Dr. Lobato. And they rescue Truman Zanotto, but they don't understand how Dr. Lobato did this all by himself. They're like, you must be working for someone else. But who is Dr. Lobato working for? And the way they decided to figure out who he's working for is to trick him into thinking he's working in an office and tell him he won Employee of the Year, but to get
Just
the
a
tropical
formality.
vacation
You
reward,
just need to get
he has
this
to get
form
a permission
signed by
slip
your
signed from
boss.
his boss.
Mate,
And he's like, my boss? He's like, yeah, the person you're working
Or you
for.
could just tell us who
And
your
so the
boss
first level is
is, and we
following him
could-
through this office space, trying to
doesn't
find out who his
want
boss
this
is.
tropical vacation after all.
I used to have a soul patch like that in the 90s. It was in the 90s. Someone said, you look a little bit like Jack Black. And I said, I'll show you.
Get that form signed by your boss.
And I
The
shaved it off.
person who hired you. The person you work for.
Okay. This is the end of the opening cutscene. Now it's going to be interactive. And now professional game player.
We'll see how this goes.
Red West will play. And it would be really bad if it crashed.
I'm on him.
So don't crash it. There are the goggles,
With him, Raz,
right?
and he'll
Now
lead
he's
you
Raz
straight
again,
to his boss.
sneaking through the office. All the other Psychonauts are going to go to their remote locations to head off Lobato, and you have to keep track of him.
Be careful, darling.
Dude, psychic powers are the best powers.
Stay close to him, Raz.
But don't freak him out.
Never to
If I could have any power,
I am acting casual.
telekinesis, 100%.
I said I
Really?
love Casual Friday.
You don't want to
Am I
burn
right?
anything? How about reading minds? Would you like to read
Maybe
other people's
starting
thoughts?
roll.
Don't lose him,
Here's the thing.
It could lead to a lot of fighting.
Some people say flight, they're foolish. Because telekinesis includes flight. Telekinesis yourself up and move yourself.
Yeah.
I think he suspects something.
Other
He's
stuff.
taking countermeasures.
Sometimes better than flight.
That seems like cheating to telekinesis yourself up. A lot of games will have a bug where you can
Following me?
telekinetically move an object you're standing on and kind of surf on it. Telekinesis surfing. But if you could read people's minds, I think it would lead to a lot of fighting. And I learned that on Gilligan's Island. If you ever watched Gilligan's Island, they all got ESP at one point because they ate radioactive carrots or something. Do I remember
See that? I don't remember that episode.
They have a crate of
All agents.
vegetables that had been by Bikini Island. I guess it got irradiated. They ate it.
Was that
superpowers.
before they said Professor and Mary Ann when they were just and the rest?
I think it was. I think it went the other way. I think they were and the rest, and then they named. Then probably the agents of those two actors was like, you've got to say our characters' names in the opening credit.
When it was a
Yeah,
hit.
and then they got irradiated. Then they could read people. They had ESP, and they could. That was one of our best effects. I talked over the tolerance is longer for them.
That's the problem with talking on top of a game.
I know, but now we lower the volume. If we don't talk over it, it's gonna be really awful.
think you understand the
Make it an ASMR video about
the
Psychonauts.
situation.
Now, Jack, he's gonna go up the wall here in different gravities.
Oh, nice.
You're not supposed to walk that way. Posters.
Neither should I. You've got wall jump. That's one of our new moves in this game. Didn't have in the first game. Wall jumps.
Love
Platforming. Did I finish my? I think I finished my Gilligan.
Small talk, soldier. The enemy is on the move. but we've
It's gonna get a little weirder in a second.
It's almost like MC Escher drawing where the walls become the ceilings,
Before
become
the
the floor.
procedure, it's very important that we clean out your dentist cut. You don't want any dirty.
Dude, I'm loving it that it's the same artistic design, but clearly like next level graphics. It's really beautiful.
Stand down! Soldier, I've been picked.
So you have telekinesis like you had before, but now you can pull telekinetically move really heavy objects. I'm doing the sound effects.
Coach.
So we're bringing back powers from the first game. You had telekinesis, pyrokinesis, you can burn things. Your Psy Blast is coming back, but they've all been kind of modernized. The Figment, you remember Figment?
So satisfying. Scoop up all this figments.
We wanted to have collectibles like coins and stuff, but have them all be like little storytelling moments. So they're all little drawings that tell you about the brain.
How about the psychic baggage? You're gonna see some more of that as well.
Don't look, and there's a throbbing socket. He's got to get this tooth in there.
Good job following orders. Private, you go on ahead. I'll take up the rear guard.
Yikes!
So this
I
is where the
thought
level starts to
big
get a little
tooth
weirder.
was upsetting. Well,
Because Dr. Lobato
soldier
is
through, Private.
he's kind of
Unzip that dental door.
a brain surgeon. He's really more of a dentist that does brain surgery on the side. And so his the office construct was something that the Psychonauts made in his mind, and now it's starting to fall apart and getting a little more dental as the teeth are taking over.
There. Now that your cap is clean, let's check out those choppers. If I didn't know better, I'd swear this place had gremlins. No problem. I'm sure I can do this in the
Backstage
dark.
Sammy's like saying, "Dad, you should say something." You can't. That's good. And back home, my team is saying, "Shut up, Tim."
This room is definitely not
We
in
animated those
Sasha's
cutscenes so
plan.
that no one would talk over them.
In fact, I think it's a
Now,
trap.
coming back also for this game are the sensors.
That's
Too.
just a sense.
This came from like a book I
Everybody
read in
has
college, a Freud book about dreams,
Live in
that we
your
all have these
mind.
sensors in our
Stamp out
brain that
things
stamp
that
out
don't
things that don't belong. And
belong.
so you're
Like us.
an invader in his brain, you don't belong, so the
You
sensors
handle
try
this
to
one. I'll find a way
stamp
out.
you out.
So if you wake up and you know you had a dream, but you can't remember any of
And
it,
it fades away.
it got censored.
It's your sensors that are stamping out and killing all your dream images.
Makes no sense. Censored.
Exactly. And so Red's doing TK. He picked up an object, threw it at the sensor, and knocked him senseless. And that stunned him for a little bit, so he was more vulnerable to damage. And new combat moves. So we worked a lot on making combat a lot more fluid and flowing and deeper, and also using powers in it a lot more. And he killed them all. Good job.
Nice.
Just have to do your thing with the dental door here. Ugh. I can't even look at it.
That's Nick Jameson, the actor who plays Coach, is back, and Richard Horvitz, who plays Raz, and Nikki Rapp, who plays Lily, and Alexis Leslin, who plays Mia, and Steve Stanton, who plays Sasha. They're all back, and so it was really great to bring the whole cast back. And it's great because they all sound the same, and they can do those voices even though it's been 10 years, and the game is set in the day after Psychonauts 1. So it's only been like one, it's really, well, 3 days later. 3 days later.
I won't let them eat you, Sasha.
And Sasha 9 is there being a really aggressive uvula, smacking him in the face.
Let's get clear of this aggressive uvula.
Sasha, how is Lobato breaking through the office construct?
He couldn't be doing this on his own. He must be getting help from someone even more sinister. Get ready,
Now,
Rasputin.
this game's really rigid. I mean, robust. No, it's very solid. Has not crashed except for one time it crashed giving a demo, and it's in the section. I think he punched the wrong tooth. And he did it. You got past it.
I didn't punch
No
any teeth.
crashes. I shouldn't even have brought it up. And this is where Sasha dies, which is very sad. He's
Oh, no.
No, he's not really dead. It does look pretty.
Yeah,
pretty
don't
violent.
bother with them, little mooks. You
We have
wanna
these
go
tooth fairies,
for gold.
adorable
You
tooth
gotta
fairies.
grab the big boys.
They talk
Help
like
me carry this one, will you, Frankie?
cigar chomping gangsters, but they're and they like gold teeth.
Come on, Frankie, put a little muscle into it. I can't believe they shot Frankie. Ah, they got me too, Frankie. The mooks.
brush before you came in here today? Honestly, it's a mess in there. Here, rinse and spit. Get out everything that doesn't belong.
Oh no, not back in the trap.
Trap?
Coach? Coach, where'd he go?
Oh, well, that's a good sign.
What is it?
That is a doubt. If Lobato's having doubts, then maybe there's a way we can still get to him. Let's get out of here and find Lobato.
Sasha? Are doubts dangerous?
Oh, yes, extremely. Take care of that one, will you, while I find an exit.
Those are doubts. Those are new villains. So the villains, different ones are strong or weak against different side powers. These guys are pretty susceptible to side blast.
No.
But you can also use telekinesis to pull their little weights away and then smash it sometimes. Do you have any questions about that?
No.
No. Pretty self-explanatory.
Good job, Rasputin.
Well, in the first one, you would
Unfortunately, I
like
can't
build
find
up
a way out of here
psychic
anyway.
abilities that you could use in
Sasha?
combat
How
as
long
the
has that
game went
golden
on.
door been there?
Is that the
Golden
case in
what?
this game as
Did
well?
somebody say gold?
And you also would get rad
here's a chance
badges
for
as you earned
Yeah,
those.
merit badges.
Not these
Yeah, in
guys.
different levels, you'll be.
keep looking.
In this demo, we're showing the powers that already existed, but in the new game, there'll be new powers and new levels that
They're
you
shooting at us.
uncover.
Frankie! Frankie? Oh, not again! I'm coming
I
to
got
see
a rad
ya,
box
Ma!
of swag merch in the mail yesterday.
Rasputin, you see what
from
you
you.
can
Oh,
find
from
for
us.
that door.
Yeah.
I'm going
And
to stay
one
here
of
and
the
attempt
things
to
in there.
repair
Oh,
my
wait, better
construct.
not talk over this part.
It's over. No, no.
There are these rad, like, pins, beautiful pins
Oh,
that
this
were
is
the
not good.
badges
Oh, the merit
in
badge
the game.
pins from first
And
game.
my boy Tommy wanted them, and I said, you gotta earn
I'm coming.
those. You gotta play Psychonauts, and every time you earn one of these superpowers, I'll give you the pin, the corresponding pin.
Hurry up,
And he's into that. He likes that. That
I
idea.
think of that. Raz is afraid of water, which manifests in this watery hand.
Still got that water phobia, huh?
It's not a phobia, it's a curse. Back in Grulovia, my whole family was cursed to die in water. And
Yeah, super sad. Look at these posters! I think someone else planted these in Lobato's mind to intimidate him.
and make sure he didn't tell us who hired him to kidnap your dad.
Let's get rid of them. Maybe it'll help. Help me burn these posters, Raz.
So telekinesis, I mean, pyrokinesis is now more of an area effect in the first game. You can burn things around you,
Die, ugly posters!
like posters or Lily.
Ah, fire! It hurts! Help me!
Lily?
Gotcha! Come on! Keep burning! Ooh, looks like you found an even bigger room.
I'm gonna catch up to Lobato.
Okay, I'll catch up after I make sure these posters are all burnt.
Listen, back in the Rhombus of Ruin, you and I, we had a moment, am I right?
We're not here to hurt you. We just want to know who hired you to kidnap Truman Zanato.
Why can't you just let it go? All's well that ends well, right?
Rhombus of Ruin was a VR game. I think it's the only time we've gone to a brain twice. In Rhombus, you go into Lobato's brain.
Who are you
and this is
protecting?
all set in Lobato's brain. And other than that, there's
I'm
mostly all the new brains.
I'm sorry I did it. I take it back if I
That's
could.
on fire.
Was that you screaming? Or me? Doesn't matter. Listen, we all have our doubts and regrets. But it's too late to turn back now. Understand? What we have to do now is Finish the extraction.
Did you have some traumatizing
I think Roboto has
dentistry in your youth?
Duh, they're right over there.
Yes.
Tell the story.
Which
Luckily,
which
they're
story are you
highly
talking about?
flammable. You take care of them while I find
had
a
a
way
lot
out,
of bad dental
okay?
experiences.
Me
I had
too.
8 teeth ruined when I was a little kid. Did braces, and I remember did they have bands.
Watch out, Raz.
They hammered the
That's
bands into
really
my
slowing
face, and it
down.
was horrible.
Just remembered it hurt, and I was like, "Argh," and then the dentist.
Wow, you're getting
What?
And I never spoke of it to my parents or anyone. No one ever knew that.
Is that real? That's horrible.
It was child abuse.
You should call the
I was
cops.
scared. I was scared. I never spoke of it until right now.
Thank you for
I'm
sharing.
about to cry.
That's our game. Brings out these helps you deal with past traumas. Yeah.
And I'm back.
I'm glad we could work through that. I believe that story, though. It's true.
It's a true story. Fucking bastard's probably dead now.
Hey, Raz, doesn't this painting
Long
look
time ago.
familiar?
Get away from me, you scary
We're getting near the end of the
you
demo,
haven't changed,
and I
have
think
you?
we're gonna run out of time. We don't ask some questions now. Do you want to?
Oh, this
I have
is
a
really
quick question.
Okay, and
So the
then
first
afterwards
one
we'll-
took place in a psychic summer camp.
Correct.
For kids with psychic powers. This one takes place. It looks like it starts off in like an office setting, right? Where were we at the very beginning of the game?
Well, we're meant to be a little confused. When you actually play the game, you'll think it's the real world, and then
Right.
as the teeth start to appear, you realize this is not.
Things are not as they
Things
seem.
are not as they seem. And what you find out is Dr. Lobato's mind. At the end of this level, you pop out of Dr. Lobato's mind, and you're with the other psychonauts on this jet flying to headquarters, where the game actually is set. And then you'll talk about what you saw here in the teeth, and this mysterious evil character who appears at the end of it. And
it's like Inception, where
Yeah.
it's a world inside of a world inside of a world.
Yeah, but we can do that because we came out first.
Multi-realities, that's true.
Yeah, we were before Inception. We cannot be ripping off Inception because we were first.
That's right.
Except for Dreamscape, that movie with Dennis Quaid was first, really, if you think about that. He plays the saxophone in that, so it's pretty cool. Yeah, shirtless saxophone Dennis Quaid movie.
Oh, man.
Check it out.
Worth the price of admission right there.
And like Mission Impossible, you know, Mission Impossible would do all this work to make someone think that he was on a submarine, so he would be panicked about drowning and tell all the secrets of the spy network that he's part of. So here, it's all inside Lobato's mind. They build this office space so he would reveal his secrets, but then it turns out it's not an office space.
Yeah.
Then you get to the real office, which is Psychonauts headquarters. Is actually this big, glamorous, Man from U.N.C.L.E. type headquarters for this international spy organization. Beautiful. You can run around this interior space. You know, the first game was set in the summer camp, and it was like a hub world with little brains in it, so you can explore this whole area, and it's great. So, does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to ask a question? Do we have a microphone? I assume someone with the microphone is coming down to the front row to ask Mario.
Mario.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, good.
I was wondering, since you guys are now published by Microsoft, I believe, are you guys thinking of, because I know they're really friendly with Nintendo, would you think about bringing the two games to Nintendo Switch at all?
That's a complicated question. I'll turn to our VP of Business Development to answer that one.
No plans at this time.
No plans at this time, yes. We are, yes, Microsoft is publishing the game, and it's going to all the platforms that it originally was going to go to.
PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, Mac, Linux.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'd still like to have, though, a lot. Yes?
So I saw a lot of original, abilities from the original game, the first one, of course. Will we be seeing any new, of course, more abilities when the full game comes out, just like the fire and things like that?
Yeah, those are the new versions of the old abilities, and then later on in future levels, you'll be unlocking brand new abilities, totally new.
I have a question. Yeah. Are we going to see that guy that used to talk about the Psi Core? We're
Yes.
getting enough air here.
Yeah,
that's a good Ford.
Wild Psi Core.
That's amazing. Yeah, that is Ford Cruller. You're doing an amazing Ford Cruller. Very good. He is definitely going to be back in the game.
Need my work.
How would Ford Cruller sing the word bad? Why didn't we think of that in the studio? We should have thought of that. And another question right there.
Yes, I have two questions. My first question is it possible we'll see a Brutal Legend sequel?
The lights coming on him. Anything's possible, but
I'm in.
we're not working on it right now. Maybe someday it's a deep, rich world, and that was a beloved character.
Dude,
But
if we do, we should make it a rock opera. I'm all about the rock operas now.
You do an original song for it?
Although the roadie shouldn't be singing. The roadie
No, they don't
stays
take
in
the
the
spotlight.
shadows.
Maybe Tenacious D could be an alternate skin.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Never say never, but not right now.
Not now.
A little busy.
And my second question was, I was wondering if I could be able to take a picture.
We're on camera right now. Let's
Afterwards.
talk afterwards.
After.
Let's talk afterwards.
After.
All right. How are we on time? Time for another question? There's someone down here? He doesn't need a microphone either. You notice that?
Oh,
Doesn't
yeah.
need a
You gotta
microphone.
repeat the question.
Oh, how did Microsoft approach us? Well, we've worked with Microsoft for many years, and our company got started when they signed the publishing contract for the first game, Psychonauts, and then we worked with them in Iron Brigade and Once Upon a Monster and Connect Party. And so we've known them for years, and we were just they were talking to, happened to notice they were buying game companies like Ninja Theory and Obsidian and In Exile, and we were like, that could be fun. That could be nice. Let's talk about that.
Did Bill Gates wine and dine you?
I didn't want to name drop, but yeah, it took multiple dinners in the wallet.
I have one more question.
Who's that? Where's that? Who's talking right now? Oh, okay.
One more question. Can Jack Black do bad one more time?
I mean,
Thank you. That's the last time.
Okay, now we have yeah.
What was your most memorable experience of making the game, other than, of course, working with Jack Black?
Which game?
Psychonauts 2.
Wow, those questions always put me on the spot. What was the most memorable experience besides what you just saw there? I mean, it's obviously our best footage since we led with it in the demo, but
Over the course of the entire process. How long was it, by the way? Sorry to add another question on there.
Yeah, it's been about 3 years we've been working on the game.
Yeah.
It was amazing to launch it.
From tip to tail?
From tip
to tail.
We're
I
kind
just
of
made that
at
up,
mid
tip to
shoulder.
tail.
I don't think you just made that up. I think that's
Tip to tail,
No,
bro.
I think that's in a book. Is it?
What was the most memorable part other than hanging with me from tip to tail?
I mean, you gotta think about that one. Where it was, I don't know.
It's still in it, still going.
Yeah, still going on. It was amazing to release that secret on Jeff's award show. I call it Jeff's award show, the Game Awards.
The Jeffies.
The Jeffies. Oh my God, they should totally call it the Jeffies. He's backstage like shaking his fist, but also like, yeah, I call it the Jeffies. So yeah, that moment of just announcing it was super crazy because no one saw it coming, and everyone was cheering, and that was really exciting. Yeah, announcing it. Tip to tail. That was the tip.
That was the tip.
Or the tail. Oh my gosh, where's that come from? Who's got the other microphone? How many microphones are there? Did they take the microphones away? Okay, how about there? Here, sir. Here it comes. Wait. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm curious about the art direction. Like, when I look at the art for Psychonauts, especially the character designs, I think of like Tim Burton's like stuff. Like, what was your inspiration for the art design for your characters?
Well, I remember, on the first game, we had art director Scott Campbell, and this game is Lisette Montgomery. Montgomery? Yeah, she's maybe out there in the audience right now, unless she's scared. There she is. Hey, Lisette, our art director. I mean, definitely when we started talking about the first game, there was a lot, like Nightmare Before Christmas was very inspirational. Also, not Joe Rogan, is that his name? Joe Rosen, there's an artist.
Joe Rogan.
Not
yes.
Joe Rogan, no. Joe Rosen, the artist who his faces are all different colors and blue, and Michael Ryden, and a lot of those. I wish Lisette was here to answer this question. Any other names, Lisette, you want to throw out there? Yeah.
Definitely Tim Burton. A lot of abstract Russian constructivism.
That was the next thing I was going to say. Abstract Russian constructivism.
And,
but that's obvious in the
yes.
trailer.
For characters, that's a lot comes from Scott. Scott's style is really true to the first game, and we didn't want to change that. It's core to the personality.
Yep. Go check out his stuff, Scott C. Not to be confused with the tattoo artist or the. Anyway, there's a lot of Scott C's out there.
I don't mean to brag, but I've got some Scott C hanging up in the house. Yeah.
Really, some originals. Yeah.
He's done some gallery showings. I've been lucky enough to wander into.
Yeah. His Great Showdown series.
Real deal.
You've been in some of those. Okay. Do you have time? I'm going to keep going until they pull me off with a hook.
Tim, the question we all want to know: when are we getting a Psychonauts Battle Royale?
That's like Money in the Bank right there.
Cash it in, baby.
Yeah, I keep asking for it, but you know the team's like, it's too much work. It's too much work.
You got Microsoft behind you now.
That's true.
You got plenty of devs out there.
I guess we'll just announce it right now. I guess that'll be the next thing we'll do. Battle Royale, Psychonauts. Then this side of the room. Who's over here?
Sounds like one more, maybe. We got to wrap it up soon.
Oh, so you get the last question. No pressure, but make it the best question.
Where'd the original idea for Psychonauts come from?
No, the grand question. Where do they all come from? A lot of different places, but you know, in college I took a class on the psychology of dreams, which is all about studying the study of dreams and the imagery and where it comes from and different ways of analyzing it. And it always, you know, it's always fascinating to me that in a dream, everything you see in a dream is really just some aspect of you, like your fear, like a big giant bear comes out and it represents some anxiety or something like that. And just the fact that people take their emotions and turn them into these visual, like poetry. You know, it's so cool that, you know, people who are not professional poets can make these amazing metaphors in their sleep at night. And the thought of being able to go in there and actually wrestle with a bear that represents your anxiety just seemed like a really cool thing to do. And also the movie Dreamscape. Yeah. Okay, that's the end of our show, I guess, because that's the last question. Thank you very much.
Wait a sec.
Wait a second.
Someone's going to come out here with a Jeffy.
Somebody call me back, Jack.
Uh-oh. Wait, this is going 2 panels ago. He's 1 panel too late, Ninja. I know who you got on that cell phone.
Here we go.
Uh-oh.
He doesn't know Ninja. I told you he doesn't know.
Pick up now.
He's busy.
Hey, Tyler. Hey. I'm here with someone that wants to have some words with you.
I've been waiting for this my entire life.
It's finally time.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Black.
Anytime, any place, you and I go head to head, Ninja. It's me, Jack Black. I know what you did with my Delgado.
Never gonna get that Delgado back, Jack. All right, and the only way you're gonna get it back is if you beat me at any game of your choice.
I've got a
If you decide to
specific
actually
set
game
of
today.
skills. You going down, Ninja?
Also, Ninja from Die Antwoord says sup.
Oh yeah, oh man.
For real though, dude. Let's bring this baby to fruition in the cyber world. You and I, yeah, there can be only one.
No, 100%. I'm down. It's literally whenever, man. I'm super flexible.
Oh my God, this is going down. All right.
100%.
I think we have the same agent. We'll work out the details. All right. Catch you on the flip-flop. See you next week. Big fan, bro. Big fan.
Game Awards 19, the battle. Jack versus Ninja. Thank you, guys. Back to your panel.
All right.
Or you're out of time anyways, right?
Yeah, I thought you were coming out here to end the show.
All right, yes. That's the end of the show. What could be better than that? Jack Black versus Ninja. Tim Schafer, Greg Rice, Jack Black, Ninja. It all goes down at the Coliseum. Thank you. Have a great night, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow. Elon Musk and Todd Howard, noon tomorrow, only at the
thank you.
Coliseum. See you then.